that doesn't believe in ghosts. Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, or swamp creatures. He's a skeptical robot that doesn't believe in ghosts. Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, or swamp creatures.
Hello! Thanks for joining us today. Already had the first glitch of the day. That stupid video intro. Alright, well, I am Luigi Greenberg, and this is the first episode of Skeptical Robot, a show that is going to be dedicated to debunking the paranormal. And joining me today to discuss the Amityville Horror is my guest, and you know him as the most adorable ear of corn in the Dabbleverse. Please welcome Corndiff.
That's me. Glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Hey, thanks for being here, buddy. So I thought that you would be a great person to share this show with because you have a little bit of a backstory when it comes to skepticism and the paranormal. And could you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I've been on a handful of ghost hunts. It feels weird saying that even because I am kind of the skeptic of my inner circles, and I don't know, I'm not really that into them, but I always end up going along. Like Waverly Hills Sanatorium, I did an overnight. They call them investigations. There, I mean, full on cameras and laser grids and shit. Then there's one in Tennessee called Old South Pittsburgh Hospital that had a lot of shady shit going on in its day and supposedly pretty haunted. Stayed overnight there. Thought I heard someone saying my name that next morning, and I went to knock on the bathroom door to like, hey, what do you need? And he was like, dude, I'm shitting. I didn't call your name. I just chalked it up to lack of sleep. And the only other thing to mention is the Shanghai tunnels in Portland, Oregon. I've gone and seen those in person and did the tour up there. It's a really fun time, and it's a great story. I would recommend, if you're not familiar with it, check out the Shanghai tunnels from Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that before we went live, and I have never heard of that. Gonna have to check that out. That sounds pretty interesting.
We're snatching people up left and right.
So I want to give the audience a little bit of an overview of what I plan to do. Hold on, let me get seated here appropriately. There we go. I want to give the audience an overview of what I have planned for this show. So today, Corndiff and I are going to start with the story of the Amityville Horror. I know that it is somewhat well known because of the movies and the books and the persistent remakes, and I don't know, it's never really kind of left the zeitgeist. But there's so much more to this story that I just don't think has really gotten a lot of attention. And it's fascinated me for years. So I thought that this would be a great opportunity to share this story and bring in an audience who might find this stuff as interesting as I do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to narrate parts of the story and also play some videos that have been compiled from various different sources And a lot of them are going to be interviews with the people that were directly involved with this story. But a little bit of a warning, this is going to be a long, complicated story. I don't expect to get through all of it in one sitting. And in fact, it's probably going to take at least 2 to maybe 3 episodes to tell the whole story. But the goal is going to be to follow the story chronologically until it ends. From there, we're actually going to branch off. But we're still going to pick up with a new set of stories of other paranormal hoaxes that involve some of the same people that played a big role in this story in Amityville. So, I also want to let the audience know that this is going to be a show for skeptics. The evidence that we will be presenting is only circumstantial, and it is for the direct purpose of supporting our already existing bias, that there's no such thing as ghosts. And while I would love to be able to provide you with direct evidence, there just simply isn't a way to prove that something doesn't exist.
Can't prove that negative.
That's right. So, now that's out of the way, let's get into it. So, Corndiff, tell me what you know, Mr. Corndiff Lutz. I love that, actually. That's great. Corndiff, what do you know about the Amityville Horror?
If I had to make an elevator pitch, it's my knowledge of it is it's a family that moved into a house. The kid and the dad didn't get along always, and shit started getting really weird. I don't know that I ever really picked up on a lot of why from the movies as to why shit got weird. It was just all of a sudden there's flies, and then here's a smell. It's just random shit was happening. But then somehow they made it out alive. Which is kind of hard to believe, to be honest.
And I think that you summarized it perfectly, because that's really what the story that's been put out there because of the movies.
Right.
The movies tell this one particular story, but what's most interesting is the stuff that was going on behind the scenes. And that is really where most of this episode is going to discuss. Sorry, I say discussed. That was weird. That was a weird slip.
We can discuss.
So here we go. So let me give you just a real quick overview. And the story revolves around a house in Long Island. It's a suburb called Amityville. And in 1974, there was a family of 7 people that lived in the house. And in November of that year, the oldest son of the 5 children, his name was Ronald Butch DeFeo Jr., shot and killed all 6 of the other family members while they were asleep in the house. DeFeo was later convicted and sentenced to 6 life terms. There's a lot to the actual murder case that, it probably comes off as mysterious and weird, but that's really kind of outside of what we're going to be discussing. But usually, the documentaries focus on that, and I don't know, man. The guy got convicted, so it's like, yeah, he did it. So the house remained vacant for 13 months until the Lutz family moved into the house on December 18th, 1975. Man, if you dance the whole time, I'm sure the audience will love it. But,
It's my only gimmick I got.
Hey, I'm still working on trying to find one.
I try to use it when I can.
So the Lutz family was George and Kathy Lutz, and Kathy's 3 children from a previous marriage. They claim that there were all kinds of crazy paranormal incidents in the house, liquid pouring from walls, disembodied voices, unexplained noises, and then it gets weird into levitation and physical attacks. But they only stay in the house for 28 days, and they wind up leaving, abandoning the house and everything left in the house on January 15th, 1975. All right, you still with me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, after these events, George and Kathy Lutz sell the rights to their story and were the subjects of a best-selling book and a hit movie, both called the Amityville Horror. But in the time since these events occurred, would you believe that there is a substantial amount of evidence and sworn court testimony to suggest, and maybe even conclude for some of those out there, that everything associated with the story was all an elaborate hoax?
That is news to me, to be honest. That's disturbing. That would mean a lot of lies.
I couldn't have chosen a better response from you, because now I'm going to one-up you and tell you I'm actually going to take what we're going to review is going to actually take it a step further and say that, in fact, there are so many moving parts to this story and so many dishonest people with no credibility that there actually may have unintentionally been multiple hoaxes going on at the same time. It was like a Game of Thrones situation of con men trying to one-up one another with their cons.
Endless manipulation on all fronts.
Exactly. Wow. And ultimately what we're going to find is that every single person involved, with the exception of a couple, have no credibility whatsoever and seem to lie constantly and then also contradict their own lies. But the story's fascinating, man. I've known about this for a long time. It's just been something it's not really a subject I can bring up at parties to talk about. But in the end, what we're going to see is a story of an ensemble cast of dishonest people, each trying to outmaneuver each other for a bigger piece of a fake story. And it's all in an effort to capitalize on this horrible tragedy of this family getting murdered. So yeah, some like total scumbags, then out scumbagging each other. So let's get into it. And just a warning to the audience, there are a lot of characters involved. And it's going to start to get confusing trying to keep up with every person. I get it, I understand it, and I apologize, but I'm going to do my best to keep the audience updated on the names and the events. But if I don't, please feel free to let me know in the chat. And if you like what you see, please click the like button. And if you're feeling generous or if you would like to ask a question, feel free to throw us a super chat.
Click it.
So
now.
Let's introduce the audience to the story. Man, I am just glitching all over this.
It's cool. I'm dancing. Everybody watch the corn.
That's pretty cool, right? Not bad for my first shot. Okay. So, here we go. November 13th, 1974, 23-year-old Ronald DeFeo Jr. murders his family in a house at 112 Ocean Avenue. DeFeo is convicted for the murders. He gets 6 life sentences. There are a few mysterious things that we talked about earlier, but we're not going to focus on those. Okay, so December 4th, 1975, if you're keeping track, DeFeo is sentenced.
Okay.
So I'm going to play the first video of the show here, and it is going to be an introduction to a couple of the characters. And it is narrated by beloved actor Ed Asner from The Mary Tyler Moore Show. Not a joke. Totally serious. Nice. All right. So, here we go.
24-year-old Butch DeFeo began life as New York State Correctional Department inmate 75A4053. Little could anyone imagine that the Amityville Saga was but at its beginning.
This should have ended the Amityville murder story, But it was only the beginning of one of the most bizarre murder cases of recent history.
As DeFeo was remanded to the New York prison system upstate on Long Island, the stage was being set for what would become the biggest and most well-known haunted house franchise of all time.
The Amityville Horror. Jay Anson's book says on the front cover, a true story. Is it?
No. Thai Amityville itself is just a story, the whole thing. It's a hoax to make money.
A hoax to make money.
Okay, so first, love it. Okay, so I want to take a second to discuss a couple of the names that we saw in that short clip. Okay. One name is Hans Holzer. Did you see that guy who was narrating for a second there?
I saw him, didn't catch the name. Hans was his name?
Yes, Hans Holzer.
All right.
Okay. He is a paranormal investigator that's going to play a big role a little bit later in the story, but it's just a brief introduction. Okay. Now, there was another name. Did you see who that was?
I didn't. I was just horrified at what they were saying.
Okay, it was pretty grainy. That was Ronald DeFeo Jr.
Oh, the shooter?
The shooter, the guy who killed his family. It was an interview from prison in which someone asked him about the hoax at the Amityville Horror House. And he says, yeah, it was all a hoax. Okay, so it's easy to conclude, oh, he says it's a hoax, blah, blah, blah. We can just pack it all up. Now, here's the thing. I want to set the stage for what to expect from Ronnie DeFeo Jr. First, in some clips, he's called Ronnie, and sometimes he's called Butch. That was a nickname he had. I just want everyone to know sometimes those names will be used interchangeably. But I want everyone to be prepared that Ronnie is not a reliable narrator.
Uh-oh.
Ronnie has changed his story about what happened on the night of the murders at least 10 different times. Each was in an attempt to get leniency on his sentence. He first said that the mob killed his family. Then he said that his sister killed his family and he killed his sister in self-defense. And he said that he heard voices that told him to kill his family. So, Corndiff, I'm going to throw this at you. Let me ask you. Would you accept as truth something that is said by a guy serving 6 life sentences if he admits that what he is saying is all in the hopes of the possibility of getting parole?
It sounds like he might have a little something to gain in lying. So, yeah, I don't know that I could trust him on any of that, especially if he's changed his story that many times. Jesus, I had no idea it was that many times.
And I'm being conservative. Actually, there are, it's definitely it might be over a dozen, because some are official, some weren't official. Sometimes he did interviews where he changed the story. So there's actually really no telling how many times he's changed the story, but it's been nuts. So, okay. So now we've established a little bit of the base story. All right. So let's keep moving forward. Now, let's talk about the Lutz family. I'm so proud of those.
Look great. Professional.
Hey, I am nothing if not professional. Okay. So, as we said earlier, December 18th, George and Kathy Lutz and their 3 children move into the house. There is a part...
What year was that?
1975.
Okay, December 18th they moved in?
Correct.
And
December
he was...
18th.
And Ronnie was also sentenced that same month?
Sentenced that same month.
Wow.
He was just sentenced on December 4th, 3 weeks before.
Okay.
All right. So, the house has been empty since November of 1974. That's 13 months, okay? There is a part of this section of the story that's going to seem a little meaningless right now, but it will be important later. And that is that they claimed that they were with their real estate agent looking at homes in the neighborhood when the agent suggested seeing the house at 112 Ocean Avenue. And George and Kathy fell in love with it. Okay? I'm going to just kind of narrate that. I will show evidence in which they say that a little bit later. Again, sounds meaningless, but it will be important later. Okay.
Something behind that, yeah.
So, just keep that in mind. So they move in and claim that immediately on their first day, they start experiencing some strange things. Let's see here. Oh, hey.
You never want to experience stuff on day one.
Hey, thank you, Hamhead. Gifted 1 Luigi Greenberg membership. Hamhead has been fantastic to me. Thank you so much, Hamhead. Thank you for all the support. Very encouraging. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. Sorry, man. Still learning how to maneuver. Here we go. Okay. So they move in, claim that immediately they start experiencing some strange things. And some of the things that they claim happened while they were there are, first off, a priest comes to bless the house and is assaulted by a disembodied voice. He claims he was slapped. Whatever.
Okay.
No one else was there. Maybe he got slapped by a ghost. You never know. But I'm going to play this video for you of George Lutch describing his first day in the house. And I want you to just take it for what it's worth, and maybe we'll talk about it. Here we go.
According to the Lutzes, there were unsettling occurrences from the very beginning.
Harry tried to hang himself, our dog, our black Labrador retriever. He jumped over the fence, and his chain was too short, and he was actually hanging on the wrong side of the fence, choking to death. That was all within the first hour of moving in.
George Lutz then says that a good friend who knew the history of the house strongly advised him to have it blessed.
The priest came and went about the house blessing and came out and told Kathy and I not to use the one upstairs bedroom we were going to use as a sewing room as a bedroom. He said he felt something in there. And he was slapped. He heard a voice tell him to get out. Those were two things that were immediate first day, first few hours.
Wow. Oh. Muted?
Man, I have got to remember to stop doing that.
They'll
Now,
sneak up on you.
what did you hear George Lutz say in that video that his dog did?
That damn dog was trying to hang itself.
Have you ever known a dog to be so sentient and understand gravity and thoughts of despair that a dog decides to hang itself?
Let alone nooses. No, I didn't know.
The physics of nooses. The thumbs needed to create a noose. It's go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, very special dog. Yeah, I remember hearing that actually just recently for the first time, and I was like, I never knew that, and that's insane.
That's a weird one. And what we're going to see here is that George Lutz and the Lutz family, honestly, they are trying to, and of course this is alleged and this is my opinion, they are trying to perpetuate a hoax, but they aren't very creative about it. They don't really seem to understand exactly what gets paired with hauntings. And what they talk about is a dog, a depressed dog who tries to hang himself. I don't know, man. I heard that and I laughed my ass off. Just thinking, what? I've never heard of a dog doing such a thing or understanding the concept of doing such a thing. But
No.
they had a special dog.
I hadn't either. It sounds like they were definitely trying to present it as something paranormal, but from my understanding, the leash was just at the wrong length, and it was about a 4-foot tall fence, and the dog jumped over it, and the leash was not long enough for it to actually make a full landing. So once it got over the fence, it was just kind of hanging there.
Now, I've seen that happen, and you are absolutely right. I've seen that happen. I've seen a dog accidentally hurt himself. What I've never heard another human being do is attribute it to the S word.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's a stretch.
It's a huge stretch, and also makes me think that this is some sort of genius Scooby-Doo English talking dog that was able to put all these thoughts together. But anyway, also real quick, Heck Ride, thank you for the $10. That's how all of Rob Saul's dogs go. Great show, thank you. And you know what? I think that's true. That's going to be the rumor I spread, that is what happened to every one of Rob Saul's dogs. Okay, so moving on. Okay, so we have now talked about the dog on their first day. So another weird thing that they say starts happening very quickly is their daughter begins to talk and play with an invisible pig named Jody. And they find a lot of weird things around the house, and they see a lot of weird things having to do with pigs. So I'm going to let them tell the story from here. Here we go.
George and Kathy dismiss the stories of their daughter's invisible friend until Jody makes its presence known to them.
I saw eyes looking down at me from Missy's bedroom window when I would be coming back from the boathouse at night. I would run into the house, run upstairs, and there'd be nothing there. There would be times that Missy would be sitting on her bed talking, and you'd walk past, you'd see the rocking chair moving, but Missy was on the bed. There were a couple of times that we saw eyes from the outside looking into the house. There were tracks in the snow that were made by something with a cloven hoof.
Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about this real quick.
Okay.
Jody, a pig. This is not something that is going to be verifiable, something that we can, objectively say happened or didn't happen, because a guy's talking about an invisible pig that his daughter was talking to and that he claims to have seen.
No photos.
No photos. Chalk that up to, I wasn't there. Maybe it happened. Who knows? But then he mentioned something else. And this is going to start setting the precedent for this story unraveling. The other thing he mentions is that there are hoof prints, cloven hoof prints in the snow. Now, remember, they moved in December. They are in New York.
Makes sense.
Right. But what if I told you that there are a lot of very curious people like me who want to fact check every aspect of the story, who looked into it?
You're not going to say it, are you?
Found out there was no snow. Oh, no. You were going to say
it. not a bit of snow for those cloven hooves to
Not a bit of snow. And that is something that can actually be researched and looked up. Actually, you know what? I think I might be exaggerating. I don't know that it didn't snow the entire winter, but it didn't snow within the 28 days that they were living there in the house. So, here we go. He just told a lie that we were actually able to look up and find out that wasn't true.
Not a good look.
Not a good look, especially for, I think, what is he saying? This is still his first day? Who fucking knows? All right. So, they start claiming a lot of other things. They claim that there were also some not so scary things that happened that they just couldn't explain in the house. And I want to play this for you, not because it has any relevance, but because it's silly and it made me laugh. And I just thought it was just a little break for the sake of comedy. And you'll see what I mean.
Love it.
Here we go.
December 22nd, 1975. Kathy Lutz is in the kitchen fixing lunch. Suddenly, the kids scream out in a panic. She dashes up the stairs.
Daniel and Christopher began yelling for Kathy to come upstairs and looking down into the toilet bowl, and they saw these black stains that seemed to be kind of embedded in the toilet bowl itself.
The children find the same black stains in other bathrooms.
What the hell?
Black stains in a toilet.
Okay.
It is attributed to ghosts.
That's internal bleeding is what that is.
I've stained a few toilets myself, and, I never once thought, oh man, who could I blame this on?
There's a haint in my toilet. God. Never crossed your mind?
I mean, I've blamed a fart on the dog, but no, never said, nope, it's ghosts. It's ghosts staining our toilets.
I'm going to start using that one, actually.
Okay, so now we're going to actually, take this moment just to go back to what I said originally. George Lutz and Kathy Lutz had this plan, at least we're going to find out later that, yeah, they might have had a plan to perpetuate this hoax, try to get some notoriety, maybe make a few bucks off of it, but they just weren't very creative about it. It just wasn't very good. And they really didn't know what to say, or they had a couple of, good elements in there that became interesting, for the supernatural crowd or the horror fan that wants to see it. But they started attributing things to flies. Well, I can't think of any other story that had flies, any other horror story that had flies. Now, another interesting thing to keep in mind also is that this is not too long after the movie The Exorcist comes out. Exorcist came out in 1973. And, wait, I think that's right. Shit, I should have wrote that down. Pretty sure that's true. And a lot of people said that this whole story is actually trying to capitalize on all of the movies that tried to just kind of work in the shadows of The Exorcist because it was so popular, and you're going to see a lot of demon possession movies coming out after it, just to hopefully strike while the iron's hot with audiences. So there's something to keep in mind, but you also don't want to steal the story, but you don't really know what else to say or what to do,
Right. They got to figure out a way to make it their own.
Make it their own, exactly. And unfortunately, they had two uncreative people at the helm of this story.
They're new to haunting scams, I guess. Takes a while to tried.
Yeah. So, all right. So, are you still with me? We're gonna.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So now we're gonna start getting into some weird stuff. Okay. This is where the story starts to get weird. And now, again, I just want to preface: I am providing an overview, and we're going to get into some weird details along the way. But this is all just giving everybody just a little bit of a setting the table for a big dinner coming. All right, so now, 28 days after they move in on January 15th, they abandon the house. George and Kathy Lutz get their kids, claiming to have been terrorized by the paranormal incidents that were in the house while they were living there, and they just can't take it anymore, and they have to go. So, that has happened, and now let's talk about what happened after that. So, allegedly, after they get out, and as you mentioned earlier, the month that they moved in is the month that Ronald DeFeo gets sentenced to the 6 life sentences.
Right.
Now, their story, allegedly, is that they reach out, or actually, let me back up just a little bit. They find out that Ronald DeFeo is actually appealing his conviction. And they think it's probably in their best interest to reach out to Ronald DeFeo's lawyer, who is representing him on his appeal. Okay?
Okay.
This guy's name is William Weber. This guy is going to be a major player along the way.
Okay.
Okay. So, let's get an introduction to Mr. Weber.
Little more than a week after fleeing the house, the Lutzes contact William Weber, the attorney for convicted murderer Ronald DeFeo Jr.
When I first met with the Lutzes, they told me a story about incidences that occurred to them and their children as a result of what they described was a phenomena in the house. And they wanted to know if I had any evidence during the trial or during my investigation that could help them. I didn't believe 90% of what they were saying, but admittedly I was interested in writing a book on the case.
William Weber wanted to publish the Lutzes' story of strange phenomena as part of his book. The Lutzes, however, contend that they refused to sign the contract once they discovered that one of Weber's business partners was Ronald DeFeo Jr.
As far as we're concerned, we went to Mr. Weber in good faith. The idea that Mr. DeFeo was going to receive monies from this enterprise was just not something that made any sense to us to even consider.
What?
Okay,
Wow.
So I'm going to throw it to you, Corn. Tell me what you're thinking.
He, for the hell, everyone's trying to get some money out of this. Making sure I'm getting this right, they reached out to Ronnie's lawyer, and then they partnered with him, and then they found out that the lawyer had partnered with Ronnie on this to profit on this.
That's pretty much it. The lawyer had actually previously been seeking out a book deal for something unrelated. That's what he claims. Who knows if it's true, but this is his story. Okay? That he wanted to start writing, and he had a literary agent that he wanted to write an anthology series of what he was calling real ghost stories. Okay? And their story, and they seem to agree on this, is that they reach out to him. He says, "Wow, that's fantastic, and what a coincidence that you reached out to me. Let's meet, and I want to show you a project I'm working on that I think your story would be perfect for." So, apparently they discuss having their story put in this book, and he's like, "Okay, great, just sign right here, and this is letting you know where all the money's going to go." And they claim that this contract had Ronald DeFeo receiving a 5% share of the profits of the book. Now, here's what's interesting: is back then that was allowed. There have been laws put in place. They're actually called the Son of Sam laws, because the son of Sam, David Berkowitz, tried to write a book after his murders and make profit from prison from writing a book, and courts just simply said, no, you can't do that. There's something similar called Slayer laws, in which if you are the beneficiary of a life insurance policy and you kill that person, you don't get to collect on the life insurance. So basically, there are laws put in place that just say you can't profit from a crime. But back then, they weren't around yet. So what you heard is apparently what everyone claims. And guess who else claims it? Ronald DeFeo. He also claims that he was a part of this deal. All three of them seem to agree on this. That he was going to write, that William Weber was going to publish this book with the rights of the story to the of the Lutzes, and they were going to split the money with the killer. Yeah. So this is the stuff I was talking about when I mentioned that there are just parts of this story that just don't get a lot of attention, and I think they're fascinating.
Yeah,
so,
I've never heard any of that before. I mean, I guess it's not as sensational as a suicidal dog or but yeah, that's
or a black toilet. The black toilet.
Yeah, the black toilet. I'd never heard of the black toilet either, to be honest. Yeah, those are it's stuff that probably would have made me question some other things also.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not stopping here, but let's just say I did. All right, let's just say we stop the story right now.
Okay.
Do you as a outside party, having heard just this much, now believe anything about the hoaxes? Or I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Believe anything about the paranormal events that occurred in the house?
I'd say I'm leaning towards 70% no.
Okay, that's fair. Sure.
Yeah.
Well,
what we've heard.
We aren't even a quarter of the way done with this story. And what if I tell you it gets fucking weirder?
I don't know, but I can't wait.
Okay, so something else I'd like to actually just point out is I want everyone who's taking, all of the people who are taking notes at home, to listen to the way that Weber describes the meeting with the Lutzes. Okay. Weber says that they came to him to ask him about the evidence of the case, and that he did not believe their claims. All right? You heard him say that. I can replay it if you like, but that's what he said. Now, this is actually going to become very important later. All right? But just want everyone to note it, and maybe I'll do like some side by side. Hey, you got another super chat. Joy S. I still thinking the murderer had to be possessed. Okay. Thank you for the $1.99.
It's possible.
I still thinking it a hoax. So, here we go. Okay, so now do you remember the dates? They left the house on January 15th, 1975. And now we're going to fast forward
76, right?
76. Wait.
It moved in December 75.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry. You're right. Okay. 1976. You're right. Okay. Fucking
We're factual here.
Fucking math, numbers, and bullshit. Okay. So it is now a month later. It is February 16th, 1976. Okay. So they said that a week after they left the house, so that is in the neighborhood of January 21st. 1976, January 22nd, somewhere around there. Okay. So now we're about 3 weeks later, February 16th, 1976. Now, this date is very important because the Lutzes hold a press conference.
What? Why?
Let's see.
The next phone call from William Weber was wanting a press conference, which was something I really didn't want to do. And he said that if we didn't meet with him, that he would send the reporters to the school where the children were going, and they would get the information from the children. And under that threat, I agreed to the newspaper conference.
The Lutz's press conference is held in the offices of William Weber on February 16, 1976. Although they end their association with William Weber soon thereafter, news of the Lutz's ghostly tale spreads quickly, drawing caravans of concerned and curious locals to Amityville's newly dubbed House of Horrors.
So, what did we just hear, allegedly, that happened in the 3 weeks since they met William Weber?
Honestly, you put me on the spot, and I kind of panicked and forgot.
Okay. They hold this press conference, okay? But this interview is taking this interview happens about 20 years later. Thank you, Penis Wrinkle. Love you too, buddy. Penis Wrinkle says, love you, Luigi. And I just wanted an opportunity to say Penis Wrinkle.
Shout out, Penis Wrinkle.
Penis Wrinkle 12. Vagina Wrinkle is actually supposed to be here too. Said they'd be. Okay, so they claim that this press conference happened under duress because they were threatened by William Weber.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So they claim that William Weber says you're going to hold a press conference to tell the press about your story, and that, essentially, we're going to do a press tour and then try to sell our story to books and movies and blah, 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 blah. I don't know exactly what it is, but she says that they threatened.
Forced them into it.
Forced them into it because they wouldn't sign those contracts that cut Ronnie DeFeo into the deal. Now, again, I want to be clear. I really fucking hate when people pick and choose what arguments to listen to and what arguments to believe. I'm looking at you, John Melendez. But I don't want to be accused of that, so I'm just going to say that nobody has any fucking credibility in the situation. So, even though we're going to talk about what they claim, what they say, nobody's believable. And we're going to even maybe show a little bit later why they're not believable, and that maybe there's some specific evidence to suggest they were directly lying. So, but their story is that William Weber threatened their children to have this press conference. Okay? So, here we go to the next part of the story. And this is going to be where it starts to get a little weird. But I might have to stop this to talk a little bit about it because it's a long video, or a longer one. So I might stop this a little bit along the way so that we can discuss it. So, here we go.
Meanwhile, George Lutz contacts a handful of area paranormal researchers concerning the strange phenomena in the house. Among them is the late Stephen Kaplan, founder of Long Island's Parapsychology Institute of America. The next phase of the controversy is about to begin.
We had the Parapsychology Institute of America at the time on Long Island. We were the only parapsychology group that was doing research on Long Island. Newsday knew about this and had published several articles about Stephen's research, and they called him up to ask him what did he think of this supposed haunting at the Amityville house. And that's how the whole thing started. They published something, a comment from Stephen, and George Lutz read the comment, and he called Stephen to find out if he would investigate the house.
Muted. I think you might be muted.
God damn! It's my first time, folks. My first time. Well, actually, no, I guess it's not my first time, but I'm just going to keep saying that.
You don't know. Tell them whatever you want.
All right. So I just want to stop this for just a second and discuss, because I want to stay on top of all of the new names and all of the new situations, that a new name gets introduced. 2 new names, actually.
Yeah.
There is Stephen Kaplan and his wife. Oh, shit. What was his wife's name? Roxanne? Was it Roxanne? Anyway. All right. So, Stephen Kaplan, Mr. and Mrs. Kaplan. All right, there you go. They are paranormal investigators. Yeah, paranormal investigators. And George Lutz reached out to them. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's the interesting part of the story, that if you start analyzing the timeline, things start to get a little bit weird. But let's hear what else she has to say.
To see what was going on.
I said to George Lutz at the time, I'm going to investigate. My fee is 0, because if you're lying, I'm going to verbally rip you apart. But Lord help you if you're lying to me, because I don't like lies. My time is precious. I'm going to waste it with garbage.
Stephen told Lee, as he called himself.
Hey, just first off, real quick, what are your first initial impressions on that guy?
Kind of a carnival type of feel. I don't know that he's exactly trustworthy. He seems more of a showman.
Hey man, I think we're on the same page, and it's always, what's always interesting to me and makes me think that people are lying is when they're way passionate about a mundane event. He's like, he got a phone call, but was like, hey, can you do this? Oh yeah, man, sure. That's probably how the conversation went. Hey, when should I go? Oh, great. But then now I'm telling the story on TV, and what I said was, don't waste my time. I'm not going to waste my time on garbage.
I'll do it, but not for any money, because I'm going to tear you apart.
I'm going to tear you apart if you lie to me. All right. None of that happened. But, whatever. Maybe it did. But the guy just seems like a little bit of a buffoon. All right, so here we go. Hold on. I want to just say this real quick. Hamhead. I didn't want to say it. But yes, you're absolutely right. Totally made me think of John. I felt like I made my one John reference for the show and didn't really want to delve into it. But that's exactly who I thought of. I was like, this motherfucker is John. Long Island accent and everything. So, yeah, exactly. Telling a past story, way more passionate, way more dramatic than it actually is. Yep. All right, so let's get back to it.
That we would do the investigation with 2 teams. He said that the phenomena happened between 9 p.m. and 3 o'clock in the morning. So we were going to have teams from 6 p.m. to maybe 2, and then from 2 in the morning until 6 a.m. We had a photographer, and we had a professional magician who would check to make sure that the house wasn't rigged.
In the course of his conversations with
Okay, I just want to point that out too. I thought that was pretty funny. They're going to have this team, and they seem as clownish as the guy came off in that first scene. If she's telling the truth, they actually seem pretty coordinated, and they actually seem very well organized. That's just my thoughts. What do you think?
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that they hired a professional magician, but I mean, I guess it's just being thorough.
Okay, so. Man, I'm so glad that stood out to you. I really debated whether or not I should have really gone into the history of skepticism and the history of debunking. I decided not to. My wife said, you're going to bore the shit out of the audience. And I was like, yeah, you're probably right. But debunking goes back to magicians, specifically Harry Houdini. Harry Houdini had a real problem with the spiritualist movement and made it his life's mission and goal to prove to the world that they were all using the exact same tricks that he knew and he used as a magician, but under the deceptive guise that they were speaking to spirits, when he believed that he had the moral high ground and was superior to them because of the fact that he told the audience, I do not have a spiritual gift. I'm lying to you. This is all practical. It is just simply an illusion. And that's really kind of the basis of where this comes from. So when she says that they had a magician on staff, to me, that makes perfect sense. I realize it does sound a little absurd, does sound a little weird, but who better to understand tricks than a magician? Yeah,
that was my first thought to try and rationalize it. Was like, okay, well, they're gonna know where to look for strings or foot pedals or things to shake table. I don't know, whatever the hell they would be looking for, but
yeah, exactly.
They would probably know where things could be hidden and concealed, and I'd never heard that either. But yeah, that's surprising. It's
weird. So I'm going to tell you a little bit something about me. I am an amateur magician, and this kind of all falls in line with concepts and subjects that I enjoy reading about. Debunking stuff, but it's all because of James Randi, who was one of the most prolific debunkers and skeptics, was also a famous magician, called himself an honest liar. And the reason he did that was because he claimed that the psychics, the mediums, the spiritualists, the paranormal hoaxers, were all using the same tricks that he used on his stage, but saying that they came from some divine source, some paranormal source, and it was all nonsense. And he wanted to make sure that the audience understood that he did not hold any kind of power, that he was just a normal guy, and there were rational, reasonable, practical explanations to everything. Anyway, just that it all kind of falls into the same soup of things that I like to read about. It all kind of goes together. And another interesting thing also is, if you read about magicians, one of the biggest things that they're also experts on are con men, because they understand that part of their skill as a magician uses a lot of the same psychological tricks that a con man will use.
Just trying to deceive people, I guess.
Yeah, but also just trying to understand what people will believe and when to push, when to pull back, when to,
reading your audience.
Reading your audience. That's a great way to put it. Reading your audience. So one day I will tell a story about how my training as a magician kept me from getting scammed in the Dominican Republic.
Oh, no.
I guess there's no way to prove that I was right, but I was with a big group of people, and they all believed that I saved us all from getting robbed. So anyway, because I could see a scam coming from a mile away. Anyway, enough of me rambling. All right, so I'm going to play this again, and I'm going to play it actually kind of long because I got to go take a piss. So, all right. Can you vamp? All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right, thanks, bud.
George Lee Lutz, Stephen Kaplan began to grow suspicious of Lutz's claims when Kaplan quizzed him over how much prior knowledge he had of the paranormal.
George Lee Lutz kept talking about different kinds of demons that were in the house, and Steve's like, well, how do you know there's demons in the house? Well, there's this demon, and he started naming them by name. He named a couple, and then he said, oh, I can't say the names, because if I say the names, then they'll appear. And Steve's like, okay, where did you hear this from? Well, I've been reading a lot of books on the occult.
George begins to talk about Ray Buckland at this point.
Ray Buckland had something called the Witchcraft Museum, which was on Long Island at the time, but he had closed it and he had moved up to New England maybe a year or two before this conversation.
The problem with Ray Buckland, where Stephen Kaplan was concerned, was that the introduction of Ray Buckland into the story created some wrinkles in George Lutz's timeline.
If he knew Ray Buckland, then he was obviously interested in the occult a year or two before. My husband did tell him that we don't charge you anything, but we are a public service organization, and if we find something backing what you say is there, we will tell the public what we found, and if we find that there isn't anything, we'll tell the public that, and if we find that you're putting us on and this is a hoax, we'll also tell them that.
3 days later, George Lutz contacted Kaplan again.
Muted. Got it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for watching out for me. Appreciate that. Okay, so this is going to be a pretty big bombshell that's about to happen. I just want to prepare everyone for it, because this is going to be really where it gets weird. And so, but we're following along so far, and that is that the Carnival Barker guy tells George Lutz that he's going to perform the paranormal investigation, and he gets warned. Now, here's the weird thing, is that this guy starts to get a little bit suspicious of Mr. Lutz. And he starts saying, you don't sound like the typical haunting victim, for lack of a better word. He says, wait a minute, you are actually starting to bring out a bunch of weird terminology and buzzwords. Why are you doing that?
So he starts leaning a little too far into it.
Exactly. He starts to get a little bit of a suspicious, Stephen Kaplan starts to have this little suspicious eye on George Lutz. So, now, let's see what happens next.
When his credentials wouldn't check out and I found out he was representing himself as a vampirologist, we told him it was unfortunate, but we would have no more to do with him.
What the fuck?
Did you get that? He is a vampire hunter.
All right. Okay.
And this vampire hunter tells this other guy that he's full of shit.
That's gotta hurt extra.
The vampire hunter tells George Lutz, I don't believe your story and I think you're crazy. The guy is a vampire hunter. Ladies and gentlemen, and we're still not even getting to the weird shit yet.
I see why I see why stuff like that was left out of the movies. It's just that'd have been terrible.
And I mean, that's what's so funny to me, is that if you know all this backstory, this is so much more interesting to me than that fucking dumb movie. That movie's stupid.
It is now, yeah. Now that I know there was so much behind the scenes shit.
Yeah, and again, we're getting through, making good time on what I have prepared for today, but this is going to be at least another episode, because the story gets more and more complicated. But yeah, and there's still more to this video, this particular clip. This clip isn't even done yet, but I just had to stop it at Vampire Hunter because I wanted to just make sure that we all heard that, we all understood it, and that the Vampire Hunter is saying that George Lutz is full of shit. All right, now my dog's barking. All right, so we're gonna go back and let's see what else happened.
Chaplains say that the Lutzes gave them a much different reason for canceling their investigation.
He was very upset by some quote that my husband had said in the newspaper saying that he would be investigating. And he said, I told you I didn't want any publicity, and, I'm going to have to now postpone your investigation for at least a couple of weeks. because we didn't want any publicity about this. And my husband found out the next day that that was the same day that Lutz and his wife had given this press conference in the morning. So in the morning he's giving a press conference, and in the evening he's telling us he's canceling our investigation because he doesn't want the publicity.
We never called that press conference. William Weber called it.
The very next day, Stephen Kaplan tells a Long Island newspaper that he believes the Amityville case is a hoax. His first strike in what will become a 20-year crusade to expose the Lutz's story as a fraud.
What? So, now what did we learn?
I had no idea. So he took it as a personal mission to debunk them himself?
The Vampire Hunter. The Vampire Hunter said, these people are out of control. They need to rein in their craziness a little bit.
Oh my God.
All right. So, please tell me I haven't wasted my time in talking this up, and that this is in fact an interesting story.
It is. It is. Okay. I'm loving it. No, this is all fantastic and new information for me.
Good. I was starting to worry a little bit. I was like, oh shit.
No.
Maybe I talked this up too much. No. But okay. So now let's just take a minute to actually kind of analyze a little bit about the logistics of what they're saying. Now, again, I want to just keep saying this. I'm going to keep saying this over and over and again. I don't believe anybody. They're all complete clowns. They're all full of shit.
Even the Vampire Hunter?
He seems cool. He seems all right. I mean...
He's the normal one. The Vampire Hunter.
The Vampire Hunter is the voice of reason in this situation. That's what's so fucking crazy. The Vampire Hunter is trying to tell everyone that George Lutz is crazy. He is the voice of reason. Okay, so let's analyze this for just a second, because there's actually a lot that's kind of hidden in that clip. Okay, so quick recap. George Lutz fires Stephen Kaplan, but George and Stephen tell different stories as to why. Okay, so the next day, Stephen Kaplan tells a Long Island newspaper that he believes that the Amityville case is a fraud. This is the Vampire Hunter, by the way. Just want to keep reiterating that. So, regardless of either side's recollection of the reason given for the cancellation, there's a couple of big questions that arise. Okay, let's take a step back and try to remember what was going on at this time. According to the Lutzes, they ghosted William Weber after he proposed the book deal to them.
Right.
That would have given money to Butch DeFeo. Okay?
Right.
Now, a little bit of time has passed. I think it was, 3 weeks, whatever. And supposedly, according to them, on moral grounds, they're not going to do business with William Weber.
Right.
Seems logical. Okay. But now, George Lutz and Stephen Kaplan both appear to agree on the timeline of their interactions. Okay? Not the reasoning, but the timeline. So, what they're saying is true, and admittedly, no one seems to be telling the truth. But if George Lutz canceled Kaplan's investigation 3 days after the initial call with Kaplan, which was also the same day as the press conference that they claimed to have only participated in under duress and threats from William Weber, why was George Lutz seeking a paranormal investigator to investigate the house 3 days before the press conference that they had no intention of attending?
It's almost like they weren't organized and had a plan.
Yes, and that has been my point all along. They did not know what they were fucking doing.
I feel like most likely that was because he put too many coals in the fire, and some of his shit ended up interfering with some of his other stuff.
That's exactly it. I mean, honestly, this is like a Looney Tunes version of a lie that just like snowballs into, craziness after craziness, and ends up with vampire hunters calling you crazy. And but that timeline, again, is circumstantial evidence. We can't say that it's conclusive of anything, but that timeline just raises some questions about their statements. So, yeah, they say, we didn't want to do the press conference. We had no intention of doing that press conference. But 3 days before that press conference, they take the initiative to hire a paranormal investigator. And the reasoning that they give the paranormal investigator for, firing him is that he brought them publicity the day that they do a press conference. Same day. So, here are some of the questions that raises. It seems very calculated in that they wanted the press conference and a paranormal investigator to investigate the house within a short time of each other. It would suggest that. We don't know that, but that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
So, if it does look like that, were the Lutzes working together with Weber to pull off a scam to make some money?
Even though Weber was supposedly in cahoots with Ronnie?
That's the story. But do we know that that's the true story? Because it does kind of look like maybe this was a little coordinated between the three of them. And I mean George Lutz, Kathy Lutz, and Weber.
Yeah.
So, did George Lutz really make an effort to learn about the occult before he made the claims of the haunting? In other words, did he study and prepare for the hoax? And you said it perfectly. He just leaned in a little too much to it, to the point where the paranormal investigator says, "Why are you saying these things?" Like, I mean, I guess it's kind of like, buzzwords for any industry. If I'm trying to think of something. If you work in banking and you have some new hotshot guy who's trying to fraudulently pass himself off as something he's not, who just says the word money in every sentence, you'd be like, "Hey, yeah, I know, I work here. I know we work in money."
I mean, you typically don't hire a plumber and then aggressively start talking to them about plumbing and how to do stuff and how they should have done it. And
a much better metaphor or analogy. Sorry, much better analogy. Okay, so another interesting thing about it is George Lutz's version of the events say that he fired Kaplan after learning that Kaplan was a vampire hunter.
Right. Can't forget that part.
But here's the interesting thing. Roxanne, Kaplan's wife, says that the reason he called was because there was a big write-up on him. Now, it might be possible, but it does seem a little unlikely that George learned that Kaplan was a vampire hunter within the 3 days after he hired him. Just think about that for a second.
You're saying unlikely?
It's unlikely, yeah.
So he probably knew that he was a vampire hunter from the get-go.
Exactly. And I think that in reading up on him, researching Kaplan, I think that was a... what am I looking for? That was basically an open door for George Lutz to think that as a vampire hunter... was the reason that George Lutz hired him in the first place. Maybe, in other words, George Lutz maybe saw an easily influenced nut job that he expected to be able to persuade into perpetuating the haunting claims.
He probably didn't expect a lot of journalistic integrity out of the vampire hunter either.
Or pushback, or resistance, or or criticism, or judgment.
Yeah.
But somehow, and I know a lot of vampire hunters, this vampire hunter somehow was full of logic and reason and explains to him, "No, your story just doesn't check out. Your story just doesn't track with me and the vampire hunting crew." Okay, so then also what I think this suggests is that George Lutz lost his nerve before the investigation because Kaplan confronted him over the potential lies. It seems like he starts to get the feeling that he can't push the vampire hunter over and that he's going to get exposed. And so he says, "You know what? No, you're fired." Because that whole reasoning of the press conference just doesn't make sense. And regardless of whether or not it was his intention to hold the press conference, the publicity's already exists. It's there.
Oh yeah.
So for him to say, "I don't want publicity," well,
silly.
No one has control over that after you did the press conference.
Yeah.
So that excuse just doesn't hold water. But again, I want to constantly reiterate, I don't believe these assholes. They're all nonsense. And we're also taking the word of a vampire hunter. Okay, so you still with me, buddy?
Oh yeah, I'm trusting.
Okay.
I'm with you, and I trust that vampire hunter so far too.
Oddly enough, he seems to be the most trustworthy person. How is that possible? How is that possible on this planet? A guy who calls himself a vampire hunter is the most logical skeptic. I mean, it just...
There'd have to be a lot of con artists around.
Yeah, and it's funny because... man, you are just like really hitting the marks on all these jumping off point segues.
It's a gift. It's
segues. And that I believe, personally, and we're going to see a little bit more of this as the story goes on, that what we're actually seeing is two con men competing, and one of them kind of gives up and says, "I can't keep going this direction. I can't continue this direction because there's already an oversaturated market of con men. So I'm going to take the opposite view and try to out-con these people." And how do you out-con con men? By telling the truth and saying, "Nope, I decry all of this. They're the crazy ones, not me."
Wow. Okay.
And you see what I'm saying? And oddly enough, he apparently made a living for 20 years after it by saying that the whole thing was a hoax and they were kooks. Okay, so that's all just opinion. It's all alleged. And if you analyze all this, you might have a different opinion. But that's what I think. So these are all rhetorical questions that I have that don't have any logical answers. Okay, but after hearing the claims and the statements made by these people, what do you think was going on, Corndiff?
I think they're all full of shit.
Okay, moving on. I mean, what else can you say, man? I mean, that's really it. And but how is it possible to live in a world where everyone is full of shit? Like, so far, there's not one single exception.
Unless they just attract each other type of thing. I don't know, man. I imagine once you have such a sensational story as the original murders that took place in there, people are going to constantly flock to anything and everything related to that location. So they're all full of shit. God.
Yeah, man. It's and this is crazy. Okay, so we're actually wrapping up here for this first episode of Skeptical Robot, and I've got just a couple more things to introduce that's going to kind of point the audience to where the story is going. So, I've been trying to really keep everyone abreast of all the names involved and all of the dates. But now we're actually going to get a brief introduction to some celebrities. So, after George fires Kaplan, there is a 19-year-old intern with a local TV news station who becomes a character in this story. So, here we go.
Though what actually transpired between Kaplan and the Lutzes remains the subject of debate, George and Kathy continue their search for a paranormal researcher. Enter Laura DiDio, then a 19-year-old intern with a local television news station.
At the time, I'm an aspiring reporter. I just wanted to be Lois Lane, Brenda Starr, Lana Lang. I said, wow, this would be a great story for the TV station. The Lutzes at the time were not talking to anybody. They did not really want to talk to the media.
Laura DiDio, he was the first person that came to us and said, look, I don't want anything to happen here that will hurt your family, and I'd like, if you don't mind, to check out the credibility of people that you involved in this investigation.
Young as I was at the time, I was still a cynical New Yorker. One of the things that struck me about their story is they seemed genuinely frightened.
Okay, I'm going to stop that for just a second and tell you that I do, to some extent, kind of like Laura DiDio as a character to this story, because she seems to be a little more forthcoming than everyone else. And whether or not that's honesty, I don't know. But she just seems to be a little more judgmental and a little bit more creative in her ways of, trying to avoid bullshit and avoid nonsense. Okay, so she seems like a straightforward person. She seems like pretty honest in comparison to all of these other scumbags, is what I mean, of course, because I still don't believe anybody. I'm just saying she seems a little bit more likable than the rest.
I would damn near call her normal.
Damn near? Okay, that's great. Man, you and I really seem to be on the same page. Okay. Damn near call her normal. Now, listen to this.
What happened to them in this house?
A few days later, DiDio introduces the Lutzes to self-proclaimed demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren. After their initial meeting, George and Kathy agree to let the Warrens investigate.
She was friends with the Warrens.
So she was the connection between the Lutzes and the Warrens.
She makes the introduction and gets the Warrens involved into this circus.
Oh my God.
A 19-year-old intern somehow has George Lutz's trust over a vampire hunter. You make the call of who is more trustworthy. Personally, I'd go with the vampire hunter. He seemed like he had a good head on his shoulders.
He seemed trustworthy.
Yeah. But Laura DiDio, I gotta admit, she seems normal. She seems likable. She seems, I don't know, man.
No red flags yet with her.
No red flags yet. And that is where the story is going to end for today.
Cliffhanger.
Yes. And next week, or whenever I get around to it, hopefully it's next week, we will tell more of the story. I don't know if we're going to get to conclude it because the story does get a little more complicated. But that is going to be our jumping off point. The Warrens. So let me ask you, do you know who Ed and Lorraine Warren are?
I I certainly do. I've seen all their movies. Yeah, no, they're the paranormal people, and they had the Annabelle doll. I think that's what I know them most from, but obviously also from the Amityville Horror. Yeah.
Yeah, and so what's interesting is that this was their moment to capitalize on celebrity. They were not very well known yet. And then you compare that to today, where their names are very well known. They were kind of just underground, pulling off their hoaxes and scams in their neighborhood. And now suddenly they get an opportunity to be on a big stage, make names for themselves.
Yeah, called up to the big leagues.
So, that is where our story is going to pick up next time. And here is just, I made a title card for that too. So, why not?
Wow. That's going to be good.
Man, I hope you do the next episode with me.
Yeah, hell yeah. No, I'd love to. Yeah, if you'll have me back, yeah, that'd be great.
You have been great. Yeah. So, I'm going to let you get out of here, but I want to do a recap real quick. Because there was a lot of information thrown at the audience, and I really, really would love everyone to try to keep up, because it's only going to get more complicated. I actually even thought about making some slides that had like glossaries of names, glossaries of dates. I really might need to, because it starts to get weird. Okay, so
spreadsheet out or something.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's, dude, that's it. It's gonna get really.
Yeah.
It's gonna get weird. That's all I can really say is this is going to be some weird shit. Okay, so let me just do something real quick here. Okay. Let's have a recap. Actually,
well, this is fancy.
Yeah. Play a little bit of music here. And okay, so let's. Oh shit.
I'll do Careless Whisper.
Wait, can you hear the music? I can't hear the music.
I don't hear music. No.
Yeah, where's the music? Son of a bitch.
I think the video is muted.
Is it? Oh yeah, it is. Wait, but now I'm playing it from a different source. Motherfucker. Nothing ever works. Alright, so let's do this. I'm going to play some music that I didn't like. Alright, so recap. You want to read that one for me, Corndiff?
Recap. On November 13th, 1974, Ronald Butch DeFeo Jr. murders 6 members of his family at 112 Avenue.
Oh, damn it. That cut you off. Okay. You know what? Maybe.
Read it again?
No. Hold on. Let's see. I'm sorry. Let's see. Maybe this is the right way to do it. That's too small. Shit.
I can read that.
Can't. All right. Well, then I will read the next part, and that is
music.
Oh wait, yeah, okay. I can't hear you. Maybe that was just a glitch. All right. So then here we go. So December 4th, 1975. Wait, is that right? Yeah. Okay. Ronald Butch DeFeo Jr. is sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences. Take that one, would you?
December 18th, 75, the Lutz family, George and Kathy Lutz, and their 3 children move into the house at 112 Ocean Avenue.
Over the next 28 days, George and Kathy Lutz claim to have been terrorized by various paranormal incidents.
Oh shit. The connection's gone bad. I actually can't read that.
That's all right. Okay, here we go. I'll do it. January 15th, 1975, the Lutz family abandons the house at 112 Ocean Avenue. 1 week after abandoning the house, George Lutz contacts Ronald Butch DeFeo. Motherfucker.
I love it.
1 week after abandoning the house, George Lutz contacts Ronald Butch DeFeo's should be Jr.
Son of a bitch, motherfucker.
lawyer William Weber. At that time, Weber was actively representing DeFeo in the appeal to his conviction. All right. Let me know if I'm missing anything. If there's any part of this that you think I should, that I might have missed. All right.
Got it.
So the Lutzes and Weber both contend that they met privately and that they discussed potentially collaborating on a book deal that Weber offered to the Lutzes. Am I right so far?
Oh yeah, spot on.
Okay. But also the Lutzes and Weber also both contend that the Lutzes did not pursue the book deal that Weber offered to them because Weber intended to designate a portion of the profits to Ronald DeFeo Jr., and they objected to that on moral grounds because they were giving money to a murderer.
Yeah.
All right. So, a year later, oh wait, nope, that's wrong. Sorry, I knew I was going to fuck something up. It's 3 weeks later, I guess. 3 weeks later, after allegedly having no contact with William Weber, George and Kathy Lutz hold a press conference in Weber's office to inform the press of their alleged haunted house story.
That's how I remember it.
I don't know why I decided to hold on that one so long. So, Kathy Lutz claims that the press conference was held only after Weber threatened the Lutzes.
Right.
Okay. And on the same day that the press conference is held, George Lutz contacts a paranormal investigator named Stephen Kaplan. He is, in fact, a vampire hunter. George asks Kaplan to investigate the house, and Kaplan agrees. Kaplan informs George Lutz that the results of the investigation will be made public regardless of what is discovered. Shortly after agreeing to investigate the house, Stephen Kaplan is quoted in a local newspaper stating that he would be performing the investigation. 3 days later, George Lutz contacts Stephen Kaplan to cancel the investigation. George Lutz and Stephen Kaplan's widow, Roxanne Kaplan, give differing accounts of the reason that George Lutz gave Kaplan when he canceled the investigation. George Lutz claims that he canceled the investigation because Kaplan's role as a vampirologist negated his credibility. Roxanne Kaplan claims that the reason George Lutz gave to Kaplan was that Kaplan's quote in the newspaper was bringing too much unwanted publicity. Kaplan further claimed that the day George Lutz complained about too much publicity was the very same day that the Lutzes held a press conference at William Weber's office. The next day, Kaplan tells a Long Island newspaper that he believes that the haunting is a hoax. So, George Lutz is contacted by a local news station intern, Laura DiDio. She introduces Ed and Lorraine Warren to George. And George agrees to let the Warrens conduct an investigation of the house. That's where we are, folks.
That's so much info.
That is so much info, and that is why I was very concerned and very worried about doing this, because I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure how to make it interesting, or I wasn't sure how to keep people interested. I think it's super interesting, and it's going to even get a little crazier next time.
I find it fascinating, and I think others are too. Yeah, I think this was a great first episode for this. Yeah.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So before we wrap up here, I want to give you an opportunity. Please plug whatever you would like to plug, sir.
Tuesdays and Thursdays I do a show over on my channel, WGNN, with Granny and Chops and X Corp. You can check us out at Corndiff on YouTube, and that is all I got.
How's Granny doing?
He's doing well. He's doing well. I saw he had a Cool Pineapple episode premiere today, and
I didn't know that was today. Oh,
yeah.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah. No, he's doing great.
Got a lot of love behind Granny. Definitely want to encourage him.
Oh yeah.
So, all right. Well, thanks so much for joining me, Corndiff. I hope you had fun. Love to have you back, and maybe we can finish this story together, and then maybe jump off to some other crazy stories. I will also be joined in the future by Echo Pineapple. He is going to handle some of the hosting responsibilities. We're going to trade those off in the future, where some shows will be held on his channel, some will be held on mine, and we're going to trade off some topics so that there isn't always one person leading the conversation. And it's funny, once I put pen to paper on all of the topics for this show, I realized that I actually sit on the fence for more than I expected. So I'm going to let him take the reins on those. But, hey, until then, please reach out to me on Twitter, Papa_Electrico. If I can clarify any of the points that I've made on this show, I would love to discuss it. There's going to be way more, at least one more episode, maybe even two. We'll see what happens. But, hey, please stick around for that next episode, and we'd love to have you back. So, thank you very much, Corndiff, for being here. And I don't have a very good sign-off yet, so I'll just say Eric the Midgets. Oh, yeah, Unboxing Eric, Sundays at 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. That is me, Casey Day, and DJ Electra talking about Eric the Midget. It is a fantastic show, and it is the most fun I have all week. So, until next time. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, I just thought about it. I'm gonna use my new toy.
Ooh, do it.
Bye for now.
Thanks so much. Oh, hey, I need a modulator. All right, thanks so much, and we will see you next time.
Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, and swamp creatures. He's a skeptical old dog that doesn't believe in ghosts. Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, and swamp creatures. He's a skeptical old dog that doesn't believe in ghosts. Others are swamp creatures.
And of course, I start off muted. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here for the second episode of Skeptical Robot. Man, I'm going to have to really keep my eye on that one. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me that everybody's here. And let me go ahead and bring in my guest. You know him as the vampire killer, Ear of Corn, Corndiff. How you doing today, buddy?
Man, doing great. Glad to be here. How are you?
Hey, I am so glad to have you here. And please keep up with those reminders of telling me to click the unmute button, because I don't seem to be very good at it.
It's our bit at this point. I
like it. Yeah. All right.
Oh yeah.
At some point, I'm just gonna make an ass of myself and do like a full hour. No one's gonna tell me. I just see it coming. All right, man. So let's get into it. Let's see here. So tell me, how much do you remember from last episode?
Oh man, they we met the Lutzes. We found
I'm not gonna make you go through the whole thing. Don't worry about it.
No.
Okay, so let's actually. I made some trading cards. I don't know if you saw them. I posted these on Twitter, just to kind of keep the story a little fresh in everyone's head. And hold on just a second here. I'm gonna actually become good at this one day. And here we go. Let's take a look at these. Just as a reminder of everything that happened on the first episode, here is my little trading card collection. Can you hear us now?
Hang on, I've got the volume turned all the way up here. Oh, yeah.
Can you hear us now?
Now we can.
Oh, well, shit.
Start from the beginning.
Man, all right. I did not know that doing that was going to cut out our audio. Fuck.
Welcome to the show, everybody.
All right, let's try this again. Man, I am sorry. Folks, please just know that I'm a rookie.
Blame the corn.
I am sorry.
Blame the corn.
All right. Yeah, it's all his fault. Okay, let me try this again. Man, I am so sorry, folks.
We're learning.
We covered a lot.
Now I feel like I'm better prepared for the first 10 minutes.
Okay, so then here we go. Let's try this again, folks. This is all going to be an effort to just kind of catch everyone up, let everyone remind everyone of the characters that we are going to be talking about, and also, Delta, thank you very much to let me know that my mic sounds better. I was very embarrassed with the first episode, and now I just fucking embarrassed myself again by muting myself for a solid. What were we on there for, like fucking 5 minutes? Fuck. Oh, Jesus. Anyway,
it really puts me at ease, though. As the guest, like I was like, man, if he asked me to do a recap again of last episode, I don't know what I blank, but I feel better now.
Oh God! All right. Well, we talked a lot. Okay, so here's the thing. We were going to go through some of these cards just to remind everyone about what happened in the first episode, and to let everyone know where we're going to be jumping off into this next episode. This next episode is going to get a little weird. It's going to be a little dense, and I am really going to apologize a little bit for how deep it's going to go, but it's all going to be important because it's just an interesting story and it needs a little bit of context. So all that to say, let's start talking about the characters. And one thing I did mention while I was muted is that I have decided that for members only, we are going to hold a members only live chat after we get through the Amityville story, just to invite everyone to get into one place for us all to discuss it. If there's any questions, if there's any kind of conversations that people might want to have about it. And also, I'm going to play some B-roll and some videos that I couldn't really quite fit into the story. And one of them is Ronald DeFeo telling his grandfather that after 6 months of being in prison, he decided being gay was really fun. So here we go. Let's get started. This is the house. This is the first trading card I made. And even though the murders probably are a better place to start, I still feel like I need to establish that this is the house. Let's see. Here we go.
Now, was it always 112 Ocean Avenue?
Oh, hey, that's a great question, Corndiff. Thank you. No, it was 112 Ocean Avenue, and it is not 112 Ocean Avenue anymore because people got fed up with nomads camping out on the lawn. And I don't know what the new address is. Anyway, so it's allegedly haunted by dead Indians, pigs, and dirty toilets. Thank you, Hackride. Big thank you to Hackride for helping me with my audio. Love that guy. He's great. Man, I just did not want to fuck up again with my audio, but god damn it, I already did. Anyway. So this is the house, like we talked about. It is possibly haunted, depending on where you lean, but the whole purpose of this show is to discuss how it probably isn't. So, I'm not going to ask you, Corndiff, where you lean quite yet, but there's plenty of story more to go to sway you one way or the other. So,
all right.
Let's see here. Next, we have Mr. Ronnie DeFeo. Ronald DeFeo murdered all 6 members of his immediate family when he was 23 years old. We've learned that he is not a reliable narrator. He is willing to tell any story for the chance of parole. And if you guys remember, we talked about how he has changed his story at least 10 times and probably even closer to 20 with several unofficial stories. Those have included the mob. They've included his sister killing the family. They included his mother killing the family. That was actually one of his stories. He said his mother killed the family and he just killed his mother in self-defense. Another one was that he was doing drugs, didn't remember anything. Another one was that he was hearing voices. They've gone all over the place. So what we can say is that he's not very reliable.
Now, what's this last fact?
This last fact is some video I'm going to be playing for members only. That he sent his father a letter, or his grandfather a letter, telling him how he's decided he wants to be gay and describes in detail how he learned it. I actually don't have all the details. There's only a very brief picture of the letter, but we get a narration of him saying, I'm gay now, and here's how I found out.
Wonder how long it took him to learn he enjoyed.
Hey, Grandpa, guess what? It took him less than 6 months.
Oh.
And, yeah.
He made friends quick.
Let's see here. And that's one of the best parts of the story. And I just wish I knew a good place to fit that story in. But whatever. All right. So I think this is right about when we got caught with our pants down with the audio. So now it's all new.
Oh.
All right. So George Lutz, one of the owners that bought the house after the murders. It was about 13 months after the murders happened. And we haven't quite decided exactly where he lies in terms of knowing anything about what they call the occult and paranormal. Not exactly sure where he stands, but he got caught in a couple of lies and got caught in doing some performative work for the vampire hunter, Mr. Stephen Kaplan, and he's going to show back up. Don't worry about him. He's going to be a big part of this story as it goes on. Saw animal footprints in snow when there was no snow. He does not trust vampire hunters. You, Corndiff, you and George Lutz would not agree on that. And he blames ghosts for dirty toilets in the house. So, and one of the things I also want to remind everyone of is that one of the things we came up with was that even though they tried to perpetuate this hoax, they weren't good at it. There's a reason why some criminals distinguish themselves as professional criminals, because they're just better at being criminals. These people were not good at coming up with a good haunting. A lot of the stuff they just borrowed from The Exorcist, and then a lot of it just didn't make sense. There were flies and goos and dirty toilets, and a dog tried to hang itself. Apparently, it made its own noose with its own thumbless fingers and tried to commit suicide. But whatever. Hey, man.
It's determined.
We'll see how far that story goes. Not a fan of levitating without consent. We're going to talk a little bit about that today. Does not appreciate when ghosts leave messy toilets. And when she smells perfume in the house, which was one of the things they attributed to ghosts, she doesn't think to blame her husband. She thinks to blame ghosts, which I just kind of thought was a really funny thing. And even they both acknowledge it. Yeah, she smelled perfume in the house. Ghost, right?
Convenient.
Yeah. And then next we have William Weber. William Weber is a scumbag in every sense of the word. Can you think of a better word, Corndiff? Because I can't.
Greaseball.
Well, all right. That works too. I don't know if it was supposed to be racist, but whatever.
Wait, is that a thing?
I'm joking.
Oh, I hope not.
Ronald DeFeo Jr.'s lawyer and had a literary agent and proposed a collaborative book deal with George and Kathy Lutz. The book deal included a 5% share of the profits for Ronald DeFeo Jr. Now, this is kind of where the stories diverge, and we're not really sure what's real, but they do seem to agree on the story up to this point. So, we'll talk a little bit more about that. And our next character is going to be Laura DiDio. At the time, she was a 19-year-old intern at Channel 5 in Amityville after the Lutzes gave the press conference at William Weber's office. She introduced the Lutzes to Ed and Lorraine Warren. Corndiff, you want to give us a little bit of a story on Ed and Lorraine Warren? It could be as brief or as long as you want.
They wrangled that Annabelle doll.
Hey, that's good enough. Great. Perfect. Because that actually is going to lead me into my next card. Can't believe you said that one. Man, your jumping off points are great. I said it last time. You really are good. So she introduces the Lutzes to Ed and Lorraine Warren. That's perfect. So here's the funny thing and why I like to distinguish Laura DiDio as a character to this story, even though she doesn't play as big of a part as everyone else. She's the only person in this story, so far anyways, that has not proven to be a lying, malicious piece of garbage. She could be maybe a little gullible, maybe a little naive, but she really does not seem to have any sort of ill will, or she's not trying to screw anybody. Can't say that for everybody,
No self-motivated agendas or anything.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, if this spoils it, I'm sorry. I don't know that ever changes. She kind of sticks with her story the entire time, where she just says, here's what I saw. You make of it whatever you want. But I believe something weird happened, but I don't know what it was. And that's a good enough answer for me anyway, So Ed Warren, self-taught demonologist. What does that mean? I don't even know what the fuck that means.
You got to have a certificate in that line of work. You can't just do that shit self-taught.
You know what? I knew a guy who went to DeVry who got a demonologist certificate.
I don't count. Yeah, that'll work. DeVry. They're accredited. Accredited? Yeah.
And let's see, paranormal investigator and painter. Did you know he was a painter?
Did not.
Puppet enthusiast, Annabelle. There you go. I find it funny that the actor that plays him in the Conjuring movies is thinner and substantially more handsome than he is. Because he just kind of looks like a frog.
Yeah, it's not quite Hollywood ready.
No, and look at that hair. That's like a baby's hair. Anyway, so spoiler alert, we're not going to get to it anytime soon. It's going to be a little while away, but it's in a plan. But he has some disturbing skeletons in his closet.
Uh-oh.
Crazy shit, man. Like, not only was he a scumbag stealing money, he was a scumbag in other ways. So, that leads us to his wife, Lorraine Warren, the medium. She's half of the paranormal investigation duo with her and her husband. They're a lot like the Scooby-Doo mystery team.
She's the talent, though. Let's be honest.
That's true. She's the face. The face.
Yeah, and I mean, if she's the medium, I mean,
he's the large. Ayo.
Hey.
Oh, that's good. Perfect. I don't have any sound effects. So one thing in here is one of her infamous lines that she says that I seriously hate so much, which is New York is as close to hell as she ever wants to get. It's such a terrible fucking line. We're going to hear it about 3 times tonight, and I just hate it so much because it just doesn't make logical sense when it comes to the English language. But
sounds like she just had a really bad time in New York.
Yeah, well, it's funny. No, what she actually says is that the house is as close to hell as she ever wants to get. But it makes no logical sense. That's not making a statement. I could say that Florida is as close to hell as I want to get. Doesn't mean you're actually close or near it. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm as close to Saturn as I want to get. Anyway, it's an open-ended dumb statement that doesn't make any sort of statement or conclusion. But I think that was kind of their life, was making statements like that. But so she's very proud to brag that she sold her life story to Warner Brothers. We're going to see some video of that tonight. And also, spoiler alert, she has some very gross skeletons in her closet too.
Oh, man.
Yeah, these were horrible, horrible people. One card that's missing? Wait, oh, did I just put it last? Shit. I might have fucked that up. Oh, boy. Well, the other big character is Stephen Kaplan, the vampire hunter. Possibly the inspiration for Wesley Snipes' Blade character. We don't know. I mean, you can only speculate on that sort of thing. But do you remember the story with Stephen Kaplan? What made him a part of the story?
He was gonna do. Oh yeah, well, the Let's dude reached out to him to check the house out for him or something like that, or do his own kind of investigation and he's the vampire hunter. Yeah, I remember him.
Yep. So George Lutz reaches out to Stephen Kaplan after an article that he reads, and he says, "Would you mind taking a look at this house and doing your paranormal investigating?" Sorry, there's a chat that just totally distracted me.
Is it the boat one?
Yeah.
yeah. Me too. I was reading it. What the fuck is this, man?
I was not expecting that, but hey, man, I love it.
And
this is what we're here for. It totally distracted me.
Whoop, whoop.
So he hires Stephen Kaplan, and according to the stories that we hear, he starts making some weird buzzword, word salad statements to Stephen Kaplan that Stephen Kaplan doesn't like, and starts to inquire, where'd you hear this?
Yeah.
And some of the things he talked about were demons. He starts naming demons' names, and he says, I know that this demon lives there.
Like he's kind of putting the cart before the horse.
Exactly. And, I think one avenue that we didn't really talk much about, I tried to hint at it, but I just wasn't feeling very articulate, was that made Stephen Kaplan suspicious of George Lutz's intentions, of faking everything and this being a hoax.
Yeah.
But one thing that we didn't talk about was why George Lutz was saying it, And I mentioned it a little bit, and I think the word I was really missing was manipulate. I think there's a theory that George Lutz was possibly trying to manipulate Stephen Kaplan. He was trying to actually plant some ideas.
Some a little NLP.
Seed,
yeah.
A little seed in his head, and hoping that Stephen Kaplan would take it, run with it, in order to, confirm or validate George Lutz's claims. Now, the reason I say that isn't because I'm smart at all. It's because it's what we're actually going to see in other investigators that that investigated the house. You plant this tiny little seed, and they run with it. It's also kind of something you'll see with psychics, which we'll eventually get to as well. They'll take anything and they'll just run with it. So you always have to watch what you say beforehand with the psychic. So anyway,
John Edwards.
Yeah, he's the worst. If you see his show live, he makes you sign an NDA.
Oh yeah. I saw Penn and Teller on that shit.
Hey, that's my favorite show. That is my favorite show.
Oh yeah.
So, all right. So I think that brings us up to date, and we're gonna jump off from here. Now, one thing that we didn't talk a lot about, because I was really just trying to establish the story a little bit and give an overview, is what happened at what do the Lutzes claim happened at the house? We don't know, or at least we didn't cover it. And there's a lot of things. There's a lot of weird things, and their story has changed several times. But let's just get a little bit of an overview of what they claim happened at the house that caused them to leave after only 28 days.
I heard there's Indians.
We're going to get to the Indians. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, we will get to the Indians. It's going to be actually the last part of the show, or at least later part of the show. But yes, there's going to
I'll be patient.
All right, so here we go.
George Lutz then says that a good friend who knew the history of the house strongly advised him to have it blessed.
The priest came and went about the house blessing and came out and told Kathy and I not to use the one upstairs bedroom we were going to use as a sewing room as a bedroom. He said he felt something in there. And he was slapped. He heard a voice tell him to get out. Those were two things that were immediate first few hours.
Within the first few days, George Lutz claims he found himself waking regularly at 3:15 in the morning, feeling restless, uneasy, and often hearing strange noises. Significantly, this was the time when the DeFeo murders were estimated to have taken place.
I got very sick in the house and lost a lot of weight, lost days at work. My own personal hygiene changed there.
So one thing I want to... I got to figure out how to move these better. One thing I want to point out there is that what he's claiming doesn't necessarily seem like you can attribute it to ghosts. He says my hygiene changed. What do you say to that? Like, that's just kind of a weird thing to say. I don't get it. But
I was muted that time.
All right. So after every time we're say mute, like one of us to say it real loud.
Wow. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I guess he was trying to say that, or imply that the spirits were affecting him so much that he was losing weight or in poor health.
Maybe,
right?
but you're absolutely right. He's implying it. He's not saying it. I don't really know exactly what he's trying to say. Hey, when I got there, man, I stunk. I stunk real bad, and I stopped cleaning myself, and I didn't want to clean myself. So, ghosts, am I right?
Maybe he was consciously keeping it vague so he can keep certain doors open for future stories.
That is essentially, what I think is happening. And just part of identifying when someone's lying, they do stuff like this. Oh, there were so many crazy, weird things. It was cold? You know, like it's I don't know, man. It's weak. It seems just
In December in New York, it was
in December in North New York. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But it's so weird. But it's also like all these things of he's saying that he's in control of. You know, I just kept chopping wood. I just kept chopping wood. Well, all right. What does that have to do with anything? Anyway, yeah. My point is going back to these people just didn't. They didn't seem to know what they were doing. They just weren't very good at it. But anyway, all right. Let's go back to it.
He was undergoing personality changes. He would snap at the family. He and Kathy were having arguments. He could not get warm. He was constantly outside chopping wood, building fires. Kathy would go to different rooms in the house and feel different things.
She was embraced by what she felt was someone, a woman.
Mute.
Unmute.
I tried to unmute you. It's funny. I could mute you, but I can't unmute you. Anyway, all right. So let's just talk about that real quick. Just because I want us to start taking a tally of every story that every person tells about what's in the house, because we're going to notice everyone has a different interpretation. Everyone has a very different story, but I just want us to keep track of it instead of us just simply saying, wasn't it different? Yes. So this is the one main thing that you're going to see different among every person. Okay. So he just says that there was a voice or a voice of a woman, or a woman touched his wife.
And I've never heard that part of their story, so that's new to me.
So, you know, it's funny. I did notice that there are actually some parts of the story that they don't even mention in documentaries. Like, I think, if I remember correctly, in the book, there's also a porcelain statue of a lion that they claim would bite them.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it's some bizarre bonkers shit. Yeah, it's so fucking weird. All right, so this is going to actually click over real quick to a different documentary where I just thought someone summed it up better than the rest. Huh? So we're going to hear a different voice, but you'll see what I mean.
One night, he saw his 5-year-old daughter Missy standing by her bedroom window, with the outline of a pig's face with red eyes behind her. He quickly ran inside her room, only to find his daughter sound asleep. Shortly thereafter, Missy began speaking of a new friend she was playing with, a pig named Jody. In another chilling instance, George looked down at his wife Kathy while she was sleeping and saw her face had changed and seemingly aged her as if she was a 90-year-old woman. Apparently, part of the house's effect on Kathy was that she would go through periods where she aged unnaturally fast and appeared to be another person altogether. This was reportedly also witnessed by her mother. Strange things continued to happen, such as doors ripped off hinges, a room full of flies in the middle of winter, cloven hoofprints in the snow just outside their doors, green slime oozing on the walls, and the discovery of a secret room in the basement that was nowhere on the house's original blueprint. This room was painted blood red, and was only big enough for 2 people to sit intimately close. It also gave off an intermittent odor.
A tiny little smelly blood red room.
It gave off an odor. Can you imagine a tiny little room in a basement might smell musty?
It's unheard of.
Ghosts. So, okay, so we've heard the story about Jody, the pig, and we've heard all of that. I just thought that summarized it really well, just to let the audience know about where we're going from here. But one thing that we didn't talk about a lot in the last episode was the Red Room. I don't get why that's even important. I don't get it, but whatever. They thought it was important. And the issue is that it just wasn't on the original plan, the blueprint for the house. And it's an extra closet.
I mean, it's the people missed stuff, or people added on to houses, so it could be something like that.
But what part of that is attributed to a ghost? That's what I don't get.
The only thing I can think of is the smell. If they're saying it was a paranormal smell, which I don't know. the hell that is.
But anyway, all right. So we're gonna keep going.
One night, George heard the sound of a band playing downstairs, and when he went into the living room to investigate, there was no one there. But the rug had been rolled up and the furniture had been moved as if someone had made space for dancing.
That he would be continually going about the fireplace, checking the fire.
Fights break out between the normally loving family members. Slowly, each of their personalities begins to change. In the ensuing days, the family is subjected to a series of strange and inexplicable events. Extreme fluctuations in temperature.
So that's one that always gets me. Extreme fluctuations in temperature. I don't imagine that there's any time where I've gotten cold and said there's something scary going on. I've just always attributed it to the weather or whatever. You know?
Yeah, and I mean that wasn't exactly a new house. I mean, imagine it had a certain amount of draftiness to it, and it's winter. It's like
I'm just going to keep doing this to reiterate. These people just weren't good at making up this hoax, and it doesn't seem like their skills of making up a hoax ever really improve either. But let's keep going.
The sickening scent of old perfume. Recurring black stains on the bathroom fixtures. And an infestation of flies in the dead of
I was
winter.
down in the basement one afternoon, and there was a particular shelving area that I really wanted to relocate and look like a portable. So I moved it, and much to my surprise, there was a small room behind it, and it was painted a red.
I kind of don't believe her.
Red. I don't know, man. It's just so silly. I don't really get what the point of even mentioning that as a ghost story is supposed to be. Anyway, that's just me. Please in the chat, if anybody has a different opinion, please just let us know what is scary. If you found a room in a basement,
Smelly room.
Okay, smelly room. Sure, let's say it's smelly. But they didn't say what it smelled like, you know? Maybe it smelled like that old lady's perfumes.
Could be style. Yeah.
Would that scare you into believing that it had some sort of supernatural element to it, other than just saying, "Hey, look, there's a new room here"?
I would need to see like chains mounted on the walls or candle wax coming from a candelabra or some shit to be spooked out. If it's just a random room, that probably wouldn't do it.
A pegboard full of bloody hammers.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, but yeah, a blank room or just an empty room with blank walls. What's funny is, if you really just dig down deep into what they're suggesting, is they're trying to actually just associate the red color as somehow being evil. I mean, am I wrong about that?
No, it definitely feels like they're pitching it as an evil color.
I mean, but that's ultimately all it is, right? Like, I've yet to hear what is the evil part of this room. They're just simply saying it was red. I mean, like, I can't even explain.
I can't think of a smell that I would call evil.
Exactly.
So,
what smell would you call? That's such a good point too. And you know what smell I wouldn't call evil? Perfume.
Right.
They're saying that they smelled an old lady's perfume. I mean, come on. That's obviously what George was doing. You were a Howard Stern fan, right?
No, not actually, just Opie and Anthony.
That's okay. There was a story one time told on Howard Stern show. There was a guy named Sal, Governale, who was just a hilarious guy. And he said that when he grew up, he was Italian, lived in New York. His father actually carried around bottles of women's perfume and convinced his wife that he loved this woman's perfume, where the wife even bought it for him for Christmas. And he was like, I just love it. It just smells so good. And later, one day, he realized that the whole reason he was doing it was because his girlfriend wore that perfume. And he would spray himself as camouflage so that his wife wouldn't get suspicious. And that's exactly what I think when I hear this story about her saying, oh, I smelled perfume in the room. And George Lutz just eyes getting huge. There's been other creepy stuff going on in the house.
We got ghosts and all. Follow them.
All right, back to the show.
We keep calling it a room, but we don't know what else to call it. It's a very small space. The fact that it was red and that it had an odor was the disturbing part.
This red room was not in the original house plans. Who built it? Why was it hidden? Soon the Lutz's puzzlement turns to abject terror. Night after night, George is snapped awake at 3:15 a.m., the established time of the murders. While Kathy is plagued by nightmares in which she relives the horror of the DeFeo tragedy. Desperate to rid their home of the diabolical presence, the Lutzes are advised by a friend to first open all of the windows throughout the house and then go from room to room reciting the Lord's Prayer.
So, this is a weird one. I'm going to cut this off here because I'm going to intersplice it with some actual footage that the Lutzes recorded when they did this. It's new to me. I've never heard of this, but supposedly it is a ritual when trying to exorcise the house of a demon, that you open all of the windows and cite the Lord's Prayer. But here we go. Just want to give you a heads up on that.
Did not know.
I open a window, you try to chase it out, Thomas. Go on now, so now. Here, spirit, come out the window, I'll give you tree fitted. Now don't go offering to sow no tree fitted one.
About tree fitted.
That wasn't real. I don't know. That was just so dumb. I don't know if that's an actual ritual, but that's exactly what it reminded me of. It's just so silly. Can you imagine having to run through your house, opening up windows for ghosts to run out of the windows?
I mean, they found their way in. They can find their way in.
That's a great point. They could use a door like everyone else.
Yeah.
Be reasonable. All right, here we go.
Desperate to rid their home of the diabolical presence, the Lutzes are advised by a friend to first open all of the windows throughout the house and then go from room to room reciting the Lord's Prayer.
Sounded like a solution to us. We did the same thing. When we did that, we heard a chorus of voices say to us, "Will you stop?" I believe that's one of the things that we did that caused the presence there to become less than happy with us.
Not until sunrise does the family dare fall asleep, unaware that their battle with the supernatural has just begun. After failing to cast the evil presence out of the house on Ocean Avenue, the Lutzes attempt to seek help from Father Ray, the Catholic priest who first came to bless the house, but find their efforts to reach him thwarted by some unknown force.
I can't hear you. And each time I would attempt that call, that contact, he would run into interference on the phone. There were times when Father Ray would attempt to call us, and the connection again would be broken up with static.
Oh, muted.
They're in the phones now. God damn it.
They're in the phone. Of all
in the phone. They're stretching. I mean, even for a ghost story, this sounds like just such a stretch. I mean, they're trying so hard to come up with something that's just.
So you would think they brainstorm at some point, and some of the ideas would have landed on the floor. Like they're like, nah, we got to cut this one. That's a goofy one, and they did no weeding out process. They went with every paranormal idea they had.
That's a good point. That is a very good point. I'm actually going to stop that video now because it's getting on my nerves. So that's a really good point. Yeah, they were just throwing shit at the wall, and then at some point we're like, well, let's just stick everything to the wall. Like, I'm just, there was just no, there was no filter for any of these ideas. And to me, that just is a huge, huge sign of a hoax. So the way that video ends, and I'll just go ahead and just narrate it, is that they get introduced to the Warrens by Lauren DiDio, and I wanted to just give a little bit of an intro to the Warrens. We have already talked about her, of course. But I want to give just a little bit of an intro because I liked the way that the Warrens were introduced in this documentary about them. It is only 54 seconds long, but I feel like it just says enough. So here we go.
TV station Channel 5 were determined to get the scoop.
I got in touch with George Lutz and said, your family needs help, because they were clearly terrified.
Laura called in a celebrated pair of psychic investigators based in Connecticut, Ed and Lorraine Warren.
The type of work that we do is investigation into the paranormal, the supernatural, the preternatural, from haunting phenomena caused by human spirits or through poltergeist activity or the demonic inhuman hauntings. We've worked on numerous possession cases and exorcisms, and Warner Brothers has the rights to our life.
So, what'd you get from that video, Corndiff?
She's intense. I don't know that I've ever really heard her speak before.
Yeah, she has the air of someone who is taking themselves very seriously.
Very. Yeah, I didn't pick that up from the movie. She was a little more humble.
And that last line, to me, was just so telling of who we're dealing with. This person is just trying to convince you that everything they're saying is legit, but then caps it off with, by the way, I'm finally famous. And I don't know, man, that's just not a good look, and that's just not what I would want to hear someone say who's trying to convince me of something being true.
Especially, I imagine people are constantly questioning her credibility. I mean, that's not, yeah, like you said, not a good look.
Yeah, and just not something you want to hear from someone trying to convince you of something. You know, something I love to study and something I love to read about is black holes. Black holes are fascinating. Just if you read about the science of them, if you read about like all the theories behind black holes and what they do and what they accomplish, it is so mind-bending. Like, it will like make you just fearful for your place on the planet. But if I were to hear, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson say, you know, at the end of a long lecture about black holes, oh, and by the way, I sold my life story to make a movie. It would completely eliminate all the credibility of the story. That's just me. I'm not trying to speak for anyone, but as far as I'm concerned, I will have forgotten everything said before that sentence. That's just me, though.
Yeah, no, it would definitely call that into question.
Yeah, it's just so weird. Okay, so now we're going to move forward a little bit to February 24th, 1976. If we remember, it was in January that the Lutzes left the house, allegedly. We are still not clear on whether it was 10 days or 28 days that they left, because they told both of those numbers to two different publications.
10 and 28. That's a huge difference.
And 28. And then if you also remember in our last video, that the vampire hunter, Stephen Kaplan's wife, actually interviewed several of the neighbors around 112 Ocean Avenue. And she said that she got multiple accounts of people saying, I didn't know anyone moved into that house. They said that they never put curtains up, and that several of the neighbors could see through the windows of the house to see unopened boxes.
Wow.
Anyway, but, hey, that's hearsay. We can't prove any of that, but that's what some people supposedly said to Miss Roxanne Vampire Hunter. So now we're going to move up just a couple of weeks, and it is now February 24th, 1976. And this is the first time the Warrens investigate the house at 112 Ocean Avenue. And we're going to hear a little bit about what happened in the investigation of the spookiness.
On February 24th, 1976, demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren, accompanied by a television news crew, investigate the abandoned Lutz home in Amityville, New York.
The first thing that struck us when we went in was that you would have thought that they were just out for the afternoon. Everything was as they left it. I mean, they weren't kidding when they said they fled the house.
The overwhelming impression as I entered the foyer of that beautiful home the first time was sadness and depression. But I was in a home where horrible tragedy had occurred.
And of course, what you do remember is that 6 people were murdered in this house. So that's enough to make things spooky.
While inspecting the basement, Ed Warren claims to have encountered a terrifying, inhuman presence.
Suddenly it felt as though I were under a heavy waterfall, and the pressure was driving me down to the floor. And I commanded in the name of Jesus Christ, what was there to reveal its identity? There was hundreds of pinpoints of what I can only describe as electricity. I understood and knew right at that point that what we were dealing with was no ghost. This was no ordinary haunted house. This, on a scale of 1 to 10, was a 10.
All right, so we hear a little bit from Fred and Velma there, talking about what they saw that night. And again, these are things that they experienced personally, but no one else did. And
we got to take their word for it, right?
We have to take their word for it. It's exactly it. There's no objective evidence that they found. There's nothing that was experienced by anybody else, despite the fact that there were other people there. But oddly enough, the guy who has the vested interest in proving that there is, in fact, some sort of paranormal infestation here, walks in and is the victim of it, but no one else. So, let me check in with you, Corndiff. Tell me a little bit about how you're feeling about all of these characters right now.
I don't know, man. Starting to feel like the story is not as magical as it once was.
It was magical?
I wanted to believe in a lot of this, and I feel like I'm slowly becoming a non-believer in this story.
Yeah. It's a bunch of nonsense. And here's the interesting thing that makes me that made me want to tell this story. And let me just let the audience know that we're not even halfway through this whole story. Actually, maybe about halfway. How is it that if we were to stop the story now, with all of the circumstantial evidence and suggestions, innuendo that we have heard from all of these people involved, how did this story grow legs so much that even the fictionalized version of the events still maintains some sort of reputation as being true?
Did they get an agent?
Well, we're going to get there, let me tell you. But that's what's so funny is all of this happened, all of these very suspicious things, people that caught people's attention for being suspicious, caught people's attention for being, a potential hoax. It all got caught early. It got caught in 1976. Guess when the movie came out? 1979. This is 3 years before the movie came out, and people are already pointing out, hey, I think this whole thing is full of shit. But somehow, this mass hysteria followed with it, and it grew. It becomes its own thing, and people want to believe it. Like you just said, you wanted to believe it. It had, it had a magic to it. It had this specialness about it where people really thought that maybe this was some sort of proof or this was some sort of evidence of something scary in the world, but it just wasn't there. It never was.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy, horrifying story, but in the end, it's a happy ending because they make it out. So it's like it even has a good ending. It's just, you want to believe.
It's crazy. And again, let me just thank everyone who's here in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Everything you guys do is support to me. Just being here, watching is support. Hitting the like button is support. Sending super chats is support. Subscribing to my channel is support. And so for that, I'm very, very grateful. Thank you to everyone.
Hit the support button.
Yes, hit the support button. And I hope I'm not boring everyone with this story because it's actually about to take a really weird turn, which I think will get your interest back. So let's stick with this. And I think you know a little bit about this part, Corndiff. We're going to talk a little bit about this. Stick with me, folks. This is going to get a little spooky. But let me give you a little bit of a heads up on what we're doing. So that, if you wrote down the dates, was February 24th, 1976. And what happens is George Lutz, and this is after he's fired Stephen Kaplan, by the way. George Lutz grows fond of the Warrens. He kind of likes them. And guess what? They gave him the support, the third opinion, or, the second opinion, third party opinion, that maybe there's something spooky here. So guess what? He's now fans. He's now a fan. I don't want to say who was thinking what. We'll never know that. But I do believe that this is an instance in which we talked a little bit about with Stephen Kaplan, where he was able to drop the leading, not questions, but the leading facts. He was able to lead the investigators where he wanted them to go.
He inceptioned them.
Hey, there you go. Man, yeah, that's a very good point. Inceptioned them. He dropped these little clues, dropped these little seeds. They picked up on them, and they're like, oh, you know what? This guy knows what's going on. And you know what? He's right. I'm gonna confirm it. And I got attacked by these ghosts. And why these ghosts like to shit in toilets and why they smell like ladies' perfume, I don't know, but whatever. They attack me.
I think that technique is called neuro-linguistic programming. NLP. What he's doing, the changing someone's thoughts, but planting that seed, like you were saying.
That's interesting. I've never heard that term, but I'm fascinated with more about it.
NLP. It's like it's good for social engineering too.
Neuro-linguistic. I'm going to write that down. That's good. I like that.
It's from
what you should have ended that statement with was, and I've sold my story to Warner Brothers. Okay, there you go. We're a good team. We're a good team, you and I.
That's right.
All right, so George Lutz invites the Warrens back, but this time they come with friends. That's the funny part about this. They bring other psychics. They bring other researchers. They bring a news team. The
Warrens did?
The Warrens did. Well, you know what? Actually, maybe I'm assuming that part. All of these people go. It is a big group of people. And in fact, maybe the news team might have been the lead of it, since Laura DiDio was on part of the news team and she did make the introduction. She might have been. But when it comes to coverage of these sorts of things in documentaries, the Warrens are always kind of taking the lead. So maybe I was dumb for believing that. But yes, the Warrens go, and then the Warrens bring a whole slew of people with them, including researchers, other psychics. We're going to hear from another psychic who, I don't know, man. She makes me laugh because it seems like she just tries to keep on getting her foot in the door with something dumb, and no one really cares what she has to think, and that's the impression I get, and it
like
makes me
the Dan Brady of psychics.
Yeah, exactly. Like she's like, oh, and you know what else I did? And it's like, no, we don't really care what you think. That's how I took it anyway. And then I actually just did include a couple of little nuggets in here on the video. I edited the video to kind of just let everyone take a note of the things I noticed. There's one part where you're going to hear a little alarm go off because somebody says something that's just really off-putting when it comes to them trying to tell you that they know all the facts. Anyway, enough of me leading on. Let's do this.
We felt it was in our best interest never to go back in that house again. But we did go back in order to finish the research that we were doing.
At the Lutz's request, the Warrens returned to the Amityville house on the night of March 6, 1976, along with a contingent of psychics, paranormal researchers, and reporters. Among them are researcher Laura DiDio and a camera crew from New York's Channel 5 Metro Media News, who are on hand to film the investigation.
There must have been 15 or 20 people in the house that evening. We had other researchers from Duke University's very highly respected School of Parapsychology. And of course, there was myself, Marvin Scott, who was the on-camera reporter, and a couple of other reporters from radio stations. It was arranged to go in there on the night of March 6, 1976.
Soon after the Channel 5 news team and their reporter Marvin Scott arrived at the house, people began behaving unusually.
Nothing happened to me, but
the 19-year-old intern. This is taken a little bit later. But I love her honesty. I mean, it says so much when she is surrounded by all of these people who are constantly saying what they are experiencing from a supernatural, paranormal perspective, and trying to convince the world that this happened or that happened, and I felt this. Ed Warren saying he got attacked by a bunch of ghosts that held him down and kicked him and made him eat dog poop, whatever it was he said that they made him do. And she's like, I didn't see anything. And I love that. I that is what makes me think that maybe she is like the only positive person in this whole story. Is she seems to be pretty honest about most everything. And I could be saying honest only because I agree with her, who knows, but I do just love how she's a contrarian.
Yeah. At a certain point, if she's the only one out of everyone that's not saying, at least, that they're experiencing spooky paranormal shit, then doesn't it become likely that she's just a ghost hater and she's trying to discredit the whole story?
I mean, there's an argument for anything. There's an argument for anything to be made there. But I love how she's taking a stand. Maybe that's the better word instead of just saying
definitely.
truth. I like how she is taking a stand and saying, I wasn't convinced. There is another person we're going to hear from a little bit who similarly does that, but I don't know that his motives are as pure as hers. She didn't really have much to gain as an intern. She just, as an intern, she wasn't going to take credit or blame for it. She's, as a 19-year-old intern, you're not going to get any mention in the news for being a part of this. So I feel like she had like the least vested interest in this being real. And for her to just say, man, these people are all full of shit. I don't know. It seems very, very genuine and sincere. But anyway, enough of me blabbing.
Things were happening to people around me.
The way people were affected was just crazy.
First thing that happened, our cameraman, Steve, got to the landing on the second floor, and all of a sudden he bent over, clutching his chest. He had stabbing chest pains.
The overwhelming impression was very sad.
I had the impression of a teenager who had done something that had changed his life entirely, and he had committed it.
That was the thing I really wanted to point out. This psychic lady is talking about how a teenager did something terrible in this house. Ronald DeFeo was 23 years old.
This is the psychic.
Maybe she... Go ahead.
This is the one that was the Jan Brady?
That's who I think. She just keeps trying to interject stuff, and I don't feel like she's...
Meg Griffin. Yeah.
Yes, that's exact. Meg Griffin. Like, I feel like they're just kind of throwing it in out of necessity. Like, all these people are telling the story, and they're like, and what do you have to say, Mary Downey? What happened to you, Mary? Jesus.
She was somehow a friend of a nephew to the producer, and this was a favor.
Exactly. And then, all right, this is your big chance to say what you think happened. A teenager did this. Ah, fuck. Yeah. Mary, come on, do some research. Jesus, it was in the papers. It's so dumb. Like this is, you shouldn't get facts wrong as a psychic, or I'm sorry. You shouldn't get public facts wrong as a psychic.
Yeah, the stuff. Yeah, you should definitely have that ironed out.
And I heard that and I was like, you've got to be kidding me with this. But Meg Griffin's, that's the best comparison. It's exactly who this was. It was like, all right, Mary. So what does Mary have to say? Anyway, all right, back to it.
Something horrendous.
When we went up to the second floor, of course, the psychics could feel the remnants or the bad vibes. 6 people had been murdered violently there, not 2 years before.
There was a window above me, and I saw a face of a young girl looking out at me.
No, you didn't, Mary. I feel like somebody's just thinking that off stage or off camera.
Is she the only one that's ever reported seeing the face of a young girl?
Yes, and that's another part of the story. Is that, another part of what I was mentioning earlier, how no one's story ever seems to really mesh well. No 2 people have the same story of what they experienced in this house. No 2 people. Everyone has a different story. And it's just annoying. Mary...
They could have tried harder.
They could have tried a lot harder. And Mary here is a piece of shit.
A little bit of coordination goes a long way when you're trying to scheme.
Yes, exactly. Hey, people don't just rob a bank the day they think about robbing a bank.
No.
They have to plan for it.
Planning and scouting it out.
Yeah.
Then I heard crying, weeping. So I said, look to the white light, walk towards it, and everybody you love is waiting for you.
Lorraine.
Didn't you also total get vibes of Poltergeist from that?
Yeah.
All are welcome.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like just borrowing from a lot of the movies that had already come out.
Yes, exactly. Borrowing or stealing, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It's just all borrowing from movies. That's all it is. And honestly, I think that's how ghost hunting is. For my opinion, when they try to tell you that some electronic device can measure, whatever, what is it, electrons or something. But there's supposed to be some sort of device that measures electrons in the air. And I'm like, well, what scientist established that electrons are associated with ghosts?
Right.
No one. You got that from Ghostbusters. It's so dumb. Anyway.
It's a documentary.
During the seance said that she felt like there was some evil here that was from the bowels of the earth. It ordered spirits of the dead DeFeos.
I could see bodies
That was Lorraine who did that.
all lined up, all with white sheets over them.
I got the impression of like hooded figures like monks right outside the door, closing the door well, looking in at me. I thought, uh-oh.
I get to the top and I go into a room and Marvin Scott said to me, "What is it? What is it?" I said to him, "I hope this is as close to hell as I'll ever get."
A little dramatic.
I hate that line so much. Hey, real quick, hold on. Hamhead, thank you very much. Gifted 1 Luigi Greenberg membership. Hamhead has been very supportive, very encouraging. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone. I really appreciate that. Oh, hey, look, and guess who got it? Space Chief.
Yay.
Gifted a membership by Hamhead. Space Chief rules. Fantastic artist. Please go check him out on X. Space Chief, please throw your handle in the chat and I will put that up. Fantastic artist. Makes just amazing work. And looking forward to some work he might be doing for us here. So let's talk about that. That line. What I hate about that line is how it's become iconic for Lorraine. It is not, in fact, a statement. It is just simply saying a preference that she has based on distance. And it's not any sort of conclusive statement by saying, I am near hell, I am near ghosts. It is, in fact, just saying this is as close as I want to get to wherever they are. I hate that so much because it's not a statement.
How much you hate it. It's like she probably didn't expect people to analyze her statements this much, but no, when you do, it's there's no substance.
There's no substance to it, and it's not actually a statement, and I hate it so much. I mean, if you just think about it, like in terms of outer space, I talked about black holes earlier. Hey, you know what, Corndiff? Yep. Texas, let's name some city. Austin, Texas, is as close to a black hole as I ever want to get.
That's a good rule of thumb.
Thank you. I mean, it's just, I hate it. And what I hate is also, we're going to see here, she repeats it. She's proud of it. She's proud of that statement because it's somehow, she thinks it's giving her some sort of validity or confirmation that she saw a ghost.
It's as if when she said it, she was trying to read or propose it as a line for a movie poster or something. Like it's,
yeah, you're right.
I'm certain it was rehearsed.
Yes.
Like she had come up with this at some point and was like, all right, I got to use this.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to have to make that one. I'm going to have to make an AI video of Lorraine Newman. That's the chick from Saturday Night Live. Lorraine Warren looking into a mirror, practicing, saying, "This is as close to hell as I want to." No, that doesn't work.
This is
as close to hell as I want to. That doesn't work. I hate that line so much. And for anyone who ever heard that line and thought, oh, that means she's close to hell. I'm probably nitpicking, but it's so awful. It's just awful.
It's not good. It's very bad. Yeah.
They asked me at one point to see if we should hold a seance. I was a little bit leery about doing that. I felt I was putting myself in jeopardy.
It's whatever's here. Whatever.
The fuck is that?
Intense.
I just hate seeing shit like this, and I hate people buying into it. It's an act. It is an act. You were trained to do this stuff at magic school. These are all little magic campers. They went to magic camp as kids, and they learned how to do these tricks. That's all it is. And then you act a little dramatic about it, and people start to buy into it, or some do anyway. It's just.
I mean, it definitely feels like 90% of these people are con artists, and it only makes me curious about their pasts prior to all this.
Have I told you, Corndiff, how great you are at jumping off?
Not lately, but I'll take it.
Oh, man. You are good. Keep that in mind. Want the audience to keep that in mind. What do their pasts hold? You know what? Actually, we're not going to get into everyone's past in this episode. Okay. But just try to remember it for maybe a few months from now when we actually start talking a little bit deeper. Or I guess weeks, whatever. So once we're done here, we're going to actually follow the Warrens. We're going to at least need one more episode of the Amityville Horror, and then we're going to jump right into other hoaxes that the Warrens pulled. Probably the next one is going to be Annabelle.
Oh.
Let me give you a little preview on that one. Would you believe that the entire concept of Annabelle was taken from an episode of The Twilight Zone?
Oh, that fucking doll.
Talking Tina.
Tina.
The name of the episode was Living Doll. Now, here's the thing. Anyone can say, oh yeah, okay, well, that happened. That doesn't mean they're correlated. That doesn't mean they're related. That doesn't mean they stole it. Anybody could say that. So maybe it's a stretch for me to say that it was a stolen idea. But what was the name of the mom in that episode?
I think it might have been Annabelle.
Her name was Annabelle.
Yeah. It's not looking good.
Yeah, and the grifting, there's nothing wrong with grifting, in my opinion, if you do it well. It's the people who put in, piss poor efforts at the grifting that just
give it a bad name. Grifting.
Give it a bad name. There are some famous grifters in our world who will live on in infamy, But man, it's just sad. It's just sad. Super chat, fantastic. Let's see what we got here. Dang Lizard, hey, big fan, Dang Lizard. I believe that is some sort of caterpillar currency. I don't know what that is.
Fuzzy worm.
Yeah. No, thank you very much for the 10 euros, Dang Lizard. Appreciate it. This is as close as founding this show that I ever wanted to get. Just kidding. Christian Heaven sounds like hell to me. Dang Lizard, thank you very much. I couldn't have said that better myself. I appreciate it. And hey, maybe that's going to be the theme of the show. Christian Heaven sounds boring. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
That's a good one.
I'd like that. That is good. I might actually screenshot that and frame it. All right, so back to this. This is going to be a little bit of a long video because we're going to actually hit a little bit of a point here. I think we just got another minute. Actually, I'm confusing it. Where we're going to hit a bombshell. There's going to be a bombshell here. Let's get to it.
It's here.
You're trying to harm them?
Yes, and it's something that comes at you and makes your heart speed up, that kind of thing.
Veteran.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, real descriptive.
Newscaster Marvin Scott, who covered the event for the local TV station, recalls that the night he spent in the Amityville house was anything but sensational.
Okay, real quick, I'm sorry to keep stopping this, but I do want those people who are taking notes on all of the characters to note this character, Marvin Scott. He is the reporter who accompanies the Warrens and this group of people on this night in March of 1976. Possibly the number 2 character in this story who does not seem to have any sort of malicious intent. And Anyone else can make a different opinion. I just don't see it, and this guy seems like a pretty straight shooter because he seems to back up everything he has to say with some sort of fact. And I like that. I appreciate it. But again, he did have a vested interest in this being a hoax or this being, paranormal, so there's nothing really conclusively to say where he lands on it as far as his intent or his sincerity. But the guy does seem to be pretty honest because he backs everything up he says. So I would love to hear if anyone disagrees with me. This is going to be a point that I don't typically go with feelings on, but I do just get a good vibe from this guy.
During the course of the seance, one of the psychics became ill and left the room. Another complained of a pounding heart. Personally, I felt a slight chill in the back of my neck. I didn't make much of it.
That's all he had to say. It was, all these people were being dramatic, they were crying, they were feeling attacked by ghosts. My neck got a little cold. And again, like I was saying earlier with Laura DiDio, when they're surrounded with all of these very dramatic stories and you take a stand that is not giving into the same tone as those other stories, that tends to lend some credibility to me. Where I'm like, you know what? You're not following the crowd. You're being a contrarian. To me, there's a little bit more truth in that, especially if it's not being sensational in any way. If it's just simply saying, no, I didn't get any of that.
They're not, they're not trying to keep a spotlight on them for anything. They're just trying to say, hey, this is what this is all I saw.
Oh, that's a great way of saying it. Not trying to keep a spotlight, not trying to be remarkable in any way.
Yeah.
Just saying, no, I didn't see that. I'm like, oh, hey, I believe that guy.
And actually, they're in the position to where the spotlight is on them.
Exactly.
They're saying, no, it's. I wish I could. It's almost like you would think they would want to say something, make something up.
That is exactly it, because they are in a position where they could keep the spotlight if they wanted it. Yeah. They could extend that. They could try to draw out their fame. They could try to write a book, something, and they just say, meh. That's all they have to say. And I don't know. That just lends so much credibility to me. And I don't know about anybody else, but just me.
2 a.m. I remember Marvin Scott turning to me and say, "We don't have it." In other words, this was not The Exorcist for television.
Although nothing happened for the TV cameras, one photograph taken that night would later apparently reveal a mysterious presence.
The camera was set up in a tripod and it just automatically shot off a flash photograph every few moments. And there were rolls and rolls of film of this particular doorway was into our daughter Missy's room.
Lo and behold, on the second floor, in the doorway of one room, there is the distinct figure of a little boy peering out from the doorway. There were no children in the house that night. So it's like, okay, where did this come from?
All right, so that goes right.
So, I'm going to back this up. See if I can get a close-up of it. Let's see. There you go.
There it is. Looks like a young boy.
Shit. What did I do wrong? This thing's not cooperating very well. Okay. Oh, there you go. All right. So it looks pretty creepy, right? Oh, motherfucker. Damn it.
There it is. It's close.
Hold on. All right, hold on.
I can do this.
Boom. All right. There we go. All right.
Yeah.
So,
I feel like I can even see there's a kid wearing a plaid shirt or something, a button up. I don't know.
Okay, let's talk about that. That's great. Okay, so you see a kid. Let's be specific, just for the sake of making sure that we're all on the same page here. That looks like a Caucasian child, with maybe a full head of hair, with wearing a plaid shirt, maybe wearing glasses.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Because it looks like there's some weird, reflection.
Could be demonized, but it could also be glasses.
You never know. Yeah. Could be demon eyes. Could be the creepy girl that they saw in the window. Could be Jody the pig.
Jody. Wearing
Jody.
plaid. Look at her go.
Jody the pig. Jody the pig wears plaid. Lesbian flannel. So that is something that's, look, I'm a skeptic, but I'm going to tell you it's creepy. It's something, it looks odd. And if everyone is going to simply say that they don't know what it is, well, that definitely lends some mystery to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think weren't they saying they were all certain there was no child in the house?
Yeah. Yeah, no child in the house. It doesn't appear to, based on the testimony we're going to hear, it doesn't look like anybody they know, and nobody can identify who it might be. I'm a skeptic, and I'm going to tell you, that creeps me out. I'd wonder. I would think there's a logical explanation, but I can't give you the logical explanation.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, There are plenty of things in my life where I've just kind of said, I don't know, and I'm never going to know. I just have to accept it. But this has captured attention because of the fact that it's just so fucking weird. It's so fucking creepy. And people want to say they see a ghost. People want to say they see, anything like that. So let's finish up and maybe we can talk a little bit about what it might be. Okay, so I just have to point out, I'm going to figure this out one day. So that time, I muted the video, not myself. I knew to not mute myself, but I muted the fucking video.
Hey, there you go. Try something different. You got to mix it up.
There we go. All right, here we go. Try it.
There is the distinct figure of a little boy peering out from the doorway. There were no children in the house that night. So it's like, okay, where did this come from?
A demonic spirit. It can appear as anything it wants to appear as.
I'm sorry. That's just funny to hear an old lady just saying, this old lady, psychic investigator, a ghost can do anything it wants to do. A demonic spirit can make itself anything. It chooses a little boy for camera.
Yeah.
That no one else saw. Well, then why didn't it choose to be, some sort of purple spaghetti monster?
Anything. I instantly thought Teletubby.
If I was in a house spending the night and had a camera taking random pictures and a Teletubby showed up on that picture, you better know right now all of my years of skepticism would be thrown out the window and I would say I believe in ghosts. I believe in ghosts and I'm here to do their bidding. I serve them. They are my master. But no. Saw somebody who looked like over a dozen or who had the same characteristics, maybe not the specific characters, had the same characters as over a dozen other people that were in this house at that exact same time. That's what this demon chose to look like. Oh boy. All right, let's finish.
Not very original.
Although they insist that no children were present in the house.
Demons are known for not being very creative.
Hacks.
Yes, hacks.
When this photograph was taken, the Warrens admit that it has never been scientifically authenticated.
For the believer, no evidence is necessary. For the atheist and the skeptic, no evidence is possible. That settles it right there.
All right. Now, I have rambled on about one statement that Lorraine made that pissed me off. Now I'm going to ramble about this statement that pissed me off from Ed. What a dumb thing to say. I mean, this is a stupid thing. It doesn't make logical sense.
No, but it sounds catchy. It's an attractive statement that they can publish in a quick little newspaper article. I mean, it's no one's going to look past the surface value.
Maybe, but God, what a fucking dumb thing to say.
It is a stupid statement. Yeah.
For the atheist, there's no explanation is possible. Well, dummy. You know what? Actually, we're all parts of the Dabbleverse here. That totally sounded like something John would have said with his dumb boom. You know?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. For the atheist, no, whatever the fuck he says. You know, just boom. And people are just sitting around saying, that doesn't make any goddamn sense, dummy. So, to prove Mr. Warren wrong, there is an explanation. There actually is a very logical explanation. There's a fantastic, reasonable, scientific, reproducible explanation for what it is. All right. What I'm going to play now is a video from a website, from a YouTube channel called Rational Era. I have actually seen several videos trying to explain what the picture of the boy is. This one, I think, just knocks it out of the park with a very concise explanation. Now, he's actually going to be playing a video from someone else, from an actual skeptical society. And they narrate and summarize this other video where they actually explain the scientific reason or explanation for the boy. I think this one just does it best. I've heard a couple of others, but this guy actually took the time to recreate exactly what might have happened. Most likely happened, I'm going to say. So I'm going to try not to interrupt this one. I'm going to try to let this one go. In fact, I'm going to actually go to the bathroom while this one plays. So here we go.
What about the ghost boy photo taken by one of the investigators while Ed and Lorraine were at the house? Well, many online have pointed out that was actually another investigator there by the name of Paul Bartz. Kenny Biddle made a video analyzing the investigator Paul Bartz and the ghost boy in the photo's appearance. Kenny made a point that their appearances don't look like they match until you realize they have the same hair part. And while the clothes don't seem to match either, that is, until you realize the film is a special infrared film stock that additionally captures different spectrums of light compared to the normal black and white film, essentially giving that photo different shades of gray.
People have been saying that this is the gentleman in the shot. And you know what? When you do it side by side like this, it really does look like him. I actually overlaid it. The similar face, especially up here, the part of the hair where the hair goes off to the side here, it's exactly the same. It matches up perfectly. And then the striped pattern for the plaid shirt matches up, but it's different color. Like this one is lighter, this one is darker. So what's going on with that? What's going on with that is that there's a difference between the earlier photos that night, which was done with regular black and white film, and then later on that night when it was set up on a timer using infrared film. So right here, there's a normal camera used up top two pictures. So this is a color photograph that I used, and I took two jackets that I have that have plaid, the plaid kind of design on it. And then I switched to black and white and took a shot. Not much difference, especially with this one on the left. But when you go to an IR converted camera, and especially when you look the upper here, the normal one, black and white, and this one, you can see how it changes from a light colored pattern, a more light colored plaid pattern, which is what the code is, to this one right here, and it becomes darker. So big difference. So when we go back to the picture of Paul Bartz next to what is probably him leaning out the doorway, we can see that yes, the reversal of this plaid shirt is just in line. It's in line with what we would expect to happen.
So, what'd you think about that?
No one, after that photo came out, thought to speak up and say, "Hey, this looks a lot like that one guy."
You got me, man.
Like, what the hell? Like, it looks a lot like him. Well, the hair, especially.
I can't explain what any of these people think or say or do. I don't get it. But that's exactly what I thought was, what about the guy himself? Did he ever think that looked like him? You know?
Exactly. Yeah, he's seen the picture.
I just don't get it. And all I can think to myself is, you had psychics, you had news anchors. They just wanted a story. Maybe they thought it just was better to not tell this part of the story, to tell the full story. Maybe, I don't know. But there's just so much circumstantial evidence to suggest that so many people just wanted this to be true. Yeah. It's like mass hysteria. So many people decided to put away their logic, decided to put away their reason, and just try to make this fit.
Yeah, and it's like they wanted to believe too, but then you realize, it seems like they had some sort of financial something to gain from it. Most of them.
They did. And I'm looking at the time now. We've been here an hour and a half. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I actually prepared what I thought was only going to take an hour and a half, but I'm only through half of it. Oh. So I'm not going to keep everyone here for another 4 hours, or whatever. So we might just have to do a fourth Amityville hoax episode. And I'm actually kind of glad, because the thing that is the most dense part of this story, I really probably should take a little bit more time to see if I can clear it up, because there's going to be just something really, really, just really fucking weird that goes on. And it's a big part of the story. It's a big part of the story.
Yeah, you can't rush it. That's why some of these, or most of these details, have been kind of glazed over for so long. It's like,
let's finish up with the second part of this investigation. So we're gonna finish up with the March 6th, 1976 investigation, and let's see here. So that was only half of the story, because what happens is they kind of deviate in the story when these documentaries tell the story of what happened that night. They tend to deviate with the story of the boy, which I did too, because that's probably just the best way to tell it. But more goes on that night. That wasn't even the end of the story of that night. So let's talk a little bit more about what else happened that night. In the last episode, I think that whenever there was dead air, you would sing Careless Whisper, and I like that. My little niece is 12 years old, and she plays the saxophone in her school band.
Oh.
I've been trying to get her to master Careless Whisper.
There's a lot of technique in that song. I played alto saxophone for 8 years. Yeah,
it's funny to see. It's funny to see a kid do it and not get the joke.
Right.
And I'm just like, no. I want you to play this song. And she's like, why? Like,
you don't get it. It's gonna be awesome.
Just do it. Just do it. Okay, here we go.
When the Lutz family claimed that their home in Amityville was possessed, a local TV station assembled a team of psychics and arranged to film their investigation of the house.
They got parapsychologists, they brought in some other psychics.
It was a dangerous, dangerous night during that period of time. Yes, it was very intense that night.
Did you get that? Very
dangerous and very.
It makes me cringe just to think if anyone ever spoke to me this way, trying to convince me that like something crazy was happening when they're the only ones quote unquote seeing it and no one else in the room sees it. It's like, you see that no one else is really considering this from your perspective, right? But whatever.
You're sticking to that?
At about 3:15 a.m., a second seance is conducted in the upstairs sewing room, the area where the Warrens believe the demonic force is the strongest.
And I said, I hope this is as close to hell as I'll ever get.
Okay. I need to have some sound effects ready, and I'm gonna just play like something over it so I don't have to hear her say it again. I hate it so much.
While I felt nothing, Lorraine said she felt something so horrific. She felt it was from the very bowels of the earth. Often I'm asked if I was scared.
I can't help putting a fart sound anytime I hear someone say bowels.
A palate cleanser.
And that's what needs to go over every time she says, this is as close to hell as I want to get. I'm just going to play a fart sound. That's it. That's all.
That'll work.
The night I spent in that house. Quite honestly, the night I spent watching the movie a few years later, the rowdy, pot-smoking audience was a lot more frightening than the night I spent in that house at 112 Ocean Avenue.
So, once again, this guy's great. I love it. He's just saying, they're all full of shit. I didn't see anything. They didn't convince me of anything. I don't believe what they're saying. I just think that's great. I think that's so great because he's in this pile of crazy, hippies and gypsies and whatever they were, just all trying to convince everyone else in the room of what they're seeing. And believe me, I've seen shit like this before where you get some new age crystal holding weirdos all together and they all start believing each other's nonsense within like 20 minutes. And saying how, something they'd never believed before, they suddenly believe now.
Oh, yeah, they feed off each other and they're super susceptible.
Exactly. And it's like crazy finds crazy, then crazy actually snowballs into crazier. And, I've seen this just time and time again.
And then they write a book.
And that's what's so crazy about this. So this guy's surrounded by it. Laura DiDio too. So good for them for being objective journalists. And again, of course, someone could argue that maybe they're not being objective. Maybe they just want to have this position. I don't care. I love the fact that they are, in fact, just being contrarian and saying, I know all of these people are trying to convince me that something bad happened. I'm not going to. I like that. So that shows integrity to me.
Fighting the good fight.
Exactly.
Didn't feel any unusual presence other than the people sitting at the table. We sat around the house for several hours into the early morning hours, and we pulled up blankets. We sat on the floor. And I didn't see anything oozing from the walls. I didn't hear any strange voices. The only voices I heard were that of my crew wanting to know when we were going to eat the sandwiches we brought along, and when are we getting out of here.
There's Ed and Lorraine Warren, who call themselves demonologists. They're conducting...
Okay, just real quick. Do you remember who that is? That woman talking?
I do not. I did not.
That is Mrs. Vampire Hunter.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and that is Stephen Kaplan's wife, who is carrying on his legacy of being skeptical of the Warrens.
Oh, wow.
If I can remind everyone from the last episode, the Vampire Hunter told David Lutz, I don't believe you. I'm sorry. What did I say? Did I say David? Not David. Why did I just suddenly blank on his name?
Daniel?
Anyway. Tells the Lutz family that he doesn't believe him. And out of all of the people in this crazy world, this guy who holds himself out, markets himself as a guy who hunts vampires for a living, I guess. I guess you get paid for bounties or whatever. I don't know how vampire hunting works.
Professional vampire hunter.
Professional vampire hunter is George Lutz. I don't know why I just suddenly said that, but whatever. holds himself out as a professional vampire hunter. And when he gets told this story, he is the voice of reason to tell the world, this guy's crazy. I don't believe his story. The vampire hunter did that.
Yeah,
and
that's a twist.
It's a real twist. And then the vampire hunter passes away a few years later. And then his wife carries on the torch to try to discredit the Warrens because they suddenly just hate the Warrens because they think that they are, and I guess it's exactly what I feel too, is that they are just being absolute grifting criminals and trying to convince people of things that aren't there, don't exist, and trying to convince them to, give them money for this nonsense. And I oddly enough, I do respect the vampire hunter and his wife's efforts. They were actually trolling in a pre-internet age. We're actually going to spend a little bit of time focusing on his efforts to troll the Warrens, maybe next episode. And man, he put in some effort. He didn't always win, but he made the effort to troll the Warrens. And what's funny is, as much as people now are wise to the Warrens, he was on the inside track originator, and man, he did some funny shit. It wasn't meant to be funny, but it was basically, if they were on a TV show that would take calls, he would call in and try to challenge them. And this guy hated him. He was just like, no, it became his life work to try to discredit them. And unfortunately, he just didn't get the right audience, but he was great. God bless him. Hold on here. Got another super chat with Caterpillar money. Dang Lizard, thank you very much for the €5. Hope you'll cover the Fox sisters and how they started U.S. spiritualism. Okay, great suggestion, great topic. I've thought about the Fox sisters. What's weird is I'm trying to establish something in chronological order here, but I wanted to start with a big explosive story, which is what I thought this was, because it has so many different elements. We're actually going to talk about the mafia. Really? Next episode. Wow. There are mob ties to this story. There's so many crazy parts of this story, but last episode I did spend a couple of minutes talking about how I felt like I should have spent a little bit of time on the history of debunking. And Fox Sisters is a great place to start. Spiritualism, I did briefly talk a little bit about, but it definitely could use a lot of I don't know. It could use a lot more depth because there are some interesting parts. Then you throw in Harry Houdini. Then you throw in all magicians since Harry Houdini, James Randi, and I've thought about kind of just tracing all of that. But I don't want to bore anybody. I don't want to. I want to keep it interesting, and so hopefully the audience will let me know, and I think I can rely on them to tell me when something gets boring. But yes, Fox Sisters, definitely gonna have to throw that one in there. And spiritualism, Arthur Conan Doyle. If you, Corndiff, don't know this, it is a fascinating dichotomy in history that Arthur Conan Doyle, if you know who that is the guy who created Sherlock Holmes. Oh. And Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was friends with Harry Houdini. And if anyone, kind of knows just a cursory, knowledge of Sherlock Holmes, he created a character that was so full of logic and reason and always looked for rational explanations. That was the whole basis of the character. But it turns out he believed in ghosts and goblins, and he actually believed in the ability to take your limbs off and then put them back on at will.
At will.
Yes, it is. He believed in some crazy things. And in fact, Arthur Conan Doyle's wife was the gasoline and match that set Harry Houdini off to begin a campaign of completely financially ruining all spiritualists in the spiritualist movement. It's an interesting story, and I thought about covering it. Maybe I still should. But it is a very, very interesting story. I really should cover that. Anyway, so thank you very much, Dang Lizard. Great suggestion. I think I will take you up on that, and I will give you credit. Let's see here. Got another super chat from DJ Electra. My friend DJ Electra is wonderful. Thank you for the $5. Greatly produced show. Thank you. Did I use greatly wrong? No. Especially not in a compliment to me. You can never use any word wrong when it's a compliment to me. Thank you, DJ Electra. Please, everyone, go subscribe to her channel if you haven't already. This is Friday, and they are she and Hack Ride do a music show on Rumble. I forget who they're covering this week, but it's great. Some real great music that they can actually play over there, and it's just a really cool hang. So check them out. And also Unboxing Eric on Sundays. I think I'm on that show, but they're on it and they're great. I stink. Okay. Gotta throw this one on there. Can you debunk the Jesus twins being neither Jesus nor twins? I don't know that that's true, Hack Ride. I believe the Jesus twins. I've never even actually. I don't even know how they got that name. How did they get that name? Do you know, Hack Ride? How did they get the name Jesus Twins? I never got that. Also, didn't really love them on the air. I loved them for about 30 seconds, and they were just too much. But yes, we'll talk about them. Do you know who the Jesus Twins are, Corndiff? If you weren't a Howard fan, you probably don't.
No, I had to Google them, but yeah, I see it's something Stern related. So that'll be new to me for sure.
They were these. There's really no way to explain it in any way that sounds funny or interesting, but they were two very mentally ill twins who believed that they were great musicians, and when they had an opportunity to play their music for Howard, it was so awful, but they would not let up, and they dug their feet in the grounds about how wonderful geniuses they were. And it was just really funny. And they actually had a manager. His name was Jonathan Mendelsohn. I remember that guy's name. And he would just shout about how great they were. And they came in and just made this big spectacle show, took over the show, in fact, I would say, but universally hated, but also loved for the sideshow aspect. Anyway, Sorry. I could just talk old Stern all day, and I need to stop that. I really need to know when to rein it in. But let's finish up with this. What happened that night?
A seance, people are look like they're going into trances, and Lorraine saying there's demons everywhere.
About 3 a.m, Lorraine Warren and I walked upstairs to the sewing room. Now, the sewing room was the location where there was reported the strongest presence, the strongest demonic force. We sat on the floor at 3 a.m. Candle was placed in the center, and she started talking. And at one point, became a bit hysterical. Saying,
Marvin, I hope this is as close to hell as I'll ever get.
Do you have a good fart sound you could play?
Man, I wish I did. I've got that. But
That's a good one. I like that. Hold on. Let's see.
I need a fart soundboard. That'll work. Anything to drown her out.
But I like the fart sound. I need more farts.
We all do.
More taken by what Lorraine was expressing and sensing than what I was feeling. I felt nothing but the chill of the night in that cold sewing room, darkened except for the light flickering from the candle.
Warren at one point stated on the Warrens' official website that during the 1976 seance that she had gone in.
All right, let me just prep this, and I think this is actually a perfect place to end. This is somebody who did a little bit of research in all of the claims made from the seance that happened that night in 1976. And again, I just want to keep reiterating, this is before the book, this is before the movie. All of this was so evident to people, but still, people took it and decided to run with it and make it something that it just wasn't. It's mass hysteria. I feel like this should be studied. I feel like there's some scientist out there, like you talked about neurolinguistic. Like we're talking, I take that from that title, it means brain, you know, brain words. And there's some brain scientist out there who has to look at this and just be like, what's happening? How did this get to where it got so quickly? And also, how did it linger around when there was so much evidence to suggest it wasn't real? But listen to this. Listen to what she said. Listen to what this researcher says about the claims made by Miss, I don't want to be closer to hell than where I am, Warren.
Into the master bedroom, and that the DeFeo's bed was the same bed that had been there on the night of the crime. Only the mattress had been changed, and she supposedly sat on the bed and relived the whole tragic experience, the shots that were fired into the DeFeos. But when you look at the photos from that night and you look at the bed that was present that night, it's not even remotely close to being the same bed that's in the crime scene photos. So once again, this proves that this is a complete fabrication on the part of Lorraine Warren, embellished for the sake of selling the story.
Damn it, Lorraine.
What else can be said? That's just he said it exactly right. It is an embellished story. So not only can we not trust that she experienced these invisible spiritual things that happened to her, she actually did physical things that are disproven. Like, she says she did this thing of sleeping in the bed, and it turns out she didn't even do that.
I'm starting to think we can't trust these people.
and again, this is something I keep getting at, is that there is so much of this evidence, if you want to call it circumstantial evidence, or at least, all of these lies that can be proven as lies. And we could stop here. And if we stopped here, would you continue to believe that, or I'm sorry, not continue. Is there anything to suggest to you, if we stopped right here, that anything about a haunting was true?
It's okay. It's okay if the answer is yes. It's okay.
No, other than was there anything with the fly? Yeah, have the flies been disproven yet?
The flies haven't been disproven, and there's really not much to there's really not much to say because we don't know that it happened.
Yeah.
We don't know that it happened. No, I will say that no one who has moved into the house since the Lutzes moved out has ever reported any kind of paranormal activity, and apparently they have all been interviewed. Even the immediate family that moved in, they were the Cromarty, I believe that was her last name, Cromarty. When the immediate family moved in right after the Lutzes, sued the Lutzes because they believed that the Lutzes were responsible for all of the strangers and random people, nomadic people who would wander onto their property and scare them. And the reason they sued them was because they believed, I don't even know what happened. It doesn't really sound like it was an actual cause of action that you could sue on. Hey, you lied about a house 20 years ago, and I'm going to sue you now. I don't get
fall out of that now.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened or even if it was valid, but they tried. I should say that. They tried to sue them. And the reason they tried to sue them was because they said, you lied about our house. And there was just nothing. There was nothing there. But I will tell you this. I did hear one investigator say, and I'll get the video of it if you're interested, say that if the fly thing was true, the one big possibility of what it caused was that when Ronald DeFeo murdered his family, I did skip over this part. I didn't think it was all that interesting. He left them there for 2 days before he reported it. And Ronald DeFeo was actually the one who reported the murder and tried to blame someone else. So in the 2 days that he was thinking up an excuse, they stayed in the house.
And if you want to take it, if you want to play logic, then that might have attracted a few flies.
Wow.
But,
okay.
And whatever remnants were left over, and I
gotta say, I don't believe at this point. I don't believe this story.
I don't believe any of it.
I think I don't believe it.
and I feel like there's sufficient evidence now to suggest that nobody was telling the truth. Everyone had something to gain. Everyone had something, trying to get it. People were being opportunistic on a level that I just haven't seen before. And I'm certain there are definitely examples of it. I just can't think of any. But they were being opportunistic on a tragedy. And it's disgusting. It's sad. It's grotesque that all these people saw a horrible tragedy and said, I want a piece of that money pie that's going to be coming in.
But
yeah, go ahead.
And it's compared to stuff nowadays, it's tame to what people do for that.
Yeah, you're right. But it's sad. It's just so sad. Someone saw a murder, 6 murders, and said, ooh, this is my chance. And that's it's so just gross. It's just so gross. And then these people go on to be famous and somehow get a cult following for being altruistic, by Ed and Lorraine Warren somehow got this reputation for being these cuddly, comforting grandparents who just want to help other people. And I don't know. I don't know where that comes from, other than lack of education, lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so disturbing, and that's part of why I was so interested in telling the story. And again, maybe we are about halfway through. There is so much more, and so many more lies, and people just dig these holes deeper and deeper and deeper, and it's crazy. I am going to play a little bit of a preview for the next episode, just to drop a little bit of interest for the next episode. However, I didn't cover everything I wanted to cover with this episode. So hopefully we'll get to this stuff for the next episode. But I'm going to play this for you, buddy. And then I kind of want to hear what you have to say when it's done. It's going to be real quick, but pay attention.
The rumors through the years that the Lutzes knew you or knew your family before they ever saw the house. You're saying that there is some truth to that.
There's no rumor. They knew me.
That house isn't haunted. That house was never haunted. That was a scheme between Mr. Weber, Butch DeFeo, and George Lutz.
And who is this?
My name is Geraldine DeFeo.
And Geraldine had told me an incredible story.
I was married to Butch at the time of the murders, and yes, even before the murders, I was Mrs. DeFeo.
He knew
what
them
did you hear?
before he saw the house.
And
And
he was married.
Well, yeah, I didn't even pick up on that so much, but yeah,
you didn't get that far.
He was married? When the hell did that? Yeah, I've never heard of that either.
I'm telling you, man.
She's a fan of his either, the Butch guy.
No.
His ex-wife.
Is not. So, yes. Hopefully we're going to get to that because we didn't cover as much as I wanted to cover today. But hopefully we're going to get to that. So yeah, Ronald DeFeo claims that he knew George and Kathy Lutz before they ever moved into the house. Now, what do we know about Ronald DeFeo, though? He is not a reliable narrator.
It's true.
He doesn't tell a lot of direct stories. He doesn't really answer a lot of questions directly.
No.
Now, we can't really take his word for it because he has no credibility. But what if him making that statement made somebody get a little curious and went digging to see if maybe there was other evidence to suggest that George and Kathy Lutz knew about the house and maybe even had a premeditated plan for all of this?
Oh, no. At this point, I don't think I would be surprised.
Yeah. So, no. Ronald DeFeo can't be believed. We've already mentioned it. We're not going to pick and choose what we believe from him because he has never told a story correctly. But from that little interview, that guy who interviewed him decided to dig just a little bit deeper and see if maybe there was anything out there that might suggest some kind of plan.
Yeah.
And he might have found it. There was something that is not conclusive, but there is something out there that could suggest that maybe there was a plan beforehand. Now, whether or not they knew each other, I'm going to just go ahead and tell you right now. No, there's no way to prove that. We can't believe him, and there's no evidence to suggest that they knew each other. But where that led to was, yes, an investigation into some possible planning. And I wanted to get to this eventually, but probably now is as good a time as any to do it. But remember the... I don't know if I actually set it aside. But do you remember when we talked about Kathy Lutz finding the red room?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, here's
the smelly one.
I put it in the wrong place. Yes, the musty one.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Dang lizard with the fuzzy bucks.
Oh, hey, man, dang lizard, thank you very much. Dang lizard, thank you very much for the 5 years. Nowadays, nobody would try to make money off a tragedy. Let's listen to Stuttering John and how shit waits. It's nice. So, you know what? You got me, man. I have no comeback to that. I have nothing. I have no response to that. You're right. Yeah. So that's what got us all here. That's why I have a show. So thank you very much for the $5. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying it. And yeah, again, great suggestion on the Fox sisters. I'm definitely gonna have to do my research on that one. Okay. So here we go. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Okay. So remember the red room, right?
Smelly.
Yes. Let's take a look at this real quick.
My name is Patty Camarado. I was friends with Allison DeFeo, girl who was murdered with the rest of her family here in 1974. This I'm going to show you is the mysterious red room that's so noted for in the book. This door, which they say was never here, was here, is here, always will be here, I suppose. This is the red room. Nothing more than a storage area where Allison and her brothers and I used to keep toys. Just red, you know? There's never any feeling of spirit presence or ghosts or any sort of thing like that. It's just a play area. Used to keep toys. Nothing more than that.
Doesn't sound like there was much. Oh, you're muted. Much there.
No, I haven't talked yet. I actually wasn't muted. Yeah,
mouth
that's pretty benign, right?
Yeah, it looked like a pantry with I don't know. I mean, there's these little, occasionally in a house, in the architecture, if it's not planned out precisely enough, you're going to have these little dead spaces like that.
It was a crawl space. That's
Yeah.
all it was. And somehow they tried to associate evil with a little space for some extra storage is all it was. And
I mean, like you said earlier, they're throwing everything they could think of at the wall to see if it sticks.
And what's crazy is, okay, so we see what it is. You know, we actually see the space, we see the dimensions of it. And like we said earlier, Kathy Litz doesn't even try to offer an explanation as to why it's evil. There's like an implication or suggestion that the color somehow made it evil.
It's like she says it's red, then shudders, and we're supposed to understand.
Exactly. And okay, it smelled a little. You're in a basement. It's winter. What, I mean, if you expect it to smell good, I figured that makes you crazy. But what's crazy is that begins to take on a life of its own. And if you ever saw the remake of the Amityville Horror, which came out in 2005, it's not a good movie. But what's funny is they took that concept, and again, like I'm saying about everything else, is that it's amazing to me how it just snowballs. They decided to focus on the Red Room, whereas the original movie didn't. Yeah. The remake was like, oh wait, there's this part of the book, there's part of the story where they found a room. Let's create a story around the room. And the story they created around the room was that it was a torture chamber. It was a torture chamber in which a man in the colonial age, like 1800s, wearing some sort of pilgrim buckle hat, is torturing Native Americans in this red room, and that there are all kinds of chains and torture devices, and occasionally you'd open the door and there'd be a person chained by their neck to the floor. And
now
then there's this spooky. Yeah. Okay, yes, you're right. If I found, like I said, a pegboard full of bloody hammers, I might be creeped out. If I saw
torture room.
Yes, if I saw bloody chains with a head attached to them, that would creep me out.
Right.
What we're seeing here is a room that is just made to hold a couple of extra boxes. And
yeah,
I don't get it. It's so funny. And there's so much implication to it. Instead of just saying, hey, here's why it's evil, all they said was, we found a room. A room.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, like, it's really as bad as they were making it out to be.
But my point is, they weren't even making it sound bad. They were just trying to imply that it was scary. They were trying to imply that it was evil without actually describing it or explaining it. So it'd be like, I found a shoe. A shoe. You know, like, it's
so out of all the things that they say they lived through, what do you think? You think this was the one with the least amount of effort they put into the Red Room?
I don't know, man. That porcelain lion.
That would bite them.
Yeah, and then also, what was the other one? The toilets. That's the one. The ghost shit in the toilets. That's the one where they put the least amount of effort in. And I don't.
Toilet seemed paranormal.
I don't understand how this grew, how it actually became a believable story to some people. People believed this, and it gets more and more ridiculous. It gets more and more strange. Oh, I'm sorry. And so back to the Red Room, just real quick. So we have all of this mystery and I don't know what you want to call it, just gossip or whatever, talking about this mysterious, scary, evil red room. And then a 14-year-old girl says, "This is the room. I kept my toys in here."
This is kind of where we hung out and shit.
Think about that for a second. It's like, okay, I don't need the Warrens or vampire hunters to disprove this. We just had a little girl say, "I kept my toys in here."
Yeah.
I wasn't, and then I think at some point she even says, there wasn't anything evil about it. It's like, you know what? That's good enough for me. I'm going to take her word for it. Were you a Simpsons fan?
Yes. Yep.
Do you remember the lemon tree episode? There's this the lemon of Troy. It's when they go to Shelbyville and steal the lemon tree. But there's this one scene where Bart puts together a team of people to steal the lemon tree, and it's Milhouse and Nelson and Ralph Wiggum, and they walk up to the border of Shelbyville, and he says, "All right, we're crossing this line. This is where we're all going to become men." And this is where I forget what the line is. He says something about becoming men. And then they like take a deep breath, and they all walk past it in this very, dignified way where they want to appreciate it. Yeah. And then the camera pans out, and Lisa is flying a kite crossing the border back and forth, just going hee, hee, hee. And I'm like, I feel like that's this moment where they built up so much,
this girl shits all over.
And this little girl comes in and is like, "You guys are full of shit, man. Like, I kept toys in here. I played dollies. I had my little tea parties in here." It's so ridiculous. Anyway, well, that's where we're going to end today's episode. I hope that everyone enjoyed it. And again, I just want to say thank you to everyone for the encouragement, the support. Being here just means so much to me. Thank you very much to my super chatters. Thank you very much to the gifted memberships. Thank you. And I hope that I'm delivering a good story for all of you. And if there is anything that you guys would like me to supplement with, or if you have any suggestions for how I should finish this, if you just want me to send you the video of Ronald DeFeo telling his grandfather how much fun he's having being a gay guy, I will do that too. I just didn't know how to fit it into the story, but it is just pretty funny. I sent it to you, Corndiff. You should have it.
Thank you.
So I guess that's about it. And before we go, though, is there anything that you would like to plug, buddy?
My channel on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 7 Eastern. Me, Granny, Chops, X Corp. We do a thing over there. So check it out if you have time. And hit like.
Yes, thank you very much. Hit like, subscribe, and please go show some support to Corndiff. He is a funny SOB. And have you done any Lego shows lately? I do love.
No, man, it's weird that you mentioned that, because I was just about to run by a store and check out and see if there were any Lego sets before the show. So now it's been on my mind. I'll probably have one coming up soon.
That's great. Oh, look, hey, before we go, Dang Lizard, thank you very much with the 5 Luigi Greenberg memberships. Woo. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Dang Lizard.
And congrats to Bob Torres, Monster, Troll Hunter, Joe Black, and Antifa Mumbling Nick.
God, these names are so great. I love all of them. Thank you so much. Yeah, man. I would love. I'd love a new Lego show. Those are, they're just so great. I hate ASMR noises and shit. I cannot. It gives me anxiety. Yeah. Watching you do Legos is like my substitute for ASMR. It's great. I love it.
It's relaxing. I like it. I need to get back into it.
It is pretty cool. I've told the story. If you've ever watched Unboxing Eric, I've told the story probably twice. And it's still just a very funny moment where you posted the video of the very sexy woman in lingerie doing Legos, and I was convinced. Do you even remember this? I was convinced it was AI, and I made some kind of comment about her healthy jugs, and she wrote back, and I was like, "I thought you were AI. I am very sorry," and I felt like such an asshole. I was like, I didn't even know that was a thing. Sexy women doing Legos, and
they're everywhere. Yeah.
I felt like such an asshole. I was very embarrassed.
That's funny. I'm sure she didn't care at all.
No, she did not. I think she was actually took it as a compliment, and she was like, "I'm very real," and then promoted her channel with me, and I was like, "Oh, I don't say shit like this to women. I'm very sorry. I thought you were fake." Anyway, okay, man. Well, thank you so much for being here. You want to come back for part 3?
Yeah, hell yeah, I'd be down.
Okay, great. So I'm definitely going to be doing 4 episodes on Amityville Horror. Would love to have you back for both of those.
Yeah.
And yeah, and now we got a little bit of production value because I'm starting to figure shit out. All right. Well, thank you again, everybody, and have a great weekend, and we will see you here next time.
That doesn't believe in ghosts. Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ogres, little swamp creatures. Werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, or swamp creatures. He's a skeptical robot that doesn't believe in ghosts. Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, or swamp creatures. Ogres or swamp creatures. Swamp creatures! Oh, there's a swamp creatures!
That's right, it sucks!
skeptical robot that doesn't believe in ghosts. Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, or swamp creatures. Apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, or swamp creatures. Ogres, ogres, or swamp creatures.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. I am Luigi Greenberg, and this is the third episode of Skeptical Robot, a show that is dedicated to debunking the paranormal. And we are still discussing the Amityville Horror, and joining me again as my guest, you know him as the Ear of Corn, who is just simply the most adorable vegetable in the Dabbleverse. Welcome, everybody. Corndiff.
Hey, how are you?
How's it going? How are you?
Doing well. Glad to be here.
Hey, thank you so much for being here. You have just undeniably been great for this subject. You seem to be interested. I really hope that I'm not going to disappoint you with where this story goes. But you have just been so fantastic, and I want to thank you, man. Thanks so much for being here, for giving us your time, and also just being so cool with the subject matter.
Oh, yeah. As always.
Yes. Hack Ride, he's right. Thirds are turds. We can all agree. And that's always where the story goes wrong. We'll see what happens here. But I definitely hope that I'm going to keep everyone's attention today. Let's see. Oh, all right. Here we go. Delta Zero. Yes, the pineapple's also pretty adorable. I'm not going to deny that. He is pretty adorable, but I'm going to have to give it to the judges on who is the most adorable. We're gonna need a Dabbleverse beauty pageant between Corndiff and Nickel.
I'll take most adorable grain. He can have fruit or vegetable, whatever he is.
Okay, fruit. We're gonna go with fruit. Definitely fruit. He's a fruit. Okay. So thanks again, everybody. Thanks for being here. I want to remind the audience how the show works. Corndiff and I are going to be discussing today the third part of the story that surrounds the Amityville Horror. I'm going to narrate parts of the story and also play some videos that have been compiled from various sources. Ah, shit, let me take this off now. Gotta be better about that. Okay. So this is a long, complicated story, but the goal is to follow the story chronologically until it ends. Yeah, and also want to let the audience know it's a show for skeptics, blah, 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 blah. But let's talk a little bit. I like getting your summaries because they're a little off the cuff, Corndiff. And if you would
very off the cuff.
if you would just give me a little, as long or as short as possible, summary of what we've learned so far from the story of the Amityville Horror.
So far, there was a guy that got killed long time ago. Wait, no. I've already fucked this up. Okay, hold on. So far,
go on.
There's a house in Amityville.
So far, so good.
All right. Had a family in it, and the kid went ape shit and just killed everybody in the middle of the night, supposedly. Or could have been some spooky shit like the dogs that hang themselves or the Indian woman hugs and tiny smelly rooms. There's a lot.
All right.
There's a lot here.
There is a lot. Okay, so we can agree on that. There is a lot. I'm going to ask the audience real quick, though. I've just been having so much bad luck with my sound. Please let me know how the sound is, if there's any kind of like big difference between Corndiff and I. I've been doing my best to try to get it right. And until we can afford a producer, we're going to have to rely on the goodwill of our beautiful audience.
Do your job.
All right. So, let's see. Okay, good. Sounds good. Great. I trust Hamhead. He's
and
fantastic.
hit like.
Yes, he likes it, and that's. Hey, I'm gonna tell you all. If he says it's cool, I'm not gonna believe anything anybody else says. All right, here we go. So I played a little bit of a summary at the beginning that I try to just. I don't know. It's really just kind of trying to help the audience keep up because I know there's so much information here. Let's see here. But there were a couple of things in the last episode that you actually brought up as very legit questions that I honestly didn't think about addressing. I'm sorry. Well, it was one thing, but there are two things that I do want to address. A couple of things from the last episode that we talked about. And one of them was the group at the seance. So we're going to trail back just a little bit. Okay, so there was this guy named Ronald DeFeo, and he killed 6 people, all members of his family, in this house, 112 Ocean Avenue, which, this was the other thing that you asked about that I did learn. It is now, the address change, it is now 120 Ocean Avenue, because people who were looking up 112 Ocean Avenue were like camping out on the lawn and making pilgrimages, and there were like all kinds of like, nomadic people running through it, and the owners got the address changed.
I'm sure changing the number made all the difference in people.
Yeah, I'm sure no one's going to find it now that it's 8 numbers away.
Yeah.
So one of the things, so from there, he killed these people. He went to jail, got sentenced to 6 life sentences, and a year later, this family buys the house, and they claim that there were all kinds of crazy, spooky, creepy things going on in the house, and they wound up leaving. Their initial accounts are they left after 10 days, but then that changes, and then they say they left after 28 days. Yeah. There are some witnesses who say they actually never even lived in the house because they would frequently try to stop, their neighbors would frequently try to stop by, look through the windows that didn't have any curtains, and they saw unpacked boxes. So after that, the lawyer for Mr. DeFeo, the murderer, contacts the family and proposes this idea to them that they all get together and try to write a book. And the story from there, is where these start to divert, is that George and Kathy Lutz, who were the homeowners, decline. And they say they don't want anything to do with this book deal with the lawyer. The lawyer's name is William Weber. Then from there, they decide that they change their mind. They want to do business with William Weber. They hold a press conference with Mr. Weber. And then they also hire paranormal investigators to investigate the house. When they hire these paranormal investigators to investigate the house, the first person they hire is a guy named Stephen Kaplan. Stephen Kaplan was a it's funny, I was just going to say self-proclaimed, but I guess also you could say self-taught. Self-taught vampire hunter. He was a self-proclaimed vampire hunter. I don't know that he went to school for it. Who knows? Maybe he did.
An apprenticeship type of thing.
Yes. And George Lutz hires him, and then ultimately fires him after Stephen Kaplan starts to get some notoriety and talks about investigating the house. And the claim is that George Lutz says that he doesn't want any publicity. Stephen Kaplan smells a rat, immediately starts trying to tell the media and tell anyone who will listen that he believes this whole thing is a hoax. The vampire hunter becomes the voice of reason.
What a world.
And then, I mean, it's just an amazing story. So from there, George Lutz gets introduced to the Warrens. George and Kathy Lutz get introduced to the Warrens, and we've all heard who the Warrens are with the Conjuring franchise.
That's the man about people.
Yeah, and then Of course, the Warrens do an investigation of the house, and they believe that it is infested with ghosts and spirits. I like this. I'm going to say it. I like the skeptical vampire hunter. He is literally the glue that holds the story together. And he is going to have a big impact in today's episode because it seems like he goes away for a little bit, but then he decides to come back. And it's pretty great. And he just makes it his mission to troll the Warrens. And it's great. And so then from there, the seance happens, and then we get this picture of a little boy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And that really creeps a lot of people out. A lot of people start buying into the fact that there are spirits in the house. But then we actually review some video in which there's a pretty rational scientific explanation for the picture of the boy. And again, hey, people are free to believe whatever they want, but I am here to offer a scientific, reasonable, logical explanation for everything. So after the march, so actually let's pick up this story. We're going to backtrack just a tiny little bit at the introduction between the Warrens and the Lutzes. Now, this was something that I never actually really paid much attention to until going through this story. And then when we talked about the interaction between George Lutz and Stephen Kaplan, the vampire hunter, this actually started to intrigue me a little more than it originally did. So I'm going to play this for you, and I want you to tell me what you think about it, Corndiff. And now let's just recap that specific part, because I know there's a lot. George Lutz meets Stephen Kaplan prior to the paranormal investigation, and Stephen Kaplan says that George Lutz is dropping all of these occult buzzwords on him. And we thought that it is something that has since gone on to be called neurolinguistic programming?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So that you're the one who made that suggestion, and I think that's just a perfect example of what we think it was. I just simply called it him trying to manipulate Stephen Kaplan. I thought he was trying to drop these seeds, but I didn't even realize that there was a scientific term for it. He's trying to inception Stephen Kaplan and think this is his idea. And he just drops these little buzzwords, and Stephen Kaplan won't fall for it. And that's what makes him a skeptic. And he's the one who calls this a hoax. So now, let's take all that into consideration, into context, and let's talk about the first time that the Lutzes meet the Warrens. Okay? So, and I'm sorry, I haven't even talked about this, because I haven't moved the camera. So I'm going to move the camera here, and then we are going to see that throughout tonight's show...
What's that? What do we got here?
Yeah, let's see. Tonight's show, Corndiff is going to be putting together a Lego model of the Amityville house.
Yes.
And let's see here. All right, I think we're all good on that. Mm-hmm. Looks like you already got a little bit going. But yeah. I'm going to check in with him occasionally, and hopefully we're going to have this done by the end of the episode. So we'll see. All right. So here we go. Now, I'm going to start this video. Again, this is the first time that the Lutzes are meeting the Warrens. And I want you to just notice something a little familiar. Okay, here we go.
The Warrens kick off the investigation by meeting with George and Kathy to do an informal interview.
I arranged to do the introductions between Ed and Lorraine Warren and George and Kathy Lutz out at Kathy's mother's house. And we were sitting there, and Ed Warren is a very direct, matter-of-fact investigator. He wanted to get all of his ducks in a row. So he started to question Kathy and George as to exactly what had happened.
The interview gets off to a rocky start.
George was being cagey. At one point, I remember sitting there, and Ed got mad at George Lutz, and George got mad, and they almost came to blows. So literally, Lorraine Warren and Kathy Lutz had to separate them, because Ed was saying, hey, if you're not going to tell us what we need to know to investigate this,
I'm out of here. I'm not going to waste my time. Well, it didn't come to that.
Despite the initial conflict, Ed and Lorraine Warren would become the Lutz's biggest supporters.
Okay, so what? Hold on. Wait, why can't I unmute you? Okay. So, does this not sound familiar to Steve Kaplan's story of meeting the Lutzes for the first time?
Yeah, it's weirdly similar. Probably.
And
something like that.
There's no details given, but Laura DiDio was 19 years old at the time, and she was the intern that introduced the Warrens to the Lutzes. And her story, like she just said there, is that that the word she uses, cagey. She says that yes, Chops. He's building an Amityville Lego set.
Right, Chops. Stay tuned.
And so she says cagey. Now, that could mean a million different things. You know, we don't know exactly what that is. But one of the quotes that she says, you know, and if we're going to take it as being truthful, and she so far does have some real credibility, is that Ed Warren says, if you're not going to tell me what I want to know, I'm not going to waste my time.
Right.
And that's, we're seeing this again. That's exactly what happened with the Kaplans. So can we take it to mean that he was trying to drop these buzzwords again? Was he being, evasive? Did he not want to answer their questions? We don't know, but it doesn't look good for his credibility. Am I wrong about that?
No, it sounds like he was up to some, the buzzwords again.
Yeah, and we now have two paranormal investigators saying pretty close stories. They're not identical, I understand that, but both simply saying, my first interaction with this guy, I had my doubts and I didn't necessarily believe what he was saying. And that just never really stood out to me until last episode. Okay, so now this next thing is something else that you brought up specifically that I realized I I completely failed at my own mottos and my own standards by assuming something that I shouldn't have assumed. And that is, you asked at the seance, while we only thought that the people that were invited were the Warrens, these documentarians now account for over 20 people who showed up. And I assumed that the Warrens brought them, and you said, well, do we know that? I forget how you asked, but you said, well, who brought them? And I was like, this whole time I always thought it was the Warrens, but I didn't know. I wasn't sure. I shouldn't have done that, but we actually get an answer to that question.
Oh, good. Great.
It was decided that the Warrens would arrange a seance and that we would reconvene in a week or two.
But word spreads fast, and the guest list grows.
But unbeknownst to us, George Lutz was also contacting other psychic investigators so that when we got permission from the Lutzes to hold the seance on March 6th with the Warrens, we didn't know so many people would be there.
Teams of investigators and journalists descend on the Amityville Horror House. In all, nearly 20 people take part.
Okay, so we learn that George Lutz, the guy who allegedly cancels a paranormal investigation because it's getting too much publicity, was actually making phone calls to get more people to the house to investigate it. And one of those people, or I shouldn't say one of those people, one of those groups of people was the Channel 5 news team, upon which Laura DiDio, that lady who gave that whole story, was a 19-year-old intern. And I'm going to stop for just a second and ask you, if we were to rate the Lutz's credibility, how do you think it's looking for them?
Just not very at all. That of a shifty carnival barker, I'd give them something like that.
That's pretty good. I like it. I definitely like it. thank you to the 21 people that we have in the chat. I am so sincerely appreciative and grateful for everyone there. Please like and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. And if there are any questions or any specific things that you would like to ask, please feel free to send us a super chat. We would be very grateful. Okay, so now we're going to skip to today's story. Sorry for all of the catching up. There is a lot. And so now we're going to move on to, there have been 2 investigations so far. Do you remember that?
2 paranormal investigations there?
Yes.
I mean, you're talking about the first one when they moved in on day 1?
No. Man, I'm getting some weird echo.
Weird echo.
You hearing that? Anybody hearing that?
I do not hear an echo.
Okay, so there was one on February. Shit, I don't have those dates in front of me. There was one in February, and there was one on March 6th. There was February 24th. Both done by the Warrens. They did the first one in February, and then they said, "Oh, we feel like there's so much more to do. Can we come back?" And then that's when they did the March 6th, when the boy was there, the 20 people were there, they spent the night. They claimed that they slept in the beds. We played some video of that last time, in which it's actually proven that they did not sleep in the beds of the victims, but they claimed they did. And oh, hey, thank you very much, Tiff with 3 Fs, becoming a member. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying the show. Okay, so that's 2. We've had 2 investigations so far. So now there's a 3rd investigation. Okay, but this one is a little weird. This one kind of goes off the off the tracks a little bit because of who's involved, and that is not the Warrens. The Warrens are not involved with this 3rd investigation.
Okay.
Yes. So guess who is involved and who comes out of the woodwork, who we really didn't even mention much about last episode? Mr. Weber, the lawyer.
Okay. That makes sense.
Well, it kind of doesn't make sense, but we'll talk about how it eventually will make sense. So you're right. Your conclusion is right. But the immediate question here is why? Why would Weber be getting involved into the paranormal investigation? Now, of course, we're all going to just say money. Yeah, sure, but let's even try to narrow it down a little bit more, okay? So it's been 8 months since the last investigation. It is now January 13th, 1977. The last investigation by the Warrens was in March of 76. Okay. So wait. March? No, that's 10 months. That's 10 months. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. It's now been 10 months, and Weber's come out of nowhere. He's been defending Ronald DeFeo in an appeal to his conviction. His relationship with the Lutzes is completely soured. He has no relationship with the Lutzes. He doesn't have a vested interest in this story anymore. So why? Why does he suddenly show up at the house and bring his own paranormal investigators that are not associated with the story so far? You know, at first glance, it's a little odd. Okay. So he shows up with this guy named Hans Holzer and a 70-year-old medium and Laura DiDio. Okay.
He brought Laura DiDio back with him?
Right. He contacted Laura, and he's like, hey, I'm going to go back to the house. Will you come with me?
Yeah.
And again, she's still just an intern. She's probably 20 at this point, and not really a top brass executive or anyone that can make or break a story. And that's not to downplay her at all. She has since become a fantastic investigative journalist, but at the time, she was a child. She was 20 years old and only an intern. And for some reason, Weber decided to call her and bring her there with this paranormal investigator. Okay. So we're going to get to that, but I feel like it's important to tell a little bit of Weber's backstory as to what brought him there. Ooh, looks like your camera might have frozen up on the Legos.
Uh-oh. Oh. Technical difficulties.
Yeah,
Might have to show you the finished product once it's done.
Yeah, it's getting there. All right. Well, whatever. All right. So this is going to be a little bit of backstory on William Weber. That's going to talk a little bit about what led him here, and also kind of what he's been doing since he's been gone out of the story for 10 months.
Okay.
I am going to ask immediately for forgiveness from the audience because this is going to get a little dense, and I didn't want to include all this in the last episode because it's going to get a little layered, but I promise you that this is all part of the story. So bear with me. I'm going to stop it every now and then, and please let me know, Corndiff, if you have any questions along the way.
All right.
Here we go.
After taking on the...
Oh, thank you, Hamhead. Gifted 1 membership. Hamhead is such a very generous, supportive guy. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Oh, hey! Look who got that membership. My buddy, Clearwater Chad. Or as I like to know him, Stuttering John. Clearwater Chad. Thank you, Clearwater Chad, for now being a member. And thank you, Hamhead, for the gifted membership. All right, here we go.
But Leonard Simmons before him had...
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have set this up. There was a... Raul DeFeo's first lawyer was a guy... I'm sorry. Hold on. What was his name? His name was... Leonard Son of a bitch. Jack Siegfried. Jake Siegfried was his initial lawyer. So you're going to hear that name Siegfried told. So Weber is not the lawyer yet, and we're about to talk about his introduction into the DeFeo story. Okay, here we go. Sorry.
Had briefly encountered. Suffolk County was stonewalling. In January 1975, Siegfried went before Suffolk County Judge John Jones, demanding police reports relating to the case. Incredibly, Jones denied the motion, stating that these items were, essentially, attorney work product under New York law.
In the late spring of 19...
Okay, I'm going to stop it for just a second there, because we're going to talk about the narrator mentions that the original lawyer was being stonewalled by the prosecution during the DeFeo case, and not being provided with evidence that the prosecution had. This is a speculative part of the story. We don't know exactly why that happened, but there are theories. And that little label that we saw there is suggestive of one of those theories. And that it says that these are from wiretaps. And Michael Brigante Sr. was Ronald DeFeo's grandfather, his mother's father, his maternal grandfather. And Brigante was a connected guy with the Genovese crime family.
Ooh.
So, the theory is that at the time, Brigante might have been under police surveillance. And that is why DeFeo's original lawyer was getting stonewalled by the prosecution to hand over evidence. It wasn't even a matter of asking for evidence, it was just getting it handed over to him. So there might have simply been something in there they didn't want him to see that was irrelevant to the case. Other than that, there's really just not too many explanations. But I like the theory, and it would actually make some logical sense. So, sorry, again, context needs context in some of this stuff, but here we go.
Yeah.
1975, Jake Siegfried became very frustrated with the case, and accordingly, he told Butch DeFeo that Butch's best option was to plead insanity. And at that point, DeFeo, it is said, just absolutely came unglued, and he either threatened Jake Siegfried with physical harm or attempted to do physical harm to Jake Siegfried. And at that point, Jake Siegfried resigned from the case.
Just 4 months from trial, Butch DeFeo found himself with no legal counsel and fleeting hope of ever getting a fair trial.
Okay, looks like I'm having some technical difficulties all around here. Let's see.
I'll dance.
This to play. Yeah, just dance. Dance, Corn.
counsel,
Here we
and
go.
fleeting hope of ever getting a fair trial.
So at this time, Judge Ernest Signorelli of the Suffolk Supreme Court is assigned to preside over the case.
Described as a man of honor, a follow-the-letter-of-the-law judge, Signorelli now called in a favor with one of his friends, attorney William E. Weber.
The defense attorney, William Weber, also wanted the case because it was a career maker. He was involved with Judge Signorelli's campaign efforts.
Signorelli appointed an eager Weber to the DeFeo case on July 7th, 1975.
They didn't have the lab reports. They didn't have crime.
Okay, are we following along with what's going on here? And please tell me if we're not. I'm happy to explain it, but I definitely don't want to take too much time on it. So, the judge on this case is not being kind to the defense. He is essentially just ruling in favor of the prosecution. And DeFeo's original lawyer tells DeFeo it's hopeless, essentially. DeFeo loses it, and apparently there is some sort of rumor of either a physical threat or physical violence, and the guy quits. So the judge calls in his campaign manager to be the defense lawyer. He was running for judge of a higher court, and he had a campaign, and he asks his campaign manager, which is an obvious conflict of interest. And that is William Weber, the guy that we have come to know and love. And William Weber accepts. Here we go.
They didn't have the lab reports. They didn't have crime scene photos. They didn't have a lot of vital stuff, which had been kept out of their hands by a previous judge. Bill Weber quickly went into motion of making motions before Judge Signorelli to try and obtain this stuff.
The official date of the DeFeo trial was, sometime in late summer, early fall. So the defense needed this to prepare a defense, if you will.
Judge Ernest Signorelli not only ordered the police reports to be turned over to the defense, he also ordered all crime scene pictures, lab reports, and other materials handed over to Weber, while he also ordered that the county pay for a private investigator to assist Weber.
Judge Signorelli...
Okay, do we get that? The judge brings in his campaign manager, William Weber, and then also begins to bend over backwards to give his defense lawyer anything he wants, including a taxpayer paid private investigator not associated with any police department, not associated with any court-appointed investigative service, a private investigator to help the defense. It just looks weird. Sounds incredibly shady. Okay, so also please forgive me for this not so professional looking reenactments. I have nothing to do with these. These is someone else's work they came up with and attached it to very good information. So I'm going to just go ahead and use all of it. So here we go.
Granted William Weber's motion, and that's what basically started the process of the prosecution trying to get Judge Signorelli off the case and replacing him with Judge Stark.
Judge Signorelli's ruling did not sit well with the prosecution. Realizing that Weber was working on Signorelli's surrogate court campaign, Gerard Sullivan in closed chambers essentially threatened Judge Signorelli.
Gerard Sullivan talks about a previous bad experience that he had had with Judge Signorelli in his own book, High Hopes. So I think that from the start, Sullivan was...
I threw that in there just to let everyone know that every single person associated with this story is trying to write a book and capitalize on these murders. The prosecuting attorney wrote a book about the Amityville murders. Just something I needed to make sure everyone caught on to.
Ulterior motives. No,
I mean, every person associated with this story is trying to get a piece of this weird little pie and
spooky little cash cow.
Yeah, it's just so man. That camera is not moving. That's weird. I'm not sure what's going on. I wonder if I can do anything to fix it. Huh. All right. Well, let's just keep going.
Was hell-bent on trying to get rid of Judge Signorelli.
Signorelli recused himself from the case.
My name is Thomas Michael Stark. I served a total of nearly 37 years in the New York State.
So this is the new judge. After the other judge recuses himself because of the obvious conflict of interest, this is the new judge who takes over, and he gives a little bit of a backstory.
Unified Court System. Summer of 1975, I was assigned to the criminal term of Supreme Court. And I happened to be in that position when the county court judge, Ernest Signorelli, that was handling the DeFeo case, recused himself.
Obviously, Bill Weber had been granted this huge victory in being able to obtain a psychiatrist, in having the district attorney's office ordered to turn over the various reports and the crime scene photos. And he was also able at that point to hire Herman Race as a private investigator.
In most trials where the defendant is indigent and is assigned counsel, you don't get this broad relief that Signorelli granted in this case. So I think he was somewhat bending over backwards to give Bill Weber some rather extraordinary help.
Sullivan saw Judge Signorelli obviously as a huge threat.
He was a county court judge, but that year he was running for surrogate court judge of Suffolk County, and Weber was working on his campaign committee, and it was pointed out to him that this could be a conflict of interest with him handling the trial and Weber being the DeFeo's counsel. He recused himself because of this reason and requested the trial to be reassigned.
Gerard Sullivan made sure he would handpick the next judge, and he wanted a hanging judge.
In his book, High Hopes, Deputy District Attorney Gerard Sullivan.
Oh boy. All right. I don't know what's going on here.
They're judge shopping, that's what's going on. And I'm doing slow-mo Legos.
Said, Judge, we want Stark.
Gerard Sullivan in High Hopes.
Man, I wonder if it's my internet. Shit. This is not cool, man. Not cool.
Might have to kill the Lego cam.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's do that.
A little bit resource heavy. All them Legos.
All right. Well, you're going to still keep working on them, though, right?
You know it.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to close a few other things.
Subscribe. Turn on gifted memberships and then gift.
In High Hopes, literally in this book, says that the day after Judge Signorelli recused himself, they went and they met with Judge Cromarty, the administrative judge, to get Stark. So for anyone to say that they weren't judge shopping and trying to get Judge Stark, when you weigh Sullivan,
know what's going on? This is stuck.
Fabulous. Judge Stark, when you weigh Sullivan's words against it, it's
folks, I am sorry.
Judge Stark, when you
Okay, all right. Looks like it might be working a little bit better now. All right, well, we're going to give this a little bit of time to buffer. How about that? Let's give it some time to buffer, and let's go over into the chat. Man.
Sure.
Damn, really hate this. I tried something new, and it's not working.
Some of my best times have been when everything takes a shit. So it's
wonderful, 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 wonderful.
This pod should be called "There Will Be a Quiz."
Yeah, believe me, they're not all going to be like this. I promise. This story is just so dense. All right, man, fuck this. I'm getting rid of this, and I'm going to try this a different way. Ah, shit. All right, we tried this. It didn't work. I'm going to try this a different way now. Let's do this.
Cupcakes Corner checking in.
Hey, Cupcake. You showed up right in time for the technical difficulties.
I could be the only one here, but I blame him.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're going to add this to the scene. Let's see if it works this time. Fuck, folks, I am sorry. And it's obviously something I need to fix. Here we go.
Incredibly, Jones done.
Fast forward a little bit. Here we go.
Absolutely came unglued, and he either threatened Jake Siegfried with this case.
Described as a man of honor, a 75.
They didn't have the lab reports. They didn't have crime scene photos. They didn't have.
He also ordered that the county pay, essentially threatened Judge Signorelli.
Gerard Sullivan talks about a previous bad experience that he had had with Judge Signorelli in his own book, High Hopes. So I think that from the start, Sullivan was hell-bent on trying to get rid of Judge Signorelli.
Signorelli recused himself from the case.
When the county court judge, Ernest Signorelli, that was handling the DeFeo case.
All right, 2 minutes left in this video, folks.
Recused
Stick with
himself.
me. This is all going to be
Bill
important.
Weber had been granted this huge victory in being able to obtain a psychiatrist and having the district attorney's office ordered to turn over the various reports and the crime scene photos. And he was also able at that point to hire Herman Race as a private investigator.
In most trials where the defendant is indigent and is assigned counsel, you don't get this broad relief that Signorelli granted in this case.
Okay, let's talk about that. That is him saying what I said earlier, which is it just seems odd, and that's a judge now saying it, that it seems odd that Signorelli would hire his campaign manager, which was an obvious conflict of interest, and then start to cater to all of the requests of this person.
Yeah.
And specifically give him things that were not normally given to other people, like a private investigator. Odd, wouldn't you say?
It's a bit extra.
A little bit extra, and it looks like somebody going out of their way to do favors for somebody, but let's keep watching.
So I think he was somewhat bending over backwards to give Bill Weber some rather extraordinary help.
Sullivan saw Judge Signorelli obviously as a huge threat.
He was a county court judge, but that year he was running for surrogate court judge of Suffolk County, and Weber was working on his campaign committee, and it was pointed out to him that this could be a conflict of interest with him handling the trial and Weber being the DeFeo's counsel. He recused himself because of this reason and requested the trial to be reassigned.
Gerard Sullivan made sure he would handpick the next judge, and he wanted a hanging judge.
In his book, High Hopes, Deputy District Attorney Gerard Sullivan would refer to his next actions as judge shopping.
Judge shopping, to that, at least in my mind, meant that that's what he was hoping for, that I would end up getting a trial. Now, he did not go to Judge Cromarty, who was the administrator judge, and said, Judge, we want Stark.
Gerard Sullivan, in High Hopes, literally in this book, says that the day after Judge Signorelli recused himself, they went and they met with Judge Cromarty, the administrative judge, to get Stark. So for anyone to say that they weren't judge shopping and trying to get Judge Stark, when you weigh Sullivan's words against it, it's absolute bullshit.
Judge Stark got the case, and at that point it was an uphill battle for the defense.
Okay, I know that was a lot. I know that was very boring, but this is all going to come into play with the next few details of this story. So I think we pretty much stayed on top of that, but if there's any questions you have, let me know. But basically, it just looks weird. It looks weird that the judge was not favorable to the defense, was completely favorable to the prosecution. Once the defense leaves, he hires his own friend and then starts granting all of his friend, who is now the defense lawyer, all of their motions, and then actually goes above and beyond. So it looks like there's just something weird here, and this gets into some weird theories. Now, there's nothing to prove any of this, But this starts to lend a little bit towards the theory that maybe the mob, as we've already said, is somewhat involved in a tenuous way because of the families, might have had something to do with this. Maybe they were paying some of these people off. Maybe they were just trying their best to give a defense. It seems just a little odd that the judge suddenly changed his tune from going to prosecution heavy to defense heavy in the middle of trial, or in the middle of the procedures. It wasn't actually in the middle of trial.
Usually
Cortez!
Someone got to you.
Cortez just became a member.
Cortez
is awesome. Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much. So it just looks odd, and there aren't explanations for a lot of this, but it does look odd. And in hindsight, it's easy to say all this, that now there's mob ties, and now a judge changes his tune, and now William Weber is potentially involved, if not heading this scheme, theoretical scheme.
Yeah.
But now we are going to go back to this investigation where he shows up at the house 10 months later and now has his own investigation team. And again, we've said this. He has not been in touch with the Lutzes, allegedly, of course. Supposedly their relationship has soured. He doesn't have a vested interest in this. Why? Why is he doing this? But let's hear a little bit about the investigation. Okay. Sorry, folks. Having to vamp here because all of my plans for a smooth show just completely got ruined. And let's see if I can try to make this as smooth as possible from here on. Thank you for dancing, sir. That is what brings all the boys to the yard.
Right.
Okay, so now here we go. This is now the January 13th, 1977 investigation led by Ronald DeFeo's lawyer, William Weber, and a few new characters. Here we go.
Attorney William Weber contacts another paranormal expert, Professor Hans Holzer, regarding the still abandoned house at 112 Ocean Avenue. It is January 1977, nearly 1 year after the Lutzes ended their association with Ronald DeFeo Jr.'s trial lawyer.
Once Ronnie was convicted, the next line of attack was to appeal the case. And that's what was done.
Among those joining the party was Professor Dr. Hans Holzer, America's most famous ghost hunter.
I particularly like this picture that clearly shows a white outline of a horse.
We're going to stop this for just a second and ask you if you see a horse in that picture.
Honestly, I see a man in a road worker's safety vest with a bucket on his head.
Precisely.
White pants, white long sleeve shirt.
What a coincidence. It's exactly what I see. Well, I'll tell you what I don't see is a fucking horse. I don't see a horse. But let's listen to why a horse might be important to this story.
Overimposed over me. Now it so happens that the entity in the house that was disturbed was an Indian chief on a horse.
Hans Holzer had been introduced to me as a man who had written about 50 books in the psychic arena. Poltergeists and ghosts in the White House. Ghosts in every house he's ever visited.
On January the 13th, 1977, Holzer, William Weber, and Laura DiDio entered the house with renowned deep trance medium Ethel Johnson Myers.
The only thing you need is a good deep trance medium so that if an entity is present, they can use the vocal cords of the medium to make a conversation with me.
It's very eerie.
As soon as we got out of the car, before we even entered the house, said, "There's an Indian around here."
To be fair, I once went to dinner with Corndiff, and he said the same thing when we got out of the car. So
you weren't supposed to mention that.
Well, hey, the world needs to know.
All of a sudden, she developed an Adam's apple.
After a while, this lady began talking in a strange, jabberish language,
Her voice dropped several octaves.
and she was talking with an Indian chief who was buried on that land.
Why are they angry?
Because it's been a sacred place, and this is over the very, very special chief. Oh, I can't move my face.
This turned out to be an Indian cemetery that had been used to build houses on, very much to the dismay of the Indian who was buried there.
What does
Okay, so we've talked a little bit about this. This is the introduction of the Indian. He isn't really given a name. He's just called the Indian.
If there's only one, just call him the Indian.
Okay, great point. There's only one. Great point, because that actually does get brought up a little bit. But yes, there is one Indian who is haunting this house. Now, I also want to remind everyone that every person seems to have a different theory. Every person who is a medium or psychic or paranormal investigator, they all have different theories. And also, none of them seem to coincide with the quote-unquote alleged experiences that were provided by the Lutz. The Lutzes say that there was a woman who smelled of perfume who would hug them. When it comes, they experience a lot of different things, but I'm just saying when it comes to people or whatever that they saw. And then the Ed said that he was attacked by 1,000 demons when he went into the house. Lorraine said that it was also demonic.
How the hell did you get attacked by 1,000 demons? Did they yell at him? Did they all punch him?
He said they pushed him down. Remember that? He said they pushed him on the floor. He said it was like walking against a tidal wave or something. I forget how he said it. Or something. It was something stupid. But he said, that they pushed him down on the ground and that he felt electricity.
That's a heart attack.
Were you ever a Parks and Rec fan? Did you watch Parks and Rec?
Yeah, I did.
One of my absolute most favorite moments was when Jerry has the heart attack but farts really loudly.
Yeah.
And Tom tries to get the doctor to say fart attack. That's exactly what I see. I see Ed as a Jerry type of figure having a fart attack. Okay. And so everyone just has this different theory. And I think that also goes to the credibility of all these people. And that's why I think these are all con men or con people, in the case of Lorraine, who are all delivering their own con. This 70-year-old psychic saying that she senses an Indian, Hans Holzer. We're going to talk a little bit about Hans Holzer moving forward, but nobody has any credibility, and especially not William Weber. Now, we can't specifically point to exactly what's fishy and what's wrong about William Weber yet, but so far, would you agree that he's shady?
Yeah,
something is up. Something doesn't smell right. We have all of this very, very gray area behavior that just doesn't click. Something's off. Okay, so let's move forward a little bit with this.
What does he make them do?
Violence of death. I don't know, my skull's cracked and my neck's stretched.
What will the male do under those circumstances?
Anything the Indian desires him to do.
Despite the fact that the people have said it's the most haunted house in America, it is not a truly haunted house. There are no ghosts there. There are no spirits there except the Indian chief. And what he wanted, from his point of view, was get off my land.
Okay, now, I don't know what his definitions or distinguished definitions are between haunting, but I would say that the spirit of an Indian chief residing in a house and causing problems is a haunting. But
yeah, if he's saying, sorry,
I'm sorry, buddy. I thought I was unmuting you. Wrong on me. Sorry.
Yeah, I feel like if he's specifically telling them to get off his land, that's classic haunting, right?
That's what it sounds like to me, but apparently he has a very different definition where he says it's not a classical haunting, whatever the fuck that means. But he's saying that there's only one spirit, and it's this Indian chief. Now let's go back and talk about what the Lutzes say they saw. The Lutzes say they saw ooze slimes coming out of walls, coming out of keyholes, dirty toilets. Was the Indian causing the dirty toilets? Then we also had it was a porcelain lion that was supposedly biting people, marching bands that were playing in the middle of the night and clearing out. That was another thing. The ghosts would actually clear off any sort of carpet that they had on the ground. What are those called? Place carpets, whatever. They would roll it up, and the way that George Lutz described it was that it looked like they were clearing out a dance floor. I don't see that as typical Indian chief behavior, but what do I know?
No.
So let's hear a little bit about Mr. Holzer.
William Weber came to me when the young man was already in jail and asked whether I could help reopen the case on the basis of what my findings were.
Today, however, William Weber denies ever having requested Holzer's help with Ronald DeFeo's appeal.
I don't recall whether I may have called Hans Holzer in, but it certainly wasn't to investigate the case.
This is why that video I played earlier becomes important. Listen to what Weber says here and where he takes the story from here.
All right.
Hans Holzer was not, as I recall it, brought in to effect an appeal, although Hans had strong feelings that Ronnie was definitely possessed. Hans Holzer was not, as I recall it, brought in to effect an appeal, although Hans had strong feelings that Ronnie was definitely possessed.
I want that to be super, super clear to the audience that they hear that. William Weber is saying, I don't remember calling this guy. He called me. Okay, well, wait a minute. On second thought, maybe I did call him. But the reason I called him was because he had this theory that he was possessed by demons. Okay?
So he's possessed by so the demon made him call?
That Ronnie was possessed by demons when he killed this family.
Okay.
Ronald DeFeo. Yeah.
Got it.
Are you high right now?
Not terribly.
How's the house coming along?
It's getting there. Working on the second floor right now. First one's great.
Hey, that's faster than I thought. All right, here we go.
Using her psychic abilities, Mrs. Myers theorizes that the house is built on sacred Indian burial ground.
The Indian force takes over when it takes.
Just real quick, I've seen Mandy Diff in chat before. Is there any relation?
No, she's just a fan. That's me on the thumbnail. But no, I see her a lot over there on WGNN. But she's everywhere. She's everywhere. She's a big fan of all this.
She's funny.
She's great. Yep.
It's over. It's deadly.
Photographs taken during Holzer's investigation show what he believes is evidence of paranormal activity.
Superimposed on the scene of me standing up in front of the entranced medium, there appears to be white matter, which we call ectoplasm, and it is quite clearly a man on a horse.
Now, I'm going to take his word for it. It is quite clearly a man on a horse.
Okay.
So here's my thing about ghost hunting shows and ghost hunters. So he's saying that the spirit itself is an Indian, and at the same time, the Indian has his horse with him. So is the ghost a horse? And does the ghost also do ghost things? I'm not sure what the ghost job is supposed to be, but does the ghost do them? Maybe the ghost was the one shitting in the toilet. Maybe that's why it was so dark.
That makes it. Yeah, that's about all they can do is just put spooky horse shits in the toilet.
Ah, man, okay, now it's starting to make sense. Okay, you know what's going to happen with this show is it's going to start off skeptic, and I'm going to become a believer by the end, with the thought of a ghost taking a shit in a human toilet, a ghost horse taking a shit in a human toilet. Okay, here
When
we go.
everything starts adding up, what else can you think? You know.
Yeah, hey man, if it adds up, the numbers don't lie.
Hans Holzer continues his investigation at the Amityville Historical Society, where the curator reveals that the skeleton of an Indian chief had been unearthed on Ocean Avenue during the early part of the 20th century.
I'm convinced that Ronald DeFeo was under the power and the influence of the Indian when these things occurred.
Okay, so now the vampire hunter, Stephen Kaplan, back on the scene.
Skeptical Kaplans, however, question Holzer's motives.
I think Dr. Holzer is heavily into mixing truth with fiction. He had a contract for a book about the Amityville case, so he had a motivation to say that there was something there. I know that a lot of the things in the books that he wrote were disproved. There was no Indian burial ground under the house. The Indians did not bury their dead near the water. Hans Holzer, I believe, just decided to put it there because it was more convenient.
One must remember that over 300 years or 400 years, the erosion that...
Get a good gulp of this guy.
Chief Straight Arrow.
Let's make sure that everyone gets just a feast your eyes on this guy. Chief Straight Arrow of the Montaukett tribe of Long Island. Hey, Hamhead, gifting another Luigi Greenberg membership. Thank you so much. And
guess who got it?
Mandy Diff was gifted a membership by Hamhead. Thank you so much. Hope that you will enjoy the content, Mandy Diff. Glad to have you, and always a big thank you to Hamhead for just being so generous for my content here. Thank you. Okay. Yes, and this is an interesting thing Mandy Diff actually says. I notice all ghost shows, talk about Native American burial haunting grounds. Indians were here before us. All of America used to be Indian. So it seems very convenient, doesn't it? It just seems like a very convenient place to point a finger, and it's also kind of a generic place to point the finger, and that's also part of the theme that we're trying to get across with a lot of this stuff about the haunting, is that it wasn't a very creative hoax. All of these things that these people came up with, it was pretty generic. Here we go, Hamhead, sorry. Just keep Bob Levy off this channel, Luigi. I'm going to try my best, Hamhead. I'm going to try my best. He's been begging to come on, and we'll see what happens, man.
I promise.
I love Bob. If Bob came on, I'm sorry, Hamhead, I'm going to have to put him on the show. And I'll tease him. I'll tease him about the Fruity Pebbles, whatever you want. But he's going to have to come on. All right. So, yes, take this guy in, Chief Straight Arrow. But Chief Straight Arrow has a little bit of an explanation. Even though he agrees with the Kaplans, he does agree that there was not Indian burial ground there, nor did the Indians bury their dead near water. Apparently, that was an Indian thing. He has an explanation, though.
Has taken place has caused the water to that over 300 years or 400 years, the erosion that has taken place has caused the water to shift its table and either rise or fall. So a lot of our burials are underwater. So would the spirit be in water? Absolutely.
For his part, Hans Holzer questions Stephen Kaplan's motives for decrying the Amityville case as a hoax.
And when he found out I was involved with the Amityville house, and he asked, could I come along? Please, I want to come along to the house the next time you go. And I just as politely explained to him that that was not possible. He then turned against me and complained that the whole thing was a hoax. That's how this whole thing started.
My husband, Stephen, was not jealous of Hans Holzer. He didn't particularly care for his style of research or think that the things that he wrote about were true. And he certainly never begged Hans Holzer to go to the house with him. No, that's just total baloney.
Hans Holzer was not, as I recall it, brought in to effect an appeal, although Hans had strong feelings that Ronnie was definitely possessed.
If you're asking me about possession, I have to reserve that. But in the future, is evidence going to be presented to a court to help Ronnie DeFeo? Is possession part of that? The answer, still remains to be seen, but I think we're swaying towards the affirmative in that regard.
Courts.
Okay, so let me just summarize that real quick. William Weber was being interviewed, and William Weber is saying to these reporters, we plan to appeal this case by saying that he was possessed by the devil, or possessed by a spirit, whatever, possessed by something paranormal.
Hard to prove him wrong,
It's hard to prove him wrong, but at the same time, the way our justice system works, you have to prove him correct in order to defend. I guess it's not true. It's hard to prove him wrong, but at the same time, here's where it goes sour. He is talking about an appeals case. Now, when you hear appeal, if someone just simply says, I lost this case, I'm going to appeal it, in the criminal sense of the word, what does that mean to you?
They're challenging the judgment that they got.
Exactly. Unfortunately, that is the typical I don't even really know what to call it, but that's pretty much the typical belief of someone who doesn't have legal training, or at least procedural training, as to what it is. But that's not true. That is not what an appeal is in a criminal sense. Again, an appeal is not a reevaluation of the facts. An appeal without any additional evidence is only a reevaluation of the rights of the defendant to prove that they were not violated, and that is procedural. What that means is that you're handing the facts of the case, the procedural facts of the case, over to another set of judges to ensure that throughout the course of the trial, the defendant's rights were not violated. It does not examine the facts of the case in any sense of the word.
Okay.
It is only a procedural analysis, except when there is new evidence presented for, a potential different explanation. But you don't just re-examine facts as they are. It just doesn't happen. It's not how it works. So this person is actually going to give a short, brief explanation of what I'm talking about, but I just wanted to give a little bit of an overview.
Of New York State. If it is not, you can only bring up some new evidence, which that is how Bill tried to get the Lutz's testimony in the appeal. Stark ruled that the only evidence that was going to be allowed in the appeal for Butch was points of the trial.
There's nothing, absolutely nothing in that house that ever convinced me, at any rate. Maybe I'm a bit of a skeptic, but I'm also a realist. I never saw anything to indicate this mystic phenomena and all that nonsense. And I use the word nonsense because that's exactly what it is.
As Weber planned.
Okay, so let's talk about that right there. William Weber knowingly, as a lawyer, as an appeals lawyer, he knows that when he makes a statement such as, we're going to use possession as a defense, he is lying. He is, in fact, telling something that is not true. He is providing a foundational basis that simply is not within the bounds of reality, saying that that's going to happen because it's not allowed. Now, we all know that the Warrens were involved with this weird thing later called the devil made me do it defense. This was before that. There is nothing precedent. There's no precedent, and there's nothing in a law book that says, oh, you can appeal a case if you can prove that he was possessed by an Indian chief. William Weber is outright lying to the press, lying to anybody that's going to listen, that he intends to use this as a defense because it is not possible. He is not allowed to do that. Am I making that clear? I feel like I'm rambling here.
I don't think he was not allowed to do that.
He is not allowed to do what he's saying he's going to do. And the weirdest part about it is that as an appeals lawyer, he knows this. He's knowingly doing it.
Shiesty.
And yeah, I mean, it's so shiesty. And I actually tried to do some Google research on what happened to William Weber after all of this. And oddly enough, there isn't anything to really be found. So I think that he ruined his credibility because of this.
The Indian got him?
Well, before that, I mean, he is now relying. Okay. So actually, you know what? Hey, man, have I told you this episode how great you are with your jumping off points? Okay, so let's just talk about that real quick. So he says that Hans Holzer reaches out to him. Weber denies it, but then he backtracks. He says that the idea of using possession as a defense to the murders was Holzer's idea. But William Weber discusses possession and as this potential legal defense. But now we know that a criminal appeals case will not reconsider the facts of the case. Why did he pretend like this was even a possibility? We don't know, other than he just was trying to find money. He was trying to find an opportunity. But the only theory that I think really makes sense is he knew better, but just played along as if it was possible to introduce this possession defense at appeal, because he still had the pending book deal that he had proposed to the Lutzes that they didn't bite on. So we show that interview of Herman Race. Do you remember who Herman Race was? Herman Race was the private investigator that the judge had hired or allowed him to hire at taxpayer cost in order to help with the original trial of Ronald DeFeo. Herman Race, the private investigator, issued or attached to this case by reason of the Judge Signorelli, goes and does this public TV interview in which he says outright, I found no evidence of a haunting, and then states it publicly, in a TV interview. So Herman Race's opinion could potentially be interpreted as ruining Weber's credibility as a lawyer. And most importantly, it could kill Weber's book deal. Am I making sense here?
Just everything's tied together.
Everything is tied together. Yes, Space Chief, and that's the point I'm really trying to make here, is that the complexity behind the scenes of this dumb ghost story is amazing. It really is. And I don't think it's been exposed to a wide enough audience because it's so fucking interesting. So, back to this, it would appear as if, since Weber's relationship with the Lutzes is gone, it's soured, it looks like he went and sought a third-party, unaffiliated paranormal investigator to provide a new opinion to keep Weber's book deal alive. This is just a theory, but I think that the facts would suggest this. If I'm wrong, please point it out. That's an open invitation. Please. I'm very curious to hear other perspectives on this, other opinions. But let's talk about who was there, okay? Hans Holzer. Actually, you know what? Let's finish this. There's only a few seconds.
And his appeal of DeFeo's conviction,
George and Kathleen Lutz developed a different plan of their own upon meeting Tam Mossman, an editor at Prentice Hall.
They basically went to Mr. Anson to write a book of their own, and Butch and Mr. Weber got nothing.
So, the other thing that I was playing that had the difficulties talks a little bit more about how William Weber started to reach out to his book agent, and when he realizes that the Lutzes have already started talking to an agent for their own book, he proposes, and then apparently there was a letter that he wrote to Ronald DeFeo and says, I'm trying to get the book published, but I'm having trouble because there's already one in the works by the Lutzes, and I'm having trouble trying to convince my agent to believe that there's going to be any kind of demand for a second book.
Yeah, no one's gonna want that if there's an authentic Lutz book out there, you know.
Exactly, but he was the one who had the idea first, and so now he's running with it and saying, "Wait! This was my idea." And now he's going back to his agent and saying, "Hey, I really want to keep moving forward with this book." And the agent says, "Well, there's already a book coming out. What do you have to offer?" Right. And he's like, "Well, I'm going to go get a third opinion." And so he goes and gets his own team, puts them together, and then he comes back and says, and here's another angle. Maybe he was possessed, and there's an Indian chief living on the ground. So now he's coming up with ideas. He's really just trying to wrangle strain for these ideas. And it is all in an effort to hopefully keep his book deal alive. Again, this is just my theory, but there's really a lot to suggest that this is what's going on. Now, I can't help but talk about this also, and that is that the guy he hires, Hans Holzer, was apparently an author of 140 books about ghosts and paranormal events. If you Google him, the first book cover, I just said booger. If you Google him, the first book cover that shows up is this.
Confessions of a Witch.
Confessions of a Witch, as told by Heather to Hans Holzer, and we had to cover up the nipples.
Looks like they might have leaned into using sex to sell.
And I just got such a kick out of this, and yes, you're right. It looks like softcore porn. It looks like a cheesy softcore porn. Were there novelizations of softcore porn movies? Please, somebody look that up.
Probably the internet wasn't around. They had to have something to read back then. This it looks kind of Heather Locklear-like.
Ooh, it does. It actually does. And this was the type of book that Hans Holzer wrote. And all I can say is, on your credibility meter, Corndiff, someone writes this book and then wants to tell you about ghosts and paranormal events. Where do you land?
100% believe him. That's why I bought my copy of this 1975 classic off of eBay. It should be here soon. Yes.
So a little behind the scenes introduction to the audience is that we talked a little bit about this before the episode last week, and the funniest thing about it was that neither one of us could find a plot, a description of the plot for this book, and that's the funniest part. Yeah. To me anyway. So yes, this is the guy that William Weber hires, and hey man, however you got to find your paranormal investigator, best of luck to you. So,
they didn't have Craigslist back then, so.
Yes, you're correct. Okay, stay with me, folks. I know this is getting dense, and I do apologize, but I think we're past the worst part. So now we're going to get back to some of the fun stuff, and that is that immediately after Wait a minute. Okay, that didn't... Wait. Son of a bitch. Here we go. Okay. Man, I'm having all kinds of problems today.
Good thing I brought my moves.
Yeah. Hey, did you watch any of that shit that happened today with John?
No. Anything good?
It was good, man. As two people who are on the outskirts of the Dabbleverse because of repetition and annoying behavior, something pretty awesome happened today. You should.
Okay, I'll check into that.
You should go look it up. Yeah, he had Clay on, and Clay decided to burn the bridge.
Oh, oh wow.
Oh man, and he did it in such a fantastic way. No porn bomb. He decided to go out with just his mouth, and he just told John everything he thought about him, and John kicked him out within like 7 or 8 minutes of him talking.
Wow.
And it was magnificent. It was fantastic. You should go see it.
Oh yeah.
All right, so let's see. Here we go. Okay, so now we're going to fast forward just a little bit, and it is now 3 months later. It is now April 1977, and now the first national article chronicling the Lutz's story appears in Good Housekeeping magazine. It is there have been apparently some local articles along the way, and this is the first time that it is now on a national level. But here's the weird thing: the writer of the article is Paul Hoffman. And Paul Hoffman was introduced to the Lutzes by William Weber. This was the guy that he had the original book deal with, that he had proposed to the Lutzes, that the Lutzes apparently declined. And the Lutzes claimed that they did not give permission to publish the article when it got published. So let's take a little look at this.
The first national article chronicling the Lutz's 28-day ordeal appears in the April 1977 edition of Good Housekeeping magazine. The article is written by Paul Hoffman, who had met the Lutzes 1 year earlier through attorney William Weber.
At that point, I was interested in writing a book on the case, and I had brought in Paul Hoffman to assist me in writing the book.
The original articles that came out, they said that they did not see any human forms and that they just had strange noises, bumps, banging in the pipes, things like this.
They were experiencing
Did you notice that?
Deodorant tampons.
Why was it necessary for the documentarians to leave that part in? I just thought it was odd, but
it doesn't even look like it was a real thing. Like this,
you're right.
Computer-generated article.
You're right, but this was a legit documentary, and they decided to just.
That's weird.
They could have blacked it out. You know, they could have just put anything there, but they left that anyway.
What on the surface appeared to be some low-level psychic phenomenon. No levitation, no windows being shattered, no doors wrenched off their hinges by unseen forces.
By the time they got to the book, they had green slime and red slime and marching bands and Jody the Demon Pig. And here was a whole article written by Paul Hoffman, all about how all these terrible things happened to the Lutzes, like black slime and demon pigs and keyholes oozing slime and windows slamming on kids' hands, and all things that had never been mentioned in the previous articles were suddenly in this feature-length article. Initially, if you look at the original articles, they claimed they were only there for 10 days in the house. You look at subsequent articles, it says 28 days, and that went on, I think, with the book and the movie, where they actually had it in the hype, 28 Days of Terror. So already there was a discrepancy with the dates. Nobody knew when they moved in, when they moved out. We had interviewed some of the neighbors in the area, and they had said around Christmas time they had passed by and there were no curtains on the window, and they could look in and see just stacks and stacks of boxes still tied up with rope, and that they looked like they hadn't even unpacked. So it kind of felt like they weren't planning on unpacking, like they didn't never plan to stay there.
So tell me what you're thinking.
It's, I mean, like, so she's saying, I don't know, she I want to believe.
Well, wait, what part do you want to believe?
Just the whole thing, but I mean, like hearing her say it, like, yeah, they didn't even unpack their shit.
Yeah.
Like, it sounds like it was just this was a project, almost.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to use the word, but was it like a conspiracy amongst these people?
And marching bands and Joe.
Yeah, well, I mean, just from the family's aspect. I mean, when they started this, they couldn't have known it would get so large. I can't imagine.
Yeah, it's weird. Oh, hold on, I'm playing something here. Is it playing? Huh. Okay. Yeah, it's weird. It's not supposed to be playing live. I don't know why it is. Okay, so let's see here. We're gonna put this here.
He's a skeptical robot.
No, do Careless Whisper. There you go. Okay.
That's all they get.
Man, I'm just getting all kinds of shit. Yes, yeah. Super chat. What song you would like Corndiff to play on his saxophone? By saxophone, I mean fingers. All right. Okay, so I'm trying to actually recover some of the shit that didn't get played because of my technical difficulties. So bear with me here. I might be replaying something that we just heard, but I'm trying to get to something specific. Okay, so, oh, here we go. Actually, I won't have to. Okay, so there's the Good Housekeeping article comes out. So guess what happens after the Good Housekeeping article comes out is that the Lutzes claim they didn't give permission to publish the article, and they sue Good Housekeeping, Hoffman, and Weber.
Oh.
Now, guess who comes back on the scene because of the article?
Who?
Blade, the vampire killer.
Vampire hunter. I started to say that, but every time you've asked something like guess who comes back, I've wanted it to be them and I've been wrong. So this is great.
So now they are, because of this article, they are now on a national spotlight. They have now totally put the spotlight on them. And have opened them up to now a wide variety of critics, and the Kaplans now see this as their opportunity to play along, and they are now going to let or try to expose them a little harder, and now that they are now on, just I guess a bigger stage, try to get a wider audience to listen to them. I'm going to play a big chunk of this because it's pretty funny, and I'm also going to run to the restroom. So be right back.
Prentice Hall knowingly participated in the hoax.
They were actually, I believe, working for the publishing company to back up the Lutz's story because they had their own book deal coming out. And we were told by somebody off the record that the deal was made that you promote the Amityville Horror, we give you a publishing deal for your book.
Lorraine Warren appeared with George Lutz on the Lou Gentile show on May 27, 2002. During that show, in her own words, she recounted how Tam Mossman had always wanted to do a book on the Warrens' life. And later, after the Amityville Horror was published, Tam became the editor of the book that ultimately became The Demonologist, which was published in 1980 about the life stories of Ed and Lorraine Warren.
It didn't end. The next thing I know, there's another show. Now I'm getting a call from the people who are living in the house there next door or 2 doors down, and they have something to say. Then I meet a local cop and he has something to say. And then there were several other neighbors who wanted to speak. And before I know it, Stephen Kaplan has rounded up other people who contend nothing ever happened in that house. And before you knew it, I'm devoting hour after hour to this one story.
Okay, Stephen found out from his friend Max Toth that there was going to be a book coming out about the Amityville Horror, and he wanted to see what was going to be in it. So he called up Prentice Hall and spoke to a gentleman named Tam Mossman, who promised to send him the galleys of the book and never did. And we were wondering why, and Tam Mossman basically told Stephen told Tam Mossman that this book is a hoax. You're going to print something as a true story, and this is a hoax. And Tam Mossman said the same thing the other people had said, that basically the bottom line is money. People want to read about this. They want to read about a haunted house. The more demons are in there, the better. And he doesn't really care about whether it's true or not true, because Jay Anson was assigned to write the book. He met with the Lutzes. They told him their story. He was writing their story, and that's what it was going to be, and that's what they were going to publish.
The Amityville Horror is published in the fall of 1977, its subtitle boldly proclaiming it to be a true story.
Okay. So that's all about the article.
It's like they didn't care if it was real or not.
Exactly. And that's kind of what we're going to see from everybody. And the Kaplans... oh, wait a minute. I think I was a little confused on that. Now let's keep going. Hold on.
Although reviews are mixed, strong word of mouth bolstered by a national publicity campaign turned the book into an overnight sensation. Meanwhile, the relentless Stephen Kaplan tries to persuade the public that this supposed true story is an outright fraud.
If you compare the original edition of the hardcover version of the Amityville Horror with the first paperback edition, you will see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of changes that they made. According to the hardcover, the priest was driving on the expressway when the hood of his car suddenly flew open and smashed his windshield. This was impossible because he was driving a Chevy Vega and the hood opened the other way. It couldn't have smashed the windshield. So they changed it to a tan Ford in the paperback. George Lutz claimed that the front door flew off its hinges, and what it was the screen door. The wooden door was still there in place. When we saw the house, it was the screen door that was hanging, and in winter on Long Island next to the water, it's not unusual to lose a screen door.
It appears that the inconsistencies in Anson's book are not entirely the result of artistic license. They are flagrant fabrications.
Anson's position was...
That's to your point right there. It's not, it becomes like where they cross a line from not caring to now they are deliberately, I mean, they're deliberately lying. They're now trying to completely tell a whole new story in this book. Listen to this part.
I used literary license. I was given this story. I believed the Lutz because they had tapes. They gave me a bunch of tapes. I transcribed the tapes. I wrote my story. And I used a little literary license to make it more interesting. When the paperback came out, I actually personally sat down with both books side by side and turned page one, and compared everything on each page. And there were hundreds and hundreds of changes in the paperback. And right on the paperback it said, this paperback is the complete original edition. Not one word of this has been changed.
So...
what a bunch of shitheads.
Yeah, pretty much what sums all this up, I guess. What a bunch of shitheads. It just becomes so obvious that they are all just lying. And, oh, here we go. DJ Electra with gifting 1 Luigi Greenberg membership. Thank you, DJ Electra. Awesome. She has her show tonight. I believe they are reviewing A Tribe Called Quest. That is Electra Ladyland on Rumble. She's the best. And we host a show together on Sundays called Unboxing Eric. She is the star of the show. Stuchunksta was gifted a membership by Electra. Thank you, Stuchunksta, for accepting that membership. Thank you, DJ Electra. Thank you so much. DJ Electra is great. Check her out. Catch 22 Tuesday nights. If you are not a fan of her coverage of Daisy the Venice Healer, you are missing out, folks. You are missing out. I know there is a lot of John fatigue, and if you want someone to laugh at, Daisy the Venice Healer is where it's at. Tuesday nights. So here we go. So now let's talk a little bit more about some fallout from the book.
As interest in the Lutz's haunted house story grows, debunker Stephen Kaplan goes head-to-head against religious demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren on a series of radio and television programs.
I said to him one time on a program, "You're a parapsychologist. You are Dr. Stephen Kaplan." "Yes." "What kind of instrumentation did you use?"
All right, one of the scientific things we used is people to research the history of the house, to try to get an idea of the construction.
Yes, but what about in the house?
Yeah, you're not answering the question, Steve.
Right. We had people with electric equipment inside the house.
What would you call that equipment?
I wouldn't have the terminology for that.
But you're a parapsychologist.
Yes, I am, but I'm not an electronics expert.
So let's talk about that just a second. We admire Stephen Kaplan for all of the work he does in catching vampires and creating a world safe from vampires. But does he sound completely coherent about his job as a paranormal investigator in that clip?
Not particularly, no.
No. But at the same time, Ed and Lorraine Warren are frauds. They're pieces of shit asking another piece of shit to justify his place in their world of shit. That's how I see it. Changed my mind. They're both making shit up, and so I really don't have any respect for either of them, but I will just admit that Stephen Kaplan does seem to be more of a voice of reason. Here we go.
Soon their public debate sparks a bitter personal conflict that rages on to this day.
This is when the battle royale between Stephen Kaplan and George and Kathleen Lutz really began. And that was when the series of shows on WBAB commenced.
Apparently, George Lutz was either afraid or was told by his publicity people not to show up on a show in person if Stephen was going to be there. So he would be on the phone, and this one time, and rarely on the phone as well. He didn't really want to debate with Stephen at all.
In both the Amityville Horror book and movie, there's a scene wherein a window comes crashing down on one of the Lutz kids' hands. They take, I believe it was Danny Lutz, the kid, to the hospital, and amazingly, none of the bones are broken. When Dr. Kaplan and George Lutz began to debate this on WBAB in one of the shows that followed the initial onset of this case, the whole story began to fall apart.
So you brought your son to the hospital when the window fell on his hand. Which hospital? Well, it was Brunswick Hospital in Amityville. Okay, George, so if I go to Brunswick Hospital and subpoena the records, it's going to show that you brought your son there on... Well, we didn't really bring him to the hospital. We brought him to the doctor's office. Okay, so, you tell me the name of the doctor's office and I'll go and I'll... Well, we kind of just, bandaged his hand and treated it at home. From that point, I think it just escalated the tension between Lee and Stephen, and also Ed and Lorraine Warren.
So here's how I like to think of it. To my Dabbleverse community, Ed and Lorraine Warren are the John. Kaplan becomes the Cardiff Electric, maybe Tukey, maybe Shuley, and just makes it his point to start trolling them, fucking with them. When they are on on shows where there's a call-in element, he starts calling them. He starts peppering them with questions. But what's interesting, though, is for all of his efforts as a ridiculous vampire hunter, he's asking logical questions, again being the voice of reason and saying, hey, I noticed you said this, and I'd like to verify it. Can you please give me the facts of this for which I can go and confirm that this actually happened? And they can't answer them. And they are now completely tearing their own story apart. It's brilliant. It's great.
That he was able to do it with such little effort.
Exactly. And he, again, we have to keep pointing out that this guy does not have a lot of credibility, but suddenly seems to be the voice of reason. And the way I described it in the first episode was that I thought, and I guess, I still continue to think, that everyone in this story is a con man. Excuse me, I'm burping. Everyone is a con man. Everyone has their own con. Ed and Lorraine Warren, con men. They have their own story. The house is infested by demons. We're gonna write a story. We're gonna sell books. We're gonna make money. George and Kathy Lutz, they're con men. They have their own story. We were besieged by spirits and porcelain lions and perfume and the color red. We're going to sell our story. We're going to make millions. William Weber is a con man. Comes in and says, hey, I was here first, and I'm going to try to get the book deal before anybody else, and I'm going to cut myself in on it. Hans Holzer is also a con man. I mean, there's so many people trying to get this piece of the pie, and that pie is a horrible tragedy in which 6 people lost their lives. And they're all just trying to ride the coattails of this. But then this vampire hunter comes in and says, this con men market is oversaturated. Yeah. I can't try to pull my own con. Therefore, I am actually going to be the contrarian, and my con is going to be the truth. That's what's so weird. He now says I'm going to pull off my own con job by telling the truth and discrediting all of the other con men. And it is so brilliant. I mean, it is Game of Thrones of flim-flammers. That's just the best way that I think of it. That's what helps me think of it. And I love it. It's so brilliant. It's so great. I really would love to see a long-term 1990s Stephen King-esque miniseries devoted to this story, just because I find it so fascinating.
Oh, wow.
It's just me. And hey, if somebody has the money out there to do it, I'd love to see that. Oh, yeah. Because there's just so many moving parts, so many parts of the story, interesting parts. So this is going to be the last of the video that we're going to play for the night. How are we doing on the Lego house? We doing good?
It's to be honest, I'm putting the final touches on it.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right. That's awesome.
It's coming along.
All right. Cool. So let's see here. We've got about 9 minutes of video left, and this is going to be all about the fallout from the book. This is going to be the end of the episode. Thank you to everyone who stuck around this long. I know this is a crazy story, and I know it can get complicated, and I know there's probably some things that require less brain power, and so I really do appreciate you standing by. I just love the story. I wanted to tell the story to an audience, and I hope that you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. The 4th episode is going to cover the movie and the fallout from the movie, and that is going to be the last we will ever speak of it. After that, we are going to have a members-only show in which we will take, or I will take some conversation. Would love to just have an open live chat for members to discuss thoughts on the show. That's it. Questions, ideas, comments, concerns, anything that we want to talk about, and then talk a little bit about next topic of conversation is going to be following the Warrens. And the first thing we are going to talk about is the story of Annabelle and how it was
a very uncreative story that they just simply stole. They stole all of it and sold it as their own.
I think your mic just got a little muffledy.
Really? Hello.
There you
Hello.
go. There you go.
Okay.
Crystal clear.
Yes. So back to, Annabelle was just a story that they stole. That's all it was. They stole the whole story of Annabelle and sold it as their own. But let's talk a little bit. This is actually going to give us a little bit of a preview of that topic of conversation as well.
The Lutz's stardom invites criticism. An army of skeptics hound George and Kathy, and not without reason.
George and Kathy, and even some of the children talked about how the book was embellished and how things were added that really didn't happen, especially when the movie came out. And it's notorious to see something that's a book go to a movie and a lot of things change and a lot of things become more frightening. George and Kathy Lutz purchased the home fully furnished. The furniture that was there during the DeFeo murders was still in the house.
They even keep the DeFeo children's bed frames, the same beds in which the children were shot to death in their sleep. But according to paranormal experts, there are risks to keeping a murdered family's furniture.
The Amityville Horror and subsequent interviews given through the years by George Lutz.
I want everybody to pay attention to this because, like we were saying, that now that they have made this book, the article and the book have come out, they have put themselves on a stage for all of their actions to be analyzed. And listen to what this guy has to say about the furniture.
He had explained that they had not seen the DeFeo house until the fall of 1975. However, before this, they had no knowledge of the house, of its history, or anything of the like. Now, at the close of escrow, George talks about how for $400 they purchased some of the DeFeo's furniture, including the kids' beds and dining room furniture. However, when you look at the DeFeo probate records, there is no transaction for $400 of any furniture. And in most cases, the DeFeo probate records were very specific. It was almost as if most of the members of the estate knew who they were selling this furniture to. The only $400 transaction that shows up was in the summer of 1975, well before the Lutzes claimed they first saw the DeFeo house.
If the $424 purchase of miscellaneous furniture from the estate on July 16, 1975 was to George and Kathleen Lutz, then this transaction alone strongly suggests premeditation on the part of George Lutz.
George and Kathy Lutz knew about the DeFeo house and knew about its history months and months ahead of when they claimed that they first saw this house for the very first time. And to me, that equates to an organized, orchestrated commercial plan.
Are you following that?
I mean, it's possible the words matter. So he said they knew about it before they saw it, like just a few months earlier. That's possible. They could have heard about that story. I mean, it was popular at that time, right?
Sure. But I think his words meant more than that, because the point he's trying to make, and I guess you're right, he doesn't do a very good job of it until we see what he's referring to, is that, and it's the reason I played the clip before it, is because the story that the paranormal investigators are telling, and that the clip that I played before it was from a documentary made in 2021, released in 2021. And this paranormal investigator is specifically saying that the story he knows of the Lutzes moving into the house was that part of the story was that they bought and kept the furniture from the DeFeos in the house. They left the house fully furnished. I wanted to keep that in there for that purpose. This is the story that is being told and perpetuated as of 2021, that they did this. Now, this guy, a few years before, now says that part of that story comes from George Lutz saying, I paid $400 for furniture at probate before we moved into the house. Now, and he's saying that the only $400 charge that is showing up. Hey, I'm going to mute you real quick. I'm realizing that when I mute you is when the echo goes away. So sorry about that. He's saying that the only $400 charge that he sees on all of the probate records was for furniture, according to what the Lutz says. So that part matches up. But what doesn't match up is the date, and the date was 4 or 5 months before they moved in. So it just simply goes to say that, yeah, maybe they knew about it, maybe they did this, but they bought the furniture, and that completely contradicts the story that they told in their book and in other documentaries in which they participated, in which they specifically say that the way they found the house was that they were house hunting, and their realtor said, do you want to see this house? It's the murder house. Do you remember that from episode 1?
Yeah, but I mean, okay, they lied about a lot of shit.
They lied about everything. It seems that way. It seems like they lie about everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no redeeming qualities about any of these people except that intern.
Yeah, the intern and the
vampire hunter almost.
Well, the vampire hunter has his own qualities, yes, but the head of the news organization. If you remember, I played some video of him last time in which he just refused to go along with it and was like, "I was there. I was in the same room as all these people who said they saw shit, they experienced shit. I ain't see shit." He refuses to go along. That guy seems to be pretty honest. And let's see if maybe he pops up again in this story. Oh wait, I think I played it earlier. Did I play it already? Where he talked about when he reads from the
The Amityville Horror.
Oh, it's right here. This
really
is it.
A horror?
Sorry.
Was it a hoax perpetrated on the world, which still remains mystified by the tales of bizarre happenings in a quiet house?
The Amityville Horror attempted to bolster its credibility by using Marvin Scott's name and reputation, which did not please Scott.
Jay Anson wrote The Amityville Horror, a true story, so he claims. Well, some of the accounts were not true, particularly the prologue and epilogue. Talks about my colleague Steve Bauman, who visited the house, and there were mistruths about his presence there, as well as mistruths about my presence there on March 6th, 1976, which he says on February 18th, 1976, Marvin Scott decided to investigate further the reports of the so-called cursed house of Amityville. Well, he was only off by a month. But then he goes on to say, Scott had originally contacted the recent tenants, the Lutz family, and requested permission to film activities. George agreed and sat down at a meeting with Scott in a small pizzeria in Amityville. I've never even had a slice of pizza in Amityville, no less meeting George Lutz. Never.
There are risks to...
So that is just simply to say that the author of the book just wrote whatever he wanted to write. So how can we believe any part of the story?
I mean, you can't. It says that they're willing to lie about shit, so.
About anything. Hey, let's see here. Thank you very much. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Is it Svoren? Svoren?
I think it's Soren Ringholm.
I don't know what sound that's supposed to make, that little O with the cross through it. I want to say it correctly, so please, if you could write it out phonetically, I will be sure to pronounce it correctly. But this has been great and laid out perfectly. Well done. Thank you very, very much for saying that. I really put a lot of work into this, and I really, really wanted it to be good. Thank you so much. Soren Ringholm. I want to make sure I say that right. All right, so back to this finishing up here.
Keeping a murdered family's furniture.
The Amityville Horror and subsequent interviews
Attorney for Ronald DeFeo, who attorney for
months and months ahead of when they claim that they first saw this house for the very first time. And to me, that equates...
Son of a bitch. This is the video that originally screwed up. I should have just let it stay screwed up, because obviously I put the wrong thing in here twice. Or put the video clip in here twice.
To an organized, orchestrated,
Sorry, folks.
commercial
I'm still learning.
plan.
I need a Baba Booey.
William Weber, the attorney for Ronald DeFeo, who murdered
Remember this guy? Everybody remember this guy?
his family in the house,
Lawyer.
becomes a leading critic. Their brief discussions with Weber come back to haunt them.
They did play me the tape that they had made of their original meetings with William Weber.
They recorded their conversation. The Lutzes recorded their conversation with Weber when he approached them about the book deal.
That's what
And
normal
they
people
told
do.
me, we're not
Exactly.
proud of what you're about to hear on this tape. The audio tape of William Weber, George and Kathy Lutz was about them discussing book deals, movie deals. William Weber had said, we can really expand on the story, exaggerate it to get more people interested.
Weber said it from the beginning, and they recorded him saying, let's make up this story so that we can get a book deal.
Wow.
You hear that, folks?
How is this not more commonly known about?
I wish it was. And that is exactly why I'm doing this show, is because I wanted it to be. I am nobody. I realize I have an audience here of 20 people, but I just wanted other people to hear this story because it's so goddamn fascinating. It's so interesting. Hey, Space Chief, thank you so much. All in on this kind of stuff. Great show. Thank you so much, Space Chief. I absolutely appreciate it. And I just saw your message. Thank you very much. I will keep you updated on that. Space Chief did Luigi a favor. And let's see. It's a fantastic favor. Let's see here. Hamhead. You've managed to keep my attention, Luigi, and I am a scatterbrained dum-dum loving the skeptical robot. Thank you. Hey, man, all of these compliments are getting better and better. That I really couldn't think of anything better than someone telling me you've kept my attention. Thank you. Let's see here. All right. We're down to the last 3 minutes of audio, and hopefully this is going to set up the last episode, the ultimate episode of the Amityville Horror, Episode 4. Here we go. Now, what we just learned is that they recorded their conversations with William Weber.
Lutzes admit to some exaggeration, but insist the fundamental story of their haunting is true.
The Amityville story is already dividing people into basically two groups. The people who believe that the whole haunting and demonic possession happened, and obviously the group that say it never happened.
In 1979, again, Steve Kaplan comes to me and he says, got your story, Martin. I said, oh God, what now, Steve? He said, Amityville. I said, no, please. It's in my dreams, actually more like nightmares. What is it now? He said, the attorney for Ronald DeFeo Jr. wants to go on the air explaining how the hoax was created.
They got together with...
Dun dun dun. William Weber turns. He turns on the Lutzes. He turns on the book deals. He turns on everyone. And he...
Man, how is this not more commonly known? Like, they're all betraying each other. I mean...
This is part of why I love this story. I have known about this story for about 15 years, and I have, in just all that time, always thought to myself, I wish more people knew about this. But, you know, you bring this up at parties and people think you're a fucking weirdo. You know, it's just, I love this story, and it is Game of Thrones for con men. It's the best way I could think about it. It is a bunch of crabs in a bucket, not letting any of the other crabs out. You know, Weber turns on everyone and says, I want a national stage, I want a forum, and I'm going to tell everyone that I actually was one of the creators, perpetuators, and main parts of it all being a hoax.
The lawyer, William Weber, who said he wanted to get his client off on the devil made me do it defense. Because Ronnie DeFeo was already in prison, serving, you know, I don't know how many 6 life sentences apparently for the murders, and they would try anything to try to get him out.
And I sat up and I said, what? Now, anybody who's a talk show host or a reporter knows that's a story.
Weber showed them crime scene photographs, which he had access to as the defense attorney. And in the photographs, there would be fingerprint dust on everything, and they used some black fingerprint dust and some of it was green. So they came up with green and black slime.
William Weber, through Stephen Kaplan, the psychic researcher, makes a time to come on my show. We do the show during the summer of 1979, but we sat there for nearly 2 hours, and we talked, and he revealed step by step, item by item, incident by incident, just how the hoax was created.
Told them a story about the next door neighbor's cat, which was a big fat Siamese cat, which would climb up on the roof of the porch in front of the house and peer in the windows.
There was pig's eyes in a window or something, and that pig's eyes was Rufus's cat. I mentioned Rufus Isle next door.
Butch DeFeo hated that cat, and he would say, "That cat is a fat pig. Get that cat off of my house. That fat pig is looking in my window again." And that was told from Weber to the Lutzes, and they conspired together to decide that this was going to be Jody the Demon Pig.
They had a cat that used to sit in the window, and that's what the pig's eyes was Rufus's cat. It was just a bunch of bull.
And so now the cat, whose real name was Evinrude, which we had the pleasure of meeting Evinrude one night when Frank Birch was at the house. And Evinrude became Jody the Demon Pig with the red eyes shining through the windows.
It was a cat.
And there you have it. There you have it, folks. There you have it. That is the origin story of all of the alleged spiritual experiences that the Lutzes had. Came from a night of getting drunk, looking at photographs, and deciding how to twist a little bit of each realistic fact and turn it into something exaggerated, and then to sell the story.
I'm baffled. The pig originated from a cat?
So you have to believe, all these people who came together and apparently all seem to tell this story, that when Ronald DeFeo lived in the house, they had a neighbor who had a cat that was fat and would jump around, and that Ronald DeFeo would say, "That cat's a pig, that cat's a fat pig." And that while reading this, they said, let's go with fat pig with glowing red eyes, because apparently its eyes glowed at night like a cat's do. Let's call him.
The cat is what inspired it. That's
inspired it. Everything, and this all goes to what I've been saying this entire time, was that they created this hoax, and it was completely uncreative. Nobody had a creative bone in their body to think of something special, original, unique. They borrowed every fucking aspect of this story and then tried to sell it off as their own. And then they gave it to a writer who then said, hey, none of this shit is creative original. Let me come up with some creative original shit. And then we're going to put that in a book. And then we're going to sell it. But we're going to say that it's all real. And then they said, great. But you know what? We came up with the idea. Fuck the lawyer. He didn't do shit. And he was actually trying to cut in the murderer on 5% of our profits. Fuck him. let's move forward and do this deal. And then the lawyer said, fuck me, no fuck you. I am one of the people who created this. So guess what happens next? Weber sues the Lutzes in court over the rights to their story.
Oh, shit.
And that is going to be episode 4.
Oh, my God. It gets deeper.
It gets deeper and deeper and deeper. I can't believe I thought I was going to be able to tell the story in one episode originally. Yeah. So, tell me how you feel now. What are you thinking?
Everybody is a con artist.
Yeah, that's
At least
basically it.
In that whole area, definitely relating to this story. They're all con artists. Yeah.
Everyone, every single person. The only people with any redeeming values are Laura DiDio, who, I mean, for all that we can tell, has maintained some objective, perspective on this, in which she says, hey, look, everybody says they saw something. I really want to believe, but I didn't experience anything. She does say the thing about the trance medium, which I don't really have an explanation for, other than it was probably some sort of magic trick where she says that the medium developed an Adam's apple. That's a weird one. I don't even know where to start with that. Like, do you need an Adam's apple? Like, I mean, I guess every man has an Adam's apple, but not every man has an identifiable Adam's apple, you know? Like, it seems like overcompensating. That seems like a weird thing to say. I'm a man now. Look at my giant Adam's apple.
It sounds very much like one of those extra details that the Lutzes would come up with that made shit sound unreal.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. Uncreative. You know, I don't know. Like, if I were to say like think about the opposite for just a second. I'm not trying to be crass here, but like, just think about it. If I was a medium and I said, oh wait, the spirit of a woman's coming, and this woman has big giant tits, and look at my big giant tits, that would just come off weird, you know? And I'm not trying to be crass or even funny. I'm just simply saying it seems like a detail that's odd to throw into a story just because, you know, like, she saw what she saw. I get it. She believes that she saw that. But I don't know, man. I guess when you try to attach like some logic to what a ghost does, you really don't know. I don't know what a ghost's job is. I don't know what a ghost's purpose is. And maybe ghosts have giant Adam's apples. But, you know, whatever.
It's possible.
Maybe I'll become a medium. I'll grow some big fucking tits.
Oh, sweet.
I would do it at parties. Hey, hold on, everybody. Hold on. I got to
talk about the Lutzes and the case and all that, and everybody would pay attention.
Yeah. Oh, they pay attention, all right, because there'd be this big guy walking around with big fucking tits. Yeah. Yeah. So wait. So now I'm curious. But we heard her voice. If she had this big Adam's apple, her voice didn't change. She still talked like a woman.
Yeah, and I mean, you would think that would have been the next thing they would say is that her voice was the same, was different also, but no, it wasn't.
But Laura DiDio did say that. Remember, she said her voice.
His voice was different.
Yeah, she said her voice dropped several octaves.
Okay.
But it's funny. I just didn't think about that till right now. We heard her voice. Her voice sounded like an old woman.
Yeah.
Was
that maybe that was a reenactment?
Maybe she had like a Munchkinland voice, and that was getting deeper, several octaves deeper. But hey, folks, if you need a medium to be your spirit guide for the other side for big-breasted women, I'm your man. Would love to see if I could pull that off as a magic trick in front of an audience.
You should try to channel Anna Nicole Smith tonight.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, there we go. Yes. Anna Nicole. You know what's another funny thing about seances, and I noticed this in the last episode, is that they talk about candles, how important candles were. How they're like, we had all these candles. And like, just the logic and reason of me just says, what importance does a candle have to a ghost that they need that in order to appear or show up? And I know that there is a reason for it. The spiritualists always needed a dark room because they were actually like operating contraptions that they didn't want other people to see. But it's like, no one ever just thinks of logic and just says, why do we need the candle? Why can't we just use the electric lights or turn a light switch on?
About the candle.
Yeah, well, why does it give a fuck about about the source of light that we use for this to contact them? In fact, maybe the ghost wants more light to be seen by other people. You never know. Anyway, so Corndiff, tell me please that you're still interested in this story.
Yes. I don't know how much more there could be. It feels like there's already been like 80% of this is stuff I didn't know. So it's like, holy shit, it just keeps coming.
Yeah, it gets weird, and we're gonna conclude it, follow it all up. Oh wait, are we done with the? How are you doing on the Amityville house?
I think it's ready to show off if you're ready.
Yeah. All right.
Can you pull it up?
Yeah, put your camera there. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me pull this out.
When you're ready, and I'll start.
There you go.
Right, here it is.
Hey, look at that.
The Amityville house.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man.
With the second story picket fence. Classic.
Wow.
Bird bath. Spooky cat pig in the window.
So you didn't... Oh, hey, you got the windows. The eye windows on there.
Yeah, that was a rare piece. I had to source that one from somewhere, but
man,
yeah.
That's really cool.
So, flowers and shit, door moves.
Oh, yeah, door moves. Pretty cool, dude.
Lots of flies in that one room.
What are you gonna do with this now that it's all done?
I'm gonna get it blessed.
I think that's a good idea. Well, is there any chance that this thing could be haunted, and you're actually bringing it, as a haunting into your house?
I've already heard some noises over my shoulder in this room, and there's no one else in this room, just while building this house. So,
was it an Indian or a pig?
It had kind of a pig squeal, but I saw something. Oh, I don't know.
A pig squeal with female perfume.
Yeah, that's what it was.
But wearing an Indian headdress.
But I did hear something. So yeah, definitely a haunted Lego set.
Man, that is really cool. All right. Well, hey, maybe we'll try to introduce this for other episodes. Maybe for the Annabelle episode, we'll have you do a Lego Annabelle. I wonder if we can find that somewhere. And anyway, well, thank you, everyone in the audience who has stuck around this long. I hope that you are finding this as interesting as I do. I hope that this is as much fun for everyone as I find it, just because it's a fascinating topic. There are a few things in this world that I just really dug into and wanted to learn more. And as soon as I heard just a little bit about the backstory of this thing, I was like, no, I want to know more about this. And it turns out there were some other people out there who wanted to know more too, and they put together some videos. And I'm very thankful that I was able to, harvest a lot of this stuff that other people have made, just for the sake of trying to tell this story. Most of these people are dead, but a lot got done before they died, and It's a cool story. It's a very, very cool story. And I think that at the heart of it is, for skeptics who just don't believe this nonsense, it's a story that just kind of shows what happens to liars and what happens when they lie and they try to pull off shit like this when we all just know that there's no ghosts, there's no hauntings, there's none of this bullshit. And hey, whatever. So, thank you again. This has been episode 3 of Skeptical Robot. Next episode is going to be the final episode of the Amityville story. Please like and subscribe. I forget all the things I'm supposed to say. Like, subscribe,
turn on notifications.
Turn on notifications. There you go.
Yeah.
Yes, that's when I was supposed to. Turn on gifted memberships. That's a great one. Yes. Thank you to everyone who contributed. I appreciate every single one of you in whatever you did, even if it's just chatting. I love it and appreciate it. Thank you very much. Corn, please plug everything you want to plug.
Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday we do a show on my channel. It's I'm at Corndiff on YouTube. It's just me, Chops, and Granny, and X Corp. Man, we bullshit for about 2 hours, so don't expect much, but stop by.
It's some funny shit. It's some funny shit. Yeah, definitely. Please go check out Corndiff. Also, check out Hackeride's channel. On Sundays, I do a show called Unboxing Eric, which is a chronological discussion of Eric the Midget from the Howard Stern Show. So I was kind of, I was a little disappointed, or not disappointed, I guess, just sad to hear, Corndiff, that you were not a Howard Stern fan. But did you know that I have a show dedicated to one of Howard Stern's whackpackers, Eric the Midget?
I did not. I've heard of that show. No, I did not know that was you though.
Yeah. Eric was a special little guy. He was a midget, and he started off on the show as a very timid, shy, yet delusional little guy.
Yeah.
But his personality grew over the course of several years in which he was on the show, in which by the end he was a full-on gangster who loved big tits. And we have made a show just trying to love him and show him some appreciation. He's not with us anymore, but he was just so special. We really want to highlight how special he was and how much we loved him. It's ridiculous. We get it, but we love doing it. It's a lot of fun. So thank you to everyone. Again, please check out Corndiff's channel. Please check out Unboxing Eric, Hackride's channel as well. Hey, Hackride is in the chat. Thank you again to everyone. I hope you all have a great weekend. And I guess, I guess we're going to pass Halloween by the time we do our next episode. So happy Halloween, everybody.
Yeah, Halloween.
Man, I always think I'm forgetting something. It's always like packing. As soon as you walk out the door, you forget something. I always feel like I'm forgetting something at the end. But, oh well, whatever.
Just go live again if you forget something.
Yeah, that's all I can do. All right, everybody. Thanks so much. Y'all have a great week.
Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, and swamp creatures. He's a skeptical old dog that doesn't believe in ghosts. Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, and swamp creatures. He's a skeptical robot that doesn't believe in ghosts. Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, and swamp creatures. Ogres and swamp creatures. Ogres and swamp creatures. Ogres and swamp creatures.
That's right, it sucks.
that doesn't believe in ghosts. Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, or swamp creatures. He's a skeptical robot that doesn't believe in ghosts. Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, or swamp creatures. Doesn't believe in ghosts. Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, or swamp creatures. Ogres, and swamp creatures.
Hello. Thank you for joining us today. I am Luigi Greenberg, and this is the 4th episode of Skeptical Robot, a show that is, man, you'd think it was just completely dedicated to the Amityville Horror, but it is dedicated to debunking the paranormal, and we are still discussing the Amityville Horror. This is part 4. But, folks, this is going to be the last episode dedicated to the Amityville Horror, and we will be moving on, so I'm sure that everyone is very happy, but there is still a lot to discuss tonight. And joining me, as always, is the vampire hunter, Corndiff.
Hello! How are you?
Hey, Corndiff, how's it going, buddy?
Doing great. Glad to be here. How are you, sir?
I am fantastic. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see here. So, do you remember where we left off last episode?
I'm betting you know the answer to that already. I do not. I'm forgetful. Memory of a goldfish. I have.
Tisk, Corndiff.
Sound like all my teachers.
So disappointed in you. I really did kind of see from episode 1 that I was just going to keep asking that question just because I knew it was always going to be the same answer. But that's okay. Yeah. There is so much fucking information in this story. I would be pretty damn surprised if there was anyone who could just tell you exactly where we picked up and left off from every episode. Let's see.
There's definitely a lot to it.
There is a lot to it. I try my best with that recap, and I realize I still have to cut out a lot of stuff. But basically, I really wanted to stop the story right before we get to the movie. The book has come out, and essentially, why isn't my mouth moving? Oh, and then I have opened my mouth and hiccuped. That was a weird feeling. I can't imagine what that sounded like over a microphone.
Shout out hiccups.
Okay. Man, weird. Fantastic start to today's show. Give me 1 second. Let's see if I can
hit like.
Fix this. Yes, like and subscribe.
This is your chance. You do it later, you're going to have to scroll down and you'll miss something. And then you'll feel like a real shithead. Don't do that.
You're gonna miss part of the story. Okay. Okay. Well, no, everything is exactly where it needs to be. My mouth is just not moving.
What does the intro say? Goldfish, ogres, and swamp people?
No. Okay, so man, I forget sometimes that you were not a Stern fan. Great question though. Okay, the intro is a homage to a prank call that was made on the Stern Show by Richard Christie, and he calls in a new age psychic show, a radio show, and it was on Halloween. And he says they were talking about ghosts, and he says to this woman who is taking all these corny calls about bullshit psychic stuff, and he says, I grew up in a haunted house, and in my house we had ghosts, poltergeists, apparitions, ghoulies, goblins, ogres, swamp creatures, vampires, werewolves, and he keeps going and going until the lady gets annoyed and cuts him off. And that is one of my favorite phone calls. I love that phone call so much. I mean, I remember like getting lightheaded the first time that I heard it, laughing my ass off, and I thought that would make a good song.
Yeah.
And so that is what she is saying. Those are the lyrics to my intro song. She is saying ogres and swamp creatures. At one point, I think it's an AI song. At one point, I think they actually say ogres twice.
That's clear. I think that's the one I'm thinking. Ogres, and swamp people.
Creatures, yeah.
Swamp creature, yeah.
To make a chorus out of it. But yeah, that is that's just really, it's one of the most hilarious prank calls I've ever heard, and I listen to it pretty regularly.
That's awesome.
All right, so anyway, let's get to it, brother. All right, so for anybody who's new here, hey, let's throw this up here on the board.
If you're new here, hit subscribe.
Mars celebrates 1 month of membership. Thank you, Mars. Thank you so much. Space Chief congratulating Mars, which is, hey, helpful. Hey, be nice to people. Why not? Okay, so let's talk about this. Yeah, for anybody who's new here, the show is about debunking the paranormal. Did kind of paint myself into a corner there, but I think we are going to be expanding that as time goes on. I've done a little bit of research and talked to some other people about some good ideas of expanding beyond the paranormal, or whatever you might. Why my fucking mouth? It's just weird when I look at myself and I feel like. So I'm gonna over enunciate.
I will join you in that. The audience will remember this episode
for lasting 6 hours as we talk slowly. Yeah. For those of you who are new here, the show has so far been focused on debunking the paranormal. We're actually going to expand on that, but our first few subjects are going to be the Amityville Horror, and then after today we are going to jump off into a chronological discussion, tracking, debunking of the Warrens. They have about 6 or 7 cases that they really tried to capitalize on and make money off of, and those are the ones that we're going to focus on. Numero uno is Annabelle. We
love that story.
It's an interesting one. It is an interesting one.
Coming of age tale.
Hate to friends become enemies, enemies become friends. I've actually been doing a lot of research on Annabelle this week, and it's really kind of funny. Well, let's not talk too much about it.
Tell me more. Okay.
Yeah, it's just really funny. I kind of found out some new things I didn't know. Fascinating things, interesting things that a skeptic would jump But anyway.
That's what we like over here.
Yeah, and we have already talked a little bit about it. Yes, the entire concept of Annabelle was stolen from an episode of The Twilight Zone. And,
yeah.
We will even tell you all of the connections. I'll even play parts of the episode that were directly stolen. And the biggest one is the name. Annabelle was taken from the Living Doll episode of The Twilight Zone.
Yeah, that was a disappointment.
And that's I feel like that's also a theme of our show here, is that
disappointment.
You got to leave grifting to the professionals. If you're new to the grifting field, you got to really step up your game and be more creative. We have too many examples of people trying to grift and just not being creative enough. Anyway, so all right, so let's get back into the Amityville Horror. So what we know is that there was a house on Long Island in New York. There were 6 murders. One person was responsible for all the murders, a member of the family.
Good shot.
Hold on. I'm going to show the screen. Okay. So, at a theater near me, thank you very much for commenting, but you are correct. Talking Tina was the name of the doll. The mother's name was Annabelle. Yeah, so we are going to, we'll dive into that one next week, but just want to give everyone a little bit of a heads up on that. Oh, and I forgot, the whole reason I brought that up was to also let everyone know that I am going to, or I've been working on releasing a short video to help promote that episode. Oh, hey, Hamhead. Oh, man, Hamhead is very generous around here. Okay. 1 Luigi Greenberg membership. And Dylan from somewhere got that membership.
What?
Yay!
Hell yeah.
All right. Dylan rocks. Okay. So thank you so much. Yes, so I'm actually working on a short video series that I'm going to be releasing as members only content, but the first couple I'm going to release publicly just so to kind of entice people to come over. And they're going to be just little short subjects that I find interesting, that I think can be related to the topics of discussion for this show. I'm going to be calling it Luigi Greenberg's Strange World. And they're just going to be little short, I guess you can call them a vignette, but it's just going to be a little short video. It's going to be a documentary about something in our world that's pretty strange. And the first one I'm going to be doing is going to be promoting the Annabelle episode. And we're going to be talking about a very, very creepy doll that has no supernatural stories attached to it, but it's one of the scariest things I've ever heard in my life.
Really?
So, nothing supernatural. Totally fucking creepy and weird and scary.
I like it already.
Yeah, it's really one of another one of those topics that I like to talk about at parties that everyone thinks I'm a fucking weirdo. And it actually involves a very famous celebrity. Yeah. So hopefully I'll actually be done with that tonight. And
it's not Diddy, is it?
Tomorrow. No. Okay. But I'll tell you. Well, no, maybe I won't tell you. All right. It'll come out tomorrow. Okay. I really want to talk about it, but I've worked on it all day today because it's a very interesting subject. So anyway, back to Amityville. So the story so far, of course, is that there was this murder, and then this family moved in. Everything is suspicious about the family. Can we agree on that?
Oh yeah, they're sketchy.
Right. Yeah, pretty sketchy. None of their timelines line up when they tell their story. Their story changes frequently. But what they allege is that they were besieged and tortured by a bunch of ghosts and spirits in this house. I'm gonna move my mic. I wonder if my mic's in the way. God, it's really fucking bugging me. Okay, so can you hear me? Okay, did that change anything in my audio? Okay. All right. So
you got a little quieter for a second, but no, you're good now.
Okay, hold on. There we go.
All right, so the Lutz family moves into this house, and then they move out after 28 days. But 28, we also find out that 28 days is only the latest number that they're telling people after they told people 10 days. The story just changes constantly. But in the house, they saw all kinds of... oh, here we go. All right, so I'm a little quiet. Thank you very much, Duke Ed McMuffin. Let's see here.
Oh, you're a little quiet compared to the corn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How are we doing now? Let me know.
Testing.
I have been besieged by audio ghosts, much like the Lutzes. They are going to drive me away from all of my audio equipment. So
far, it's the spookiest thing about this story.
Yeah.
The audio.
Okay. So, oh, great. Thank you. Okay. Much better. Beautiful. So, the Lutzes are now... they've moved out, and they start trying to find people to investigate the house in order to learn what's going on. Then they get approached by a lawyer. The lawyer happens to be the murderer's lawyer.
Yeah.
He actually says to them, why don't we do business together and write a book, maybe make some movies? Let's see what happens. You never know. And sign this contract. They look at the contract, and everyone seems to agree on this part that when they went to go sign that contract, the contract included a 5% share of the profits to the murderer. And they back away and they say, no, we don't feel right about doing that. Do whatever you want to do, but we're not going to be a part of it.
Right.
So then for some reason, 3 weeks later, they convene together again and hold a press conference for local news to tell local news that there's a haunted house and that they're going to start seeking out people to investigate the house. Again, stories don't really match up on this one because they say they were threatened to do it. The lawyer says, I didn't threaten anybody. They wanted to do it. But then there's another wrench in this story in that 3 days before that press conference, George Lutz, the father and head of this household, male head of this household, sought out a paranormal investigator named Stephen Kaplan. Stephen Kaplan markets himself as a vampire hunter. After 3 days, George Lutz fires Stephen Kaplan and says, hey man, I didn't know you were a vampire hunter. That's fucking crazy, and I don't want any part of you. Yeah. Stephen Kaplan tells a very different story and much more believable story in that when he sought him out, Steve Kaplan confronted him and said, I don't believe you. I think that you're saying a bunch of buzzwords and you're using a bunch of lingo that you think I'm going to bite on, and that reeks of a fraud. So I'm going to investigate the house, and if I find out anything's wrong with it, I'm going to make it public because the public is now involved, and he had gotten interviewed already and made his own statements because honestly, it was just a famous thing and anyone associated was getting interviewed. Yeah. All right. So then after that happens, Stephen Kaplan goes on a mission to expose that this whole thing that got all of this attention is a fraud. In the meantime, George Lutz gets introduced to the famous Warrens by a 19-year-old intern, and they are convinced that the Warrens are going to do this bang-up job paranormal investigating on the house. And they allow them to do it. They actually do 2 different investigations. And what do you think they found, Corndiff?
Oh no, it's probably not a whole lot.
No, the house was infested with ghouls and ghoulies and spirits and all kinds of, I don't know, evil shit, whatever.
Booga bears.
Yeah, and they had Babadooks. I don't know why I just thought of that.
That's a good one.
So they claim that there's all kinds of spirits in the house. However,
No one else sees these things. No one else feels these things except one other psychic. But then they spend the night in the house and they set up a infrared camera to take pictures throughout the night, and they get a picture of what looks like a little boy peeking around a corner in the middle of the night.
Terrifying picture. I remember that.
Yeah, I'll admit, I mean, I'm a skeptic, and that's a scary looking picture that even when I saw it, I was like, well, there has to be an explanation for that. I don't know what it is, but it's not a ghost. I know that. Yeah. But it does look creepy. Turns out a lot of people really looked into it and did a little bit of digging, found out there was a perfectly reasonable explanation for it.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I'm not going to get too far in the details, but yeah, there was an explanation for it, and it had to do with someone who didn't get a lot of attention, who was there, and the stock of the film that they used. So anyway, after that, William Weber, the lawyer, shows back up after 10 months actually, and says, I want to investigate the house again, but by myself, without the Warrens. And he goes and recruits a completely different ghost hunter named Hans Holzer. Hans Holzer has now found a completely different set of circumstances as to what is haunting the house, and he believes it is now haunted by an Indian chief. One singular Indian chief and his horse.
And the horse? Okay,
remember,
that's not
the
a bad
horse was
deal.
in the pictures. Yeah.
Yeah.
The horse was who was shitting in the toilets. And if you missed that part, folks, that's in part 1. Part of what the Lutzes claimed were that the ghosts were making the toilets dirty. Look it up. I didn't make any of that shit up. So then, you know what? I'm sorry. This just gets me. That's my buddy Hack Ride. How? It's a question, but we were also talking about an Indian. So, how? Huh?
It's appropriate.
Hacka. All right. So then, after the Indian chief is found, he goes and tries to get a scientific confirmation from the city council that the house was built on top of an Indian burial ground, and they tell him, no, it's not, dummy. And he says, well, I'm convinced there's an Indian there. So whatever you say, whatever, there's an Indian there. Yeah. So it turns out there actually was an Indian recovered near there, but at the same time, the
Recently?
local Indian tribe, it was like 100 years ago, something like that, or the early 1900s. But it turns out the local Indian tribe tells Hans Holzer, well, the thing is, the Indians didn't bury their dead near the water. The house is on the water. So chances are that's not really going to happen. But he gets an advocate from the Indian tribe who says, yeah, but think of erosion. Now, here's what I'm going to say. Do you think that Indian chief had a science degree in soil depletion?
I mean, probably not.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kidding. That was a rhetorical question. But he didn't speak as a scientist. He spoke as an Indian chief and said, well, think of erosion. Ghosts travel with erosion. And if there was a body that landed there, well, maybe there really is a ghost.
There's a chance.
Yeah, so then we actually looked up one of Hans Holzer's books, and it turns out that Hans Holzer writes softcore porn.
What the hell? Oh, yeah.
Remember? You remember that one?
The Heather Confessions of a Witch.
Yes. There was a naked chick on a book written by Hans Holzer where we actually had to cover up the nipples. So, let me just stop there and say, where you leaning, Corn? Was this real?
I don't think so at this point. I'm still interested, but it's been rough. The hearing it all debunked, because it does, and it's not even debunked. It's just the shit. Everything, when you hear it all together, you're like, wow, there's so much other shit going on that makes this highly unlikely to have been anything at all.
That's a great way of saying it.
I feel like I'm not putting an effort toward debunking. I'm only putting an effort to stating facts and, testimony and logic. If you want to call that debunking, I guess it does qualify, but I'm really not putting an effort toward the specifics of this instance other than just simply saying, well, George Lutz, you say you saw the footprints of a pig after seeing the ghost of a pig in snow on this day. Well, it didn't snow within a month of that day. So if you want to call that debunking, it's just really, I'm trying to stick to facts here, objective facts. All right. So then an article comes out by Good Housekeeping that details the story of the Lutzes. But the Lutzes didn't give permission for that article. It was the lawyer. The lawyer is the one who actually took their story and tried to sell it as their literary agent. And Good Housekeeping published it. Then the Lutzes sued Good Housekeeping, Weber, and he had a ghostwriter. I forget that guy's name actually. So they sue everyone. And what was interesting about that was that I guess I skipped something here. I got to backtrack just a little bit and say that the whole reason that William Weber brought that other psychic to the house was because his book deal was going to die. He had proposed the book deal first, but the Lutzes apparently did not like it. I'm going to say allegedly because you just can't believe anybody in the story. And when they found their own literary agent to write their book, he had trouble convincing his publishing house that there was any need for a second book. So he went and hired new investigators to come up with a new theory, a new perspective. Man. So that's where we are, and that's where we wanted to stop, and that is right before, right after the book comes out, and they are now on a stage for everyone to point out all of the inconsistencies of their stories from past articles to now contradicting the stories that are in the book. And Stephen Kaplan, the vampire hunter, and his wife apparently sit down and they count that there are 113 inconsistencies between stories they've told before and this book.
Oh my God. That's not
so
good.
Here's part of the theme also. I feel like there's two major themes besides debunking that I really want to focus on for this story, at least, maybe others. But for this story, that is that we are still in the year 1970. This is about 78, okay? The movie hasn't come out yet. There is so much to this story to expose this as a fraud and a hoax because of all of the lies, the inconsistencies, the lack of creativity with coming up with the hoax in the first place. And what's amazing to me is that, like we said with the grifters, that they aren't creative enough to come up with their own ideas that are, compelling. But then somehow, even though they're not compelling, they are also believed. And so even with all of this evidence, all of this backstory to say that no one's credible, no one's telling the truth, everyone has an agenda and is willing to lie for it, it continues to actually gain momentum in the zeitgeist, and people believe the story, and then they say they want to make a movie out of it and still call it a true story. That's what's fascinating to me.
It's like some version of a perfect storm for all that shit to work out that way.
Exactly. And it's just funny to me when you think of, I don't know, man, I can't even think of a very good example, but let's just, I don't know. You have all this evidence available to you to point you with almost 99% certainty one direction, but still you want to say, no, I still want to go this other direction. We'll see what happens. Now, again, it all comes down to money. People were able to make money off of this. A publishing house was able to publish the book, make money. The writer made money.
Hollywood came knocking and said, "Oh, let's make a movie out of this and call it a true story." So maybe that element of the story is actually building of lies, where someone actually comes in, knows it's fake, knows that everything they're saying is false, but says, well, let's just continue the grift. Let's just keep going. So like you said, snowball, sure, that's probably a better way of saying it, but it is just pretty fascinating that it continued to grow. And then people went and saw the movie and believed it. Again, despite all of the evidence to tell you that even though it has this label of true story on it, nothing is true about it. Nothing. And
but I mean, from a public perspective, it says something about how willing people are to, like, they want to believe this.
Yeah, that's good. They want to believe it, and if there's a buck to be made, someone is going to perpetuate that lie, and that's crazy. It's sickening, but that's
America.
That's just the way the world goes. So now in the story, we have in our timeline, the book has been published, and now they're getting some attention for a movie. And do you remember who was in the movie?
Ryan Reynolds. I don't remember the guy's name.
You're not wrong.
In the older one, but yeah, he was in one.
You're not wrong. Yeah, he was in the 2005 one. But yes, Thanos' dad was in the first one.
Oh wow.
James Brolin and Lois Lane were in the first one. Margot Kidder. And anyway,
did not know that.
It becomes a smash hit, and people, like you said, they want to believe this story. But I really just now realized how stupid I am for having done all of that backstory because I forgot that I actually made a video to give the story so far. So let's just get into it.
Let's watch that video.
Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Oh shit.
Hey, you. Did you hit like? Yeah, you
heard the corn. Okay, here we go. So this is going to be a quick summary of the story so far, and I'll try to scoot through it as fast as I can.
According to George and Kathy Lutz, this home in Amityville, New York, is infested with demons. Their story becomes a best-selling book, and in 1979, film studios unleashed the Amityville Horror movie on an eager public.
I'm Jackie Stone, and this is supposedly where it all happened.
Curious fans of...
How hot was Jackie Stone?
Yeah, I was giving her the eye here.
The film descend on Amityville, eager to get a glimpse of the house itself.
Do you believe that all that really happened here?
Yeah, I believe it. I believe in the devil.
Now, why did you come by tonight to look at this house?
We just specifically came from Chicago to see it.
Well, do you believe all the stories?
Yeah, I do.
So I just want to stop there for just a second and just, like, can you just imagine living in a house where a bunch of strangers show up on your front doorstep just to look at you?
It's called carolers in Christmas. Around Christmas.
Fucking hate carolers. Yeah. So yeah, I'd hate this too. And it's funny, in a modern world, one of these people would have been shot.
Yeah.
Who knows which one? Yeah.
The movie divides America between those who believe the Lutz's story and those who call it a hoax.
Is it the Amityville Horror or the Amityville Hoax?
It's the Amityville Hoax. There's not a person in Amityville I don't think you'll find that believes it.
The Amityville Horror smashes box office records.
That movie was made for, I think, $3 million. For a long time, it was the biggest low-budget movie ever. They made $100 million for a $3 million investment.
Overnight, George...
Did you hear that?
It's a pretty good return.
That is a pretty good return in 1978. So,
yeah.
yeah, $3 million with a $100 million return.
I'd say whatever I needed to also.
Yeah, no kidding. And, you know, there was a show, you and I have actually talked about this briefly, the show Penn and Teller's Bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It's an amazing show, probably my favorite show of all time. And it's a lot like this, where they would debunk stuff, but they would debunk more along the lines of, instead of specific stories, just, you know, categorized things. Ghosts, you know, whatever. Aliens, you know, just these big things. And every episode was a different category of things, but there was always one prevalent theme. Who stands to profit by perpetuating this idea? And I feel like that was just so mind-blowing when I finally realized. I was like, shit, man, that's it. Everyone's just trying to make a buck, and they will lie, cheat, and steal to do it. That's all it is.
Yeah, that without a second thought.
Yeah. All right. Sorry. I need to just let this go.
And Kathy Lutz rocket to stardom.
Introduced this very special couple. They were the owners of that strange house in Amityville. Why did you decide to go public? Because I'm sure in many ways, it will follow you for a long, long, long time.
Well, before we went public, some other people stepped in and did it for us, and there were very widely exaggerated stories in the press, on the media, when it first happened. And in order to correct some of those things and be able to live with ourselves, we had to come forward and tell our story.
Right.
So what they're talking about there is that even the Lutzes admitted publicly that the movie was nonsense. Even they said, hey, I mean, we're willing to give you a certain level of bullshit. Don't, you know, don't.
But it was too late. Too many people already believed in it.
And then they said, you know, yeah, we're going to give you this much bullshit, but that's too much bullshit. And that's what they're referring to there with Mr. Merv Griffin.
The Lutz's stardom invites criticism. An army of skeptics hound George and Kathy, and not without reason.
George and Kathy, and even some of the children talked about how the book was embellished and how things were added that really didn't happen, especially when the movie came out. And it's notorious to see something.
Hold on. Did you hear that? Oh, wait. I'm being sincere here, actually.
What?
Hold on. I think I just heard something that I don't think I'd heard before. Hold on.
The Lutz's stardom invites criticism. An army of skeptics hound George and Kathy, and not without reason.
George and Kathy, and even some of the children talked about how the book was embellished and how things were added that really didn't.
Okay, I did hear that. All right, let's keep that in mind, folks, as we move forward. George, Kathy,
and the
kids. Remember that.
Didn't happen, especially when the movie came out. And it's notorious to see something that's a book go to a movie and a lot of things
I'm not kidding. I really didn't hear that before.
Change, and a lot of things become more frightening.
William Weber, the attorney for Ronald DeFeo, who murdered his family in the house, becomes a leading critic. Their brief discussions with Weber come back to haunt them.
Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a recap from last episode, but do you remember what this guy's going to say here, Corndiff?
Oh, I don't. What? I do not.
He's going to say, we conspired together to cause this frenzy, this media frenzy, and we made this hoax together. Now, this is important, so that's just why I'm saying it. I'm emphasizing this just so that nobody misses it. but the Lutzes recorded their conversation with Weber because they didn't trust him. And then they ultimately played those tapes for Laura DiDio, who is now a news reporter. And they say, okay, look, we aren't proud of this. They use those words. They say, we're not proud of this. But yes, we got in this to make money, and we might have embellished a little. Here we go.
They did play me the tape that they had made of their original meetings with William Weber. And they told me, we're not proud of what you're about to hear on this tape. The audio tape of William Weber, George and Kathy.
I reminded her that that's what they said. That's why she repeated me.
You did great.
Lutz was about them discussing book deals, movie deals. William Weber had said, we can really expand on the story, exaggerate it to get more people interested.
The Lutzes admit to some exaggeration, but insist the fundamental story of their haunting is true.
Okay, so
what's the fundamental part of it? I mean, if it's all the shit's made up.
Who the fuck knows? They lied about everything. Remember, we said we played video where the private investigator, or the paranormal investigator, and the private investigators actually went and interviewed their neighbors. And the neighbors said, I didn't know they ever moved in.
Yep.
So their story was that they moved in 28 days later, or first it was 10 days, then it was 28 days later. And then their neighbors say, no, they never even bought fucking curtains. We could see right through their windows, and there were a bunch of empty boxes, and we never saw any human beings in the house. So, yeah, whatever their quote-unquote fundamentals are, I mean, they have no credibility in this whatsoever, but people still believed them. I mean, that's what is so amazing. There is some level of delusion in believing this with all of this information available. And that's part of why I find this story fascinating. I mean, it's complicated, it's interesting, it has all these moving parts, but at the same time, you see people who are just like, well, yeah, okay, but I'm willing to say that they saw something. No, they didn't. They never saw anything. You know, spoiler alert. One day, probably in about 3 or 4 weeks, we're going to talk about another Warren case. It's the Enfield Poltergeist was what it got called. It was the basis of the Conjuring 2 movie. Did you see that one?
I did. I'll have to rewatch it, but yeah, I did watch it.
It's okay. There is just this one element to the story that I feel that the whole story hinges on as to whether or not it's true or not. And that element is that one of the girls who was doing voices of a spirit, who was channeling voices of a spirit, was a trained ventriloquist who later said she made it up.
What the?
And people still say, well, she made up that part. The rest of the story is true.
Convenient.
And that's the stuff that just baffles me. Like, I don't get it. I'm like, wait a minute. No. Why are we giving them a second chance to lie to us? They had their opportunity to tell us the truth and they failed. So now, none of the story's true. That's just me. Can't speak for anybody else. But when it comes to credibility and you're telling an outlandish story, you got to have your facts down.
Yep.
You know? I've told this story before. I've said it, and I stand by it, is that I had a situation happen to me recently that was so fucking unbelievable that when I told the story to people, they didn't believe me. So I started lying about it and saying only parts of the story and leaving huge chunks out. And my wife asked me one time, why did you do that? And I was like, because they'd think I was lying if I told the real story. And I was like, I would rather have my credibility to this as opposed to them walking away and saying, that didn't fucking happen. You know? And that's just me, though. But whatever. All right, let's get back to this. So now we're going to talk about the movie.
Oh, hold on. All right, Mars has a great. Okay. Did she get? Okay, that was in the movie. I don't know if that part is true because it's been a while since I've researched it. I remember that aspect of it, and when I read it, I was just so fucking blown away. I was so blown away by the story where I was just like, why did these people stay and continue to think this was real when the ventriloquist girl says, I made it up? And then I think Corndiff hit it right on the head, which is there is just this deep human instinctual longing to want this to be real. And I think that's, man, I think that sums it up well. All right.
So. I feel like that's the only thing that could have kept this going this long.
Yeah, exactly. Heck, right? I don't know. I'm on the fence. I think a 5th episode may start to convince me. Heck, right.
You're starting to turn around.
Yeah. Well, if I haven't convinced you, well, I was going to try to think something funny. I just didn't. I failed. I just completely fizzled out there. That was dumb. Dylan, did the neighbors see ghosts in the house? We are going to actually get to that, Dylan, within a short amount of time here. But the answer, spoiler alert, is no! No one did. And many people were in the house. Many people visited the house, and some people, their housekeeper was a neighbor. And the neighbor even said, that shit didn't happen. We're going to get some of those people to talk about it in this episode. Like and subscribe, people. Please.
Do it now.
And I actually told Corndiff right before we went on the air that I was going to make my avatar try to look like Aaron Imholt and start talking about a goal, but I was going to get on my own nerves. But hey, we've got goals here, people.
That's right.
Let's see, hold on here. Anything the Warrens have been attached to is shady and subject. Space Chief, you are 100% right. And what have I told you? That it's even going to get gross. It's going to get really, really gross about what the Warrens were doing that most people don't know about.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, it's something I'm gonna put off talking about because it's just not good. So anyway, oh hey, what we got here? Delta Zero. Thank you, Delta Zero. He's down for 5. Technically, actually, there is going to be a 5th episode because when we are done here, I am going to have a members only chat like we did last time, in which I am going to invite all of the audience to ask questions, discuss things. I am not at all going to isolate myself from conflict or discussion. I invite any discussion. I'm not going to try to take it any sort of unprofessional way. I'm going to handle it professional. So I don't mean that to sound like a challenge. But I would love to just hear
Bring it on.
You motherfuckers.
Bring it on.
No, I would actually be very, very willing to hear other perspectives on this. I invite it, please. And hopefully we can schedule it for with enough notice where Corndiff can be there and maybe a 3rd guest who has said he wants to be on this show. Maybe. And let's just say...
Teaser.
He sounds remarkably like Corndiff. Mm-hmm.
It's not that green puppet, is it?
No. Mars gifted 1 Luigi Greenberg membership. Thank you very much, Mars. Appreciate that, buddy. Mars has been a supporter. And Mars does fantastic AI face swap video. And it's amazing shit. He's done 1,000 of them, but I have my favorite. My favorite is the Godfather one. That one's just fucking amazing. That's great. Let's see here. Fern Dog was gifted a membership. Thank you. Hamhead. Thank you very much for the $2. The ghosts of hams filled that house.
Look at the profile picture. It's a red-eyed pig.
Yes. That was actually one of the generations I made when I was trying to make my card for Jody, the pig.
Yeah.
And I said, "Hey man, I thought you might like this," and he told me he liked it. So I said, "It's all yours, buddy." Hamhead is just great, man. Hamhead is always great. Thank you, Hamhead, for the $2. Chunksta gifted 1 Luigi Greenberg membership. Thank you so much to Chunksta. Let's see who got that. Oh, at a theater near me got it. Hey, he is new to the group and he is all in, and we appreciate it. He has been very cool, been in our chats, and also been very involved. And we like to see that. New people. Yes, thank you. Please. And listen to now that you're a member, you can listen to the 1 members only video that I made, and you will also be invited to the members only chat that we're going to have after this, and we need to schedule it. We're thinking maybe Corndiff, it works for you, maybe next Wednesday, but we'll hammer out those details. Okay, let's see here. Anybody else? Let's see. I don't know. I just thought this was funny. Damn it. I got the hookup on pig AI art. I don't know why that's just funny to say pig AI art. It's just, that cracks me up. All right. Okay. So, hey, thank you, Chunksta. Thank you. Okay. Here we go. Going back to the story, and now we're going to talk a little bit now about the movie. And I'm going to try to get through this. I really do want to finish this up. We're going to get into a little bit of a weird moment, but we might just skip it. Talk about it later.
After the phenomenal success of Jay Anson's novel, which goes through 13 printings and sells more than 10 million copies, the motion picture version of the Amityville Horror is released by
okay, I'm sorry. I know you're not a Stern fan, Corndiff, but this is just a Stern reference, and I have to say it. And all right, we'll have to tell that story later.
American International Pictures on July 27, 1979. Starring James Brolin and Margot Kidder, and boasting an eye-catching ad campaign, the film goes on to become one of the biggest blockbusters of the summer, taking in nearly $80 million at the box office. Days before the movie's release, however, attorney William Weber tells the Associated Press that he participated in the creation of the story and that he is now suing George and Kathy Lutz for stealing the ideas he had suggested to them as part of his own never-realized book project in 1976.
Did we hear that, folks? William Weber now says, this was my idea. Or at least part of this was my idea. And he is suing the Lutzes for the Lutzes story. So just think about how absurd that is, Corndiff. Let's say you saw ghosts. You saw, ghosts. Ooh, you know what? No, let's make this a little more interesting. Let's say you saw that creepy demon from Children of the Corn. And I tell you, hey, let's sell this story. And you're like, yeah, man, sure, let's do that. Send me over the paperwork. And then you go and make the movie Children of the Corn. And then I come to you and I say, hey, that's my story. And your response is going to be what? Fuck you, you weren't there. This is my story. I'm the one who saw it. I'm the one who did it. But guess what? Me suing you over that is just a giant red flag to the world to say it's all bullshit. We all made it up. I'm entitled to this. And the fact that, well, hold on, let me get through this and I'm going to tell you how this turned out. And it goes to suggest even further how much of a lie this was. Was that a good analogy? Did you like my Children of the Corn analogy? Or was that a terrible analogy? Corndiff? You're muted.
I have been muted.
Were you talking the whole time?
My God, yes. Here. Wow.
Well, it wasn't me this time.
It happens.
All right. Well, did you like my analogy?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay.
No, I did like
Good.
the analogy. That's what as I was trying to say.
All right, here we go.
When I first met with the Lutzes, we spent literally, I would say, 5 or 6 hours over several bottles of wine that they graciously produced. And that's when talk as to the slime on the doors and the toilets and around windowsills took place. I had suggested certain phenomena could be interpreted as supernatural phenomena. But I knew all along that it was just a commercial venture and it was a fabricated part, and it wasn't true.
Mr. Weber is very inaccurate to say that he provided us with any materials that ended up in the Amityville Horror. The real problem with answering Mr. Weber is that he can pretty much say what he wants, and I don't feel like going back to court to fight him again. It's unfortunate that some people just seem to go a little nuts when all of this came about.
So I love the irony of George Lutz saying, "Man, these people are freaks," or just saying these people are going crazy. I mean, come on. I mean, I have my bullshit, but have you heard their bullshit?
This is the word. Yeah.
Yeah. So
he shouldn't be the voice of reason.
That's funny. That's just funny shit to me. Okay, so now we're actually going to talk. Let's tie up some loose ends since we are closing up this story now. There is one element of this story that is still in the area of unexplained. The area of maybe. Okay? And that is the priest. Do you remember from the first episode that we did, the Lutzes claimed that they went to they called a priest to bless their house. A priest showed up and went to this room that was infested with infested with flies. Yeah. And he was slapped across the face and heard a voice say, "Get out." You remember that?
I do. Yeah. So that's proof, right?
Of I was like, wait, what? It got me for a second there. Okay, so what I'm simply saying is that so far, I think every single thing that they have claimed to be supernatural has been proven either a lie or just simply false. But this is just one, I'll just call it a loose end, where we're like, wait a minute. This person wasn't one of the family members, and this guy said this happened. Well, what's his story? Well, guess what? We're going to tie up another loose end. Gonna call it 100% average. Batting 1,000. Here we go.
In September of 1979, Reverend Ralph J. Pecoraro, the Catholic priest, blessed the Amityville house, is ordered to testify in federal court in the $2 million countersuit filed against the Lutzes by attorney William Weber. Father Pecoraro swears under oath that he did, in fact, hear a disembodied voice in the house tell him to get out. Get out! But he can neither confirm nor deny that the resulting terrors portrayed in the book or the film ever actually happened.
Okay, so that's interesting. What did we hear the narrator of that History Channel documentary just say?
Fuck, I was muted again. Pecoraro.
Pecoraro. That's what we heard him say.
I'm laughing at that. I'm 10.
Pecoraro. That is a funny word. That's a funny word to say when you're high. All right. So what we heard him say was that the case between the Weber and the Lutzes goes to court, and that they called Father Pecoraro to the stand, and Pecoraro said, yeah, I got slapped by a ghost. And,
right. So he was under oath.
Hold on.
Okay.
He says he got slapped by a ghost, and then he got told, get out. And there was a room full of flies. Okay? Well, that's not what he said in court.
Uh-oh.
I'm saying we as in Greenberg Productions. I don't know how that got said by this narrator of this documentary. Let's see what happened. This is a letter that was actually written by the Diocese of Rockville Center. Okay, there was a documentarian named Rick Osuna, and I actually want to give this guy a lot of praise because I took a lot of this from documentaries he's done, also just information he did, that he's participated in, and from his website. And I want to plug his website. His website is AmityvilleMurders.com. And if this story interests you, he actually has way more information that I've even covered here, on his website, that covers like some really unique parts of the story, the mob ties, the background of the theories on the murders. He's got a lot going on there, and he wanted to know the real story about the priest. And in 2002, he reached out to the diocese and said, "Hey, what's your take on what that priest had to say about the Amityville murders?" And guess what happened?
What?
The diocese writes him back, and they say, wow. You know what? We actually have a very definitive opinion about what that lunatic said. And I'm going to read this letter. May 15th, 2002. Dear Mr. Osuna, Bishop Murphy has asked me to respond to your letter of March 22nd. So this was less than 2 months later. At the time in question, Father Ralph Pecoraro worked at the tribunal of the diocese. I always want to see diocese. I don't know why. Diocese of Rockville Center. At the time he worked there, okay, Father Pecoraro was involved as a counselor of the Lutzes during, as you call it, the, quote, Amityville Horror story / hoax. Because of his concern over the publicity attached to the story, he petitioned and was granted a leave of absence for personal reasons on May 1st, 1978. At that time, he no longer worked for the diocese. He went to the Diocese of Oakland and worked there. However, he eventually left there and dropped out of sight. He surfaced on occasion but made no attempt to return and serve within this diocese, even though we encouraged him to do so. Eventually, his whereabouts became unknown to us until hearing of his death in 1987. The diocese maintains that the story was a false report. In November of 1977, diocesan, however you make that an adjective, attorneys prepared a substantial list to be submitted to the publisher of numerous inaccuracies. To be submitted to the publisher, of numerous inaccuracies, factually incorrect references, and untrue statements regarding events, persons, and occurrences that never happened. Enclosed is an article that ran in Newsday on September 12, 1979. I believe it correctly summarizes this situation. Now here's the thing, I looked for this article, but I couldn't find it. I looked really hard, but the one thing that I did find was actually
an article that came out 3 days later on the Washington Post that completely denounces the Amityville Horror as having ever taken place. It was all a hoax. And I believe that those two might have been related. But basically, what we're hearing is the church saying, this guy lied. This guy lied about everything. And they were willing to actually go to court about it and hire lawyers and say that whatever this guy says is bullshit. So, and they also kind of paint a picture that he was maybe a little goofy and, you know, trying to say all the stuff about him moving and going to Oakland and disappearing and being homeless is essentially what it sounds like they're saying, but I'm exaggerating still. So there's that.
Again, how have I still been under the impression that this was real all these years?
That is, I mean, that's ultimately the heart of the question
Most
I'm
people
asking.
are in that boat.
Yeah. How did this gain momentum with all of this evidence, all of these people just essentially trying to point fingers and say, it's not right. It's not true. Stop giving it attention.
All that makes sense is that people like a good story more than they care for the truth.
You know, man, that essentially might be the small and skinny of it. That just might be it, is that people want a good story. People like to be scared. I just think there's just something so incredibly disgusting and immoral by calling something a true story. There was nothing wrong with making the Amityville Horror and just calling it a ghost story. There's nothing wrong with that. But the fact that you're actually, I think just it's predatory in a way, you know, and
presenting it as gaining your momentum because you present it as factual.
Exactly.
Is the deception.
And, you know, I'm actually kind of happy to hear that I think like 4 or 5 months ago, the guy who was the focus of the movie The Blind Side, have you heard about this story? He is suing the family. The kid that they adopted in real life. Okay, so there's I'm blanking on the names. But, you know,
it's the one where Sandra Bullock adopted a black kid, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So now in real life, the black kid is suing Sandra Bullock's family. You know, like the people that they portrayed in the movies.
Wow.
Because they stole money from him, and also because they published this book that he claims nothing in it was true. That none of it happened, and. What was really interesting was I'm in my brain, as soon as someone tells me something is a true story, I immediately discount it as being false. And I want to go look up the facts of something. Yeah. And I do that with all movies. Whenever they call it a true story, I try to look it up. I don't know. It's just this weird little habit I have. But I remember when
you're a skeptic.
Yeah, because I'm a skeptic. Yeah. And because every movie has some part of it that's unbelievable. And you're like, that didn't really fucking happen. Yeah. So yeah, when The Blind Side came out, I remember immediately going to the internet and trying to find this, and I remember having no trouble at all finding so many people who are like who denounced the movie, saying this is not a true story. This is not how this happened. That kid didn't find football because he had white parents. He was already an all-star in football. And he wasn't even homeless. Apparently, he just had a bad home situation, and you know, like they just exaggerate and embellish, and somehow the story just winds up being a completely different story altogether. And I don't know, and that it bothers me. That shit bothers me, and it's really kind of funny because I remember one time I caught my wife watching it, and I was like, you know, this whole movie's bullshit, and my wife got mad at me, saying, I just want to watch it. I know this probably isn't real, but just let me think it is. And I'm like,
can you suspend reality for one fucking minute?
Exactly, but that's the thing. Is like, exactly what she's asking for is what I don't want. You know,
Right.
I was like, I don't want to suspend reality. I want to know the real story. You know, and but I think that goes to what you're saying is people just want a good story. So anyway, all right, let's go back to this. Like and subscribe.
Do
Number
it.
up, people.
Turn on notifications.
Turn on notifications. I forget that one all the time.
Or I'll clip off your toes while you sleep.
Ah, shit! I forgot I did this one. Okay, folks. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna. I don't think I'm gonna miss anything. So, in 1999, Madison Scott. Wait, was that his first name? I forget. Marvin Scott.
Oh,
Marvin Scott was the reporter who led the news team in 1977 that spent the night in the house with the Warrens, with Laura DiDio, when they found the boy.
Yeah.
And in 1999, Marvin Scott decides to have this retrospective. And I wrote down a little summary about it. Yeah, okay. Live retrospective news segment on the story to review it again and talk about it and see who is still alive and if their opinions have changed. Now, at this point, everyone's still alive. And he actually... It's really funny. He's very... What did we call it? We just call it contrarian, in which he was in the room where all of these psychics and spiritualists were all saying that they were experiencing all of this crazy paranormal phenomenon. And at the end of it, he says, I didn't see shit. He completely is contradictory to everything they're saying. He's like, nah, that didn't happen. I mean, I love this guy because I think a contrarian has more credibility than a group of people who are all going along with the same story. If this guy is saying, you know, look, whatever you saw, I didn't see it. This is what happened to me. This is my story, and I didn't see anything, and I think ghosts are dumb. And what better person to host a retrospective and interview people? So, I did actually record this at a little bit of a higher speed, but I'm probably going to skip through chunks of it just for the sake of time. But if for any reason people want to watch more of this than I'm allowing, then just let me know and I'll slow down.
To love a good ghost story, demonic tales of horror and the supernatural. It has held their fascination from time immemorial. Consider, if you will, the most recent box office success, the thriller The Blair Witch Project. The precursor of that film was another horror tale that scared the daylights out of another generation. Later, I will be joined by noted parapsychologist Dr. Hans Holzer, who will provide some insight into the psychic phenomenon. Most people think the Amityville Horror is a good...
Real quick, we remember who that is, right?
Yes.
Softcore porn. Movies.
scary ghost story.
Heather.
What is not commonly known is that the film is based partially on fact. The murder of an entire family in that house 25 years ago today.
He fired 7 shots from a high-powered rifle.
Ronald DeFeo was demonically influenced in committing that horrible crime.
They were shots that left 6 members of one family dead.
I hate Lorraine Warren. When she talks, we talked about this on episode 2. I just want to play a fart sound over her voice. Like when she talks, I just want to hear, like she takes a deep inhale and we hear just while her mouth is moving.
That'd be a good one.
I don't like either of those two charlatans.
In this charming Dutch colonial home, unceremoniously put a town on the map and spawned a cottage industry for one of the most lucrative ghost stories of all time. It didn't take long for police to determine that 23-year-old Ronald DeFeo had murdered his mother and father, 2 brothers and 2 sisters as they slept.
The closest one he ever explained as to why he did it, because at that time he felt that they were conspiring against him.
Some suggested DeFeo was after his father's $200,000 insurance policy, but followers of the occult believe something much more sinister was behind his murderous rampage.
Ron was into some very dark things. He was into some occult practices.
Ronnie DeFeo said that there was a black, dark mass or shadow alongside of him, which was obsessing his...
Great.
racist.
Thoughts and telling him to
I don't want to forget at some point they're mentioning in the chat Robert the Doll. Might be
actually,
a good one.
Yeah, I just commented that might be a good topic. What's interesting though is I do actually know a little bit about Robert the Doll, and there's just not a lot of info on it prior to, or I'm sorry.
I've seen
very similar. It's very similar to
face to face.
Oh, you have? Oh, well, that's
Yeah.
oh, well then we'll have to remember that.
It's
But it's very similar to Annabelle in that whenever they talk about its quote unquote victims, they never give last names or dates or anything like that. So
Yeah.
that's weird shit. But anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's in Florida, right?
No, Zach Baggins Museum in Vegas.
Oh, interesting. Ugh, that's another one. You know what? That's actually probably a topic we should talk about. That asshole.
Yeah.
But you know,
He's
I gotta
full of
admit, he is so full of shit. But I gotta admit, knowing what I know about skepticism, if someone said, "I'll give you millions of dollars to say there's ghosts," I gotta admit, I'd think about it. I would. Ghosts, we love them, folks, don't we?
Love them. It's a way of life.
I'd have to consider it. I'd have to consider it, and I feel like that makes me a better person that I'm honest about it.
That's right.
No, he was insane. Rejecting that defense, a jury found DeFeo guilty and ordered him to serve 625 years.
I'm sorry. That was just a real funny moment. They had such a build-up of, ghosts and spirits and black cloaked figures and blah, blah, blah. Click over to Will Weber, goes, no, he's crazy.
Years to life sentences. Now at the Greenhaven Correctional Facility upstate, DeFeo was recently denied a request for parole. Despite earlier confessions, DeFeo's stories have wavered over the years, accusing others, including the mob, of committing the murders while he was smoking marijuana in the basement. In recent correspondence with me, he again suggested it was his sister Allison who killed everyone, and that he killed her in self-defense while wrestling for the gun. DeFeo writes, "Really, I need to find a real criminal lawyer, get the DNA testing done, and I am out the door, because the truth speaks for itself."
Oh, yeah. Okay, I totally forgot about this aspect of the story, which we've briefly talked about, but I've skipped over it just for the sake of time. Ronald DeFeo wrote a lot of letters from prison, and it only took him 6 months to really love being gay. And he wrote letters talking about how much fun it was.
Wow, they turned him out.
I mean, I'd like to think it'd take me longer than 6 months. Jeez. It really just sounds like he was.
Sounds like it was going to happen no matter what.
Yes.
Out of the brutal murders in this house, one of the biggest mysteries still lingering 25 years later is why none of the family members was awakened by the explosive burst of gunfire throughout the house. The Lutzes claim the house was haunted by evil spirits. Religious demonologist Ed Warren and his clairvoyant wife Lorraine, who operate a museum of the occult in Connecticut, came in to investigate.
This is something else we're eventually going to have to talk about, is their quote-unquote occult museum. Let's just look at this picture.
Can people take tours of it, or could they?
They used to. It's since been closed, but I have seen pictures of it and seen all kinds of stuff, and every opinion I've heard about it is that to call it a museum was a far better compliment than it deserved. It was just a basement with a door, and they had this nonsense bullshit. Let me look at this. That is a statue of a witch.
I mean, well, maybe okay. All right, devil's advocate here. Maybe that witch's hat was used in some kind of like actual witch shit,
and it needed a display. Okay,
yeah,
I'm willing to buy that for the sake of this.
I think I see a haunted cuckoo clock.
Yeah. Okay. Something I did want to kind of talk about in this episode, or maybe we'll do it on the members only one, are the all of the
sequel Amityville Horror movies that have spawned since the original, because even though we're talking about, 1979, people being so ridiculous to accept this story and making the movie and believing it, there were so many sequels that came out. Sequels still come out to this day, and there is an Amityville in Space movie. Look it up.
Oh my God, really?
And to call it a movie might be a stretch. It looks like it was just filmed on an iPhone, but it's ridiculous. And but still, they're using the name because that name has some kind of notoriety. But anyway, but yeah, this museum is so dumb. And I actually do have some video where the jury's out of some of the items that they had here on display. The jury's out on whether the Lutzes were lying or whether they were duped. And I feel like that's an interesting conversation to have, because some of the things they had were fraudulent hoaxes before they even came into their possession. So that's going to be an interesting topic when we get there.
Okay.
There is no doubt in our mind that...
Oh, fuck. Yes, Space Chief. That's exactly where I was going. I'm sorry. You man, thank you for bringing me back on track. I got distracted there. That's where I was going, was that Amityville Part 2 is based on a lamp that came from the Amityville house.
Oh, come on.
Not kidding. Amityville 2 with Burt Ward from Rocky. He is the main character of the movie. And was it Ward? That was his name, right? Burt Ward? No, I'm thinking of Batman. What was his name? Anyway. Yes,
Michael Keaton.
Burt from Paulie from Rocky. I remember his name was Burt in real life, but I can't remember his last name. But anyway, so yes, and it turns out the movie was very unfunny. All right. That's exactly where I was going, Space Chief. Thank you for bringing me back.
Something of a demonic nature.
Oh, and Amityville 3 is actually going to pop up here in just a little bit, because there is a funny little tidbit about Amityville 3 that I think Corndiff is going to like.
Sure, wants it back home.
We could sit here for 3 weeks. I'll keep telling you each time. It's a fraud.
Bill Weber was a trial lawyer for Ronald DeFeo, who was found guilty of killing his family in that house a year earlier.
The Lutzes took advantage of a unfortunate incident and built a supernatural story around it, but it's not true.
In letters to me from prison, DeFeo says it was he who was taken advantage of. Declares also that the Amityville Horror is a hoax.
He also said, "You ever had gay sex? It's awesome."
That it's all about money and industry. The convicted killer sent me documents purportedly showing that his lawyer was after lucrative book and movie deals, and accuses him of starting what has become one of the greatest ghost stories of all time.
I didn't start it, that's for sure.
You contributed to it.
I contributed, absolutely.
After the Lutzes fled the house, Weber says he met with them to discuss a book idea about the DeFeo murders, not a ghost story.
We sat down and we talked. We had a nice evening conversation.
So this story evolved over dinner with the Lutzes and a bottle of wine.
I think it was about 3 bottles of wine. Yes, about 3 bottles of wine.
So the story grew with each bottle of wine?
Each bottle.
Okay, so I'm going to actually fast forward this.
A lot of wine.
This is a lot of nonsense. It just recovers the story. But I do, and he interviews Hans Holzer, and Hans Holzer sticks by his theory about the Indian chief. But it's really, you could find this if anybody wants a link. I'll send you a link to this. Let's see here. This was actually the Amityville Historical Society was asked about the grave. This was their response. It's total nonsense. There was no cemetery or sacred ground there. It's a shame to prolong and keep this myth going. God bless you, sir. That's that's the whole point of this show. It's only for monetary gain. Anyone who believes it is a victim. It's a shameful intrusion upon reason and totally devoid of any foundation in fact. I love this person. This is a great person.
Doesn't leave any room for interpretation. It's pretty cut and dry.
Yeah. So I do want to actually talk a little bit real quick. I don't have video for this, so I have to kind of narrate it because these people won't talk about this on camera. But I want to talk a little bit about the court case.
of Lutz versus Weber. I'm gonna try to get through this. Oh, and also a little bit of a follow-up on Father Pecoraro. So Lutz versus Weber. I'm going to read this, and so I'm going to I'm just going to push through. And so this is from AmityvilleMurders.com. Rick Osuna, the website I just gave out a little bit ago, but this is the only real description I could find of the court case of Lutz versus Weber. And here we go. Amityville Horror franchise had its early beginnings in 1976. Oh, wait, I can do that. The Lutz terminated their proposed venture with Weber because they felt he wanted to tie them up with an unfavorable contract. Instead, the Lutzes chose to go with author Jay Anson. The contract they eventually signed with Anson offered a more lucrative split of 50%. Nevertheless, this did not stop Hoffman from selling 2 articles about the Lutz's experience. Hoffman was the name of the other author who sold the first article to Good Housekeeping that we talked about earlier. The first article, here we go. First article appeared in an issue of New York Sunday News titled Life in a Haunted House. The second was titled Our Dream House Was Haunted and appeared in 1977 edition of Good Housekeeping. Both articles were nearly identical and were based on the experiences that the Lutzes, Weber, and Hoffman brainstormed in January 1976. In May 1977, George and Kathy Lutz filed suit against Paul Hoffman, William Weber, Good Housekeeping, blah, 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 and the Hearst Corporation. Those were the owners. In the suit, the Lutz's alleged invasion of privacy, misappropriation of name for trade purposes, and negligent infliction of mental distress, and they sought relief in the form of $4.5 million. Let's see. In turn, Hoffman, Weber, and Burton each placed a counterclaim against the Lutzes for $2 million, citing they had perpetuated a fraud and breached a contract. Judge Jacob Mishler dismissed the claims against Good Housekeeping, New York Sunday News. You hear that? They dismissed the claims against them because there were no invasion of privacy issues and because the plaintiffs had failed to state a claim upon which relief could be granted to them. All that sounds like is bad lawyering. Basically says, no, you don't even qualify for this. Why'd you bring them in here? And then you didn't even follow up by saying what you're entitled to receive if you win. You have to lay all that shit out. Judge Mishler, however, eventually handed the case over to a different judge, Jack B. Weinstein. When the actual trial began, Weinstein, known to be a no-nonsense judge, presided over the case in Brooklyn's district court. And on September 10th, 1979, Judge Weinstein dismissed the rest of the Lutz's suit and allowed the defendant's counterclaim to continue. So basically, the Lutz's sued Weber. The first judge says, I'm not interested, gives it to another judge. This judge says, Lutzes, you're out. Weber, you can sue the Lutzes. Total backfire.
Turn of events.
He said, quote, based on what I have heard, it appears to me that to a large extent, the book is a work of fiction. Relying, again, this is 1979. And here we are today with people still believing this. Relying in a large part upon the suggestions of Mr. Weber. In the September 17th, 1979 issue of People magazine, Weber reasoned, I know this book is a hoax. We created this horror story over many bottles of wine. I don't know why he kept emphasizing the wine. I don't know what purpose that had to do with it.
An excuse, I guess, maybe. I don't know.
Whatever. They're still doing it today. They're still drunk. Judge Weinstein also pointed out that he saw serious ethical questions regarding Weber and Burton's conduct. Therefore, he proposed to refer the entire matter to the New York State Bar Association. Judge Weinstein said there is a very serious ethical question when lawyers become literary agents. The next day, the counterclaim was conveniently settled and the entire case was dismissed. So, what we have there is that the case went nowhere. You could say in these documentaries, sure, the Lutzes sued Weber, and then Weber sued the Lutzes, but that's all you can say. And the reason you can't really give any finality to the issue is because this judge just said, basically, if you win, it shows that you're a dishonest son of a bitch, and your profession as a lawyer is going to hear about this. So go ahead and proceed if you want, if it's worth it to you. And he said, nah, I'm good, thanks.
Didn't want to shoot himself in the foot.
Exactly. It's kind of like a football penalty that you get to decline. You want to take your penalty or you want to move forward? What do you want to do, shithead? And he's like, I'm good. And then a little bit of a follow-up on Pecoraro. Let's see here. There are discrepancies between what was written in Anson's book about Pecoraro and what Lutz described in the civil case against Weber. Anson's book said that Father Pecoraro had met George Lutz 2 years earlier and that he had helped Kathy and George in the days before they were married. George Lutz stated in court, state whether or not you know the Reverend Ralph Pecoraro. If so, state the date, time, and place you first met him. Over objections, George Lutz answered on or about July 14th, 1975. And he gives an address. Kathy's response was the same. And I spoke to him on the telephone. After reading the Lutz's answers, it becomes evidence that Father Pecoraro did not know the Lutzes for any appreciable amount of time prior to their arrival in Amityville. It should also be noted that the Lutzes were married on July 4th, 1975, so Pecoraro could not have offered guidance to Lutzes before they were married, as they claimed. So there's just more lies. Just more and more and more lies. It goes on to talk about something we already said, which is basically he denied any of the so-called supernatural afflictions that Anson claimed the priest had suffered. He also said, told Judge Weinstein that he was not sure if there were any supernatural occurrences at the house. Let's see. He did, in fact, hear someone say, "Get out," but the priest's description was vague at best, so it says a number of explanations could exist. He is now deceased, but it remains unclear if he was a willing participant in the hoax or an uninformed bystander. So there we go. There's that. Following up that loose end, and I know it's a lot of information, folks. I just want to end this. I want to move on. I'm cramming a lot of shit in this episode. I want to move on to something else. I don't want to do it.
It's a lot, but it's all still relevant. And how much bullshit this story is.
Yeah. And okay, so now let's talk a little bit about, is it next? Hold on. Okay, so next thing we're going to talk about are the kids. We did talk a little bit about this. In 2012, fast forwarding the story a little bit, Kathy Lutz's son, George's stepson, Danny Lutz, tries to capitalize on this story by selling his version of events for a documentary in 2012 called My Amityville Horror. And I'm just going to fast forward through Holzer. Indian.
The shitty font they use.
Yeah, no kidding. Ectoplasm, Indian chief,
and the horse.
That's that's the picture there. And he claims
Being very angry with a male voice, and we have that on tape, by the way. And
This photograph looks like there was a little.
Did he just say male horse?
He did.
It's that. Oh, see, now that's funny. I'd be playing that right there if he like points to a dick and he's like, obviously a male horse.
Yeah, but there wasn't. This is the funny part. There is some whitish thing around me for which there's no explanation. Look at on the.
Luminescence off.
No explanation. I made it up. All right, here we go.
I believe that there is a such thing as evil, and I was a victim of that.
On November 13th, 1974, the house at 112 Ocean Avenue, Amityville, became the site of a notorious mass murder.
I didn't want to be the Amityville Horror kid. I've been running away from it, and it finally caught up to me.
Very shortly after moving in, the Lutz family claimed to have begun experiencing mounting paranormal phenomena.
When I went in there was probably 400 or 500 flies. And we're talking, this is mid-December in Long Island. The entire family is standing there watching the garage door slam up and slam down, and the dog is hanging himself. I had...
You remember that? Remember that one?
Oh yeah.
The dog tied a noose with his little thumbless paws and was so self-aware and depressed that he tried to hang himself. This is what passes for supernatural phenomena. My dog suddenly grew a human brain and decided he didn't want to live anymore.
I had to speak to George in Sir.
But at that point, he was your stepfather.
You don't want to call him Dad? You're not my father.
He lived with adults who believed in the occult.
You married this guy, you moved me to his house. What the hell is he into?
They got very deep with something dark and something evil that they totally didn't understand.
Satanic history, devil worship, mind control.
Hey, by the way, that right there was the Warren Museum. That hallway that we just saw.
Yeah.
Damn it. Yeah, there you go. That's the Warren, quote-unquote, basement museum.
Worship, mind control. I was possessed by a spirit that I could not get rid of on my own. I didn't care if the priests were beating me, performing exorcisms on me, which, if I'm not mistaken, they don't want to talk about.
When the story started...
Why was there a corn husk around the crucifix? Did you see that? That was weird. Any response?
You're asking too many questions.
to change, then it's time to become suspicious.
The sensation felt by Steve Petropoulos, our cameraman. He was overcome by something.
This is one of the pictures that their photographer took that night. There were no children and no animals in the house that night.
We remember bits and pieces of experience, but we'll fill in the gaps in our memory.
Maybe this is just manifestations. Maybe you imagined all of this.
I just wanted somebody to believe me.
If this was my trailer, that would have been followed up with, maybe you're full of shit. Maybe you're just lying.
Show me the evidence.
What took place in that house was a true personification of evil.
Okay, so I don't know if anyone here saw that movie. It is a hunk of shit. Let's, again, we're just tying up loose ends here. Let's tie up this loose end. Now, did you see there was actually a guy, they showed him in that trailer named Joel Martin.
Which one was he?
They showed him sitting on a couch in a room, had kind of 70s style Anton Chigurh hair.
Okay, yeah.
that was the defining characteristic you needed.
Yeah.
So that guy who was in that trailer, who they just used his words in some weird context to look like he was trying to defend Danny Lutz, that guy has something to say about this movie.
In 2012, Danny Lutz, one of the Lutz's children, came forward with his own account of what supposedly happened in the house. And he's now claiming that the entire haunting really did happen and that many of the events that was in the original Amityville Horror are absolutely true. However, one of the things that he must forget is that during the 1980s, he actually approached a couple of people trying to sell them a story on how George Lutz had fabricated the whole account.
Oh, secretary said, you have a call from a Danny Lutz. I said, 20 Lutz? Lutz? wait. And I, hello? And he said, yeah, I'm George Lutz's, I guess he said stepson, and or son. And I said, how can I help you? He said, listen, I can tell you the truth about the Amityville Horror story. I can tell you things about how the story came about. I can tell you things we went through. And I said, well, does it mean it's true or it's not true? He said, well, first I got to, work out some arrangement whereby, I can sell you the story. Danny wanted to make money, understandably, on the story. And we spoke for a while, and he said, I have a story I'd like to sell. I said, well, news people don't usually buy stories, frankly. I'd be happy to hear your story, and whatever the truth is, or whatever your version is, that's fine. But as far as us paying for a story, the problem with that is it sets a terrible precedent. I said, all right, let me take your number down, and if there's some way that we can work something out, or something can be accomplished or accommodated for you, I'll get back to you. And that's the way it was left. One individual I know he called was Steve Kaplan, and
Who was Steve Kaplan?
That guy.
Yes, you are correct. He was also in a lookalike contest for L. Ron Hubbard. I'm joking. No, Stephen Kaplan was the vampire hunter.
That's my next guess.
As a parapsychologist, as a psychic investigator, Steve obviously was interested in what Danny had to say, but Steve was in no position to pay him, and if he was, he wouldn't have. If Steve was sitting on $1 million at that moment, he would not have given him the money. He did not believe what Danny had to say, and I think Steve realized very quickly, as most of us did, if we pay him, he'll say pretty much frankly what we'd like to hear. You know, he may deny that now, but that's generally the way it works. Reaching out to Steve Kaplan suggests that you think something is or might be a fraud.
As part and parcel of Danny Lutz's new account of what happened at 112 Ocean Avenue, he claims that the haunting was actually precipitated by his mother, Kathy, and his stepfather, George Lutz, because they were into some rather dark things and were allegedly practicing transcendental meditation at the house, and thus that brought about the haunting. If that is true, it does nothing but validate the statements made by Stephen Kaplan, wherein he asserted that George Lutz had a rather deep knowledge of the occult before they ever purchased the house at 112 Ocean Avenue.
Deep knowledge.
Deep knowledge. So, what we are hearing now is that guy who was in the Amityville Haunting trailer is actually saying that Danny Lutz, even though he made this documentary saying that everything was true, that there was a haunting, he was actually trying to sell both sides of the story to whoever would buy it. He was going to the skeptic to sell a skeptic story, and then also going to the believers to sell a believer story.
It's like he was just trying to make money.
That's what everyone in the story is doing. And hey, let me ask you, where do you lean? You think this happened? I don't know, man. It's really funny. Again, I want to invite anyone who has a differing opinion to talk to me. Tell me if you still believe that any of this happened after all of this evidence and after all of these stories.
I don't, but I still want to rewatch the Ryan Reynolds version.
Oh, that one's terrible. It's so bad.
Best one.
You know what's funny is they really lean on the Red Room. Remember the Red Room thing? But in that one, it wasn't just a place to hide a box, like in reality. I think they said like there was some pilgrim who was torturing Indians there. So I don't forget. I'm not even kidding. No horses. I really think that is how the story was.
So that would mean it would have been the pilgrim shitting in the toilets.
Yes, the pilgrim. I'm not kidding. He had like a buckle hat, and it was like really like a pilgrim. Okay, so we are closing up here now, and I'm going to just have a couple of last things. I think we've tied up every loose end. And that's something I'm going to throw out to the audience, that if there is a loose end that I have not tied up, please also let me know.
Hamhead has a good question. I think maybe it's a question. Can you confirm this? I believe Ronnie D really loved Dick before he died. Is that true?
You know, my sources on that say yes.
Okay.
But I think my sources also said that he was more curious about it once he was surrounded by it. It's like going to a buffet for the first time. So we only have a couple things here to cover, and then we're gonna have some final thoughts and a little bit of a preview for where we're gonna be going. Heyo.
George Lutz had proclaimed through the years that he wished that the whole Amityville Horror was a hoax and that it never happened. And at one point, he appeared on one of the news magazines actually crying and professing how this whole thing had changed his life and not for the better. But when George died in 2006, if you look at his probate papers, what is very interesting is that he was actually a 94% owner in an enterprise called Amityville Horror Enterprises LLC. And Amityville Horror Enterprises LLC literally had its hand in almost every book and sequel written on the Amityville case. So that hardly seems like an endeavor undertaken by somebody who would like to forget that this horrific experience happened.
Did you catch that?
One company it's been doing everything.
No, it was several companies. He was saying, "I wish this never happened. Whatever you want to fucking say. I wish this never happened." And his probate records show that he had multiple business entities, each of which profiting on the perpetuation of the Amityville Horror story with the sequels. He was profiting off of the sequels that were unassociated with the original story whatsoever. That Lamp movie, he made money from that Lamp movie.
Oh, that's a good. This is a good line of work to get into, it seems.
Believe me, I've thought about this. I've thought about starting my own church, my own cult.
You should start a haunted church.
Yes, I just need a consultant to let me know how to get the right infrastructure so that I can take it over and build it.
Furthermore, it must be noted that stepsons Danny and Chris were cut from the will and excluded from any of the profits realized as a result of the Amityville Horror.
Wah, wah, wah. Why was Danny Lutz selling a story to anyone that would buy it? Because he didn't make any money off of the original story, because stepdad George Lutz cut him out of the will.
So he's just trying to get his piece.
Yeah. So there you have it, folks.
Franchise. So in my mind, the stories, and in my opinion, the stories being told by Danny and Chris Lutz today is simply their attempt to capitalize off of a story that put a lot of money in their former stepfather and mother's pockets.
And that is all of the loose ends that we are going to talk about. But I wanted to include this next little thing that I just am going to call final thoughts. It's our Jerry Springer send-off of some people who have something to say, and these are all people who were personally involved. This is the thing I alluded to earlier when, I forget who it was, asked about what the neighbors had to say about the house. So, enjoy.
Those who fought to prove the Amityville Horror a hoax still insist that there are no ghosts at 112 Ocean Avenue, and never were.
Today, if anyone asked me if the former DeFeo residence on Ocean Avenue was haunted, I would simply say, why don't you wait until I write a book and you could buy it to find out. But I would be saying that facetiously, because the house has never been haunted. It isn't haunted today. And the Lutzes, they have my congratulations. They made a very successful commercial venture, and they pulled the wool over the public's eyes.
In general...
And that's your co-conspirator saying that.
Yeah.
That's like, fuck. I'm trying to think of somebody in the news. I can't think of anybody. Who are some famous people in the news who work together? But who did he work? I mean, but who was somebody that was helping Diddy?
Beyonce.
Okay, so that's like Beyonce telling Diddy, "Hey, good job, shithead. You made money, and I didn't. Fuck you." J-Lo, isn't J-Lo in on it?
Maybe that was who it was.
I don't know.
Well, I believe that there could be some kind of residual feeling left over in the house where a terrible murder had been committed. In this particular house, I couldn't tell you. It has just as much of a chance of having strange phenomena as any other house. But because of all the lies that were told and all the deceptions, we'll never know.
So there was a little article in the newspaper, then it got bigger, then it got bigger, it got bigger.
I don't know where these people, came up with this idea that this house, I would tell people my children slept there. They never said anything was weird about it.
The fact is that my wife, who cleaned the house, never, ever saw anything other than a beautiful colonial 3-story house.
They had to come from a violent, brutal family with the father. Maybe the mother wasn't able to protect them. She was probably abused too. So, in a way, it makes sense that out of that kind of abuse can come a certain amount of violence.
It was just something that the people dreamed up.
My personal feelings that it was complete lie. I was in the basement. I was everywhere in that house.
I got the book on a lark just to see what it was like, and I thought it was very funny.
It was phony from the beginning. I didn't know Weber's connection with it yet. That didn't come out till later.
It all sounds phony to me.
My wife said she went to see the movie, and I didn't yell at her, but I yelled. I said, "What are you going to see that junk for?" I said, "It's just a bunch of bull."
Just to sleep.
You going to the movies, shithead?
So, was that one guy sitting in front of an Easter egg basket?
I don't know, but that guy just made me think of Popeye. Just thinking of Popeye. Hey, you going to the movies to see that bullshit? Wait, that's Popeye, right?
It is.
Am I doing a Popeye?
Over, we would sleep either in the basement, we'd sleep in Mark's room, and there was nothing odd about the house.
As far as all this ghoulish stuff, that's all people to make money, and I'm not into that.
I think that's sort of what makes sense to me about what happened. Now you add the...
Oh, did you see who this was? In the titles, it was pretty low resolution.
She played one of the people in the movie.
In part 2, in the lamp one. The lamp.
Oh, okay. That's why I don't recognize it.
Mysterious element, which Albert Einstein even said, it's more powerful than anything logical.
I just couldn't believe that they never questioned or looked for people who knew them and got their feeling of how they were. It was just strange.
My wife and I, first of all, refused to watch any of that garbage, believe in any of that garbage, or have anything to do with that garbage.
The circulation of that book was tremendous. I don't know how Prentice Hall must have made a hell of a lot of money on that.
I believe this was a commercial venture for the Lutzes. They thought that they were going to make money, and they really couldn't afford to buy that house.
I wouldn't read the book. I didn't read the book until maybe 7 years ago. I just said, I have to read this and see what this is all about. But it just seemed like someone dreamt this up.
For me personally, I think it was more out of the psychological violence and the abuse that this family got killed. But it makes for good film to have the other added in, because everybody loves a good horror story.
The fact that these people that moved in saw pigs with blood coming out of their eyes looking in the window, something like that. That's here we are today. How many years ago is it?
Bunch of fucking jagoffs. That guy's accent cracks.
The Amityville Horror, a true story by Jay Anson, despite its inaccuracies, went on to sell 10 million copies and spawned a dozen more books and 9 movie sequels, making it one of the most successful haunted house franchises in the history of filmmaking, in excess of $400 million at the box office. As for Butch DeFeo and William Weber, they never received a dime from the horror story they helped perpetuate.
Wow.
There you have it. That is the Amityville Horror. But I do want to just actually throw in a couple of little epilogues that I think are kind of funny. I don't think I kept it in here. Did I? Yes, I did actually. Okay, here we go. All right. So there was now this is actually just for you, Corndiff, just because I think you're going to appreciate this. There was Amityville 2, and then there was Amityville 3D. Okay? Amityville 3D came out in 1983. So we're going to actually have a little bit of a brief catch-up with Steve Kaplan, the vampire hunter, at a theater near me. You know, I don't know why. I can't tell you why it took me this long to realize how fucking loud it is, and I do apologize. I'm gonna make sure that it's a little quieter for ongoing episodes. Oh, here we go.
It's attention grabbing.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I imagine someone's falling asleep out there. If I was a teacher, this is what I would do. Hamhead, $2. Thank you so much for the $2. All involved are awful people. That's the point. And I said it on episode 1, but I just don't think the point came across until episode 4. How awful these people were. Every single one. I described it as Game of Thrones of con men. Everyone trying to get a tiny piece of this tragedy to make a little bit of money. And out of all of this shit come 2. I'm going to say we've probably gone through like 24 people involved, and
yeah,
excuse me, only 2 have proven to have any credibility whatsoever, and while one of them is kind of borderline. But yeah, it's amazing, and I don't know why this story is not more well known. I don't know why, but that's kind of a meta question of asking why it's not more well known, because we've talked about how people just want a good scary story. And even if this story was broadcast on national news, people are still going to believe that it was real, and they're still going to want to believe that it's real. And oh man, it's just nonsense. It's just a bunch of fucking nonsense. So thank you, Hamid, $2. Yes, everyone involved. But it took 10 hours of us talking to convey how awful they are. Amityville 2, Electric Boogaloo. Not a joke. I actually made an Electric Boogaloo reference last night, and someone had no idea what I was talking about. So I want to make sure I acknowledge this, because that's what I would have wanted. And that person who didn't know it was my wife. So, yes. So, here we go. Just real quick. These are just going to be a little bit of epilogues to what's going on. Stephen Kaplan actually passes away in 1995. So, the world has now been overrun by vampires now that he's gone. Just weeks before, his book is released that contained all of his research exposing the Lutz's story as a hoax. It was called the Amityville Conspiracy. And while he maintained a reputation as being a voice of reason throughout the story and trying to expose those who tried to capitalize on this horrific story, he might have also thrown his hat into the ring of those awful people who tried to capitalize. In 1983, there is a sequel to the Amityville Horror movie, and it is released. It is called Amityville 3D, and it is marketed as based on the findings of Stephen Kaplan.
Have you seen it?
I saw it as a kid because it was one of the it was a PG-13 movie, and I remember it came on HBO during the day, and I remember there was this one particular scene that was like it scared me, but also at the same time I didn't take it too seriously, because it was just goofy and it was so low budget that it was like trying to think of a good example. I can't think of one, but it was that cheesy type of horror that even I think I was 4 or 5 years old. I remember seeing it and it like giving me a jump scare, but not a I can't sleep at night scare, if that makes sense. So I just want to read this real quick. Due to a lawsuit between the Lutz family and Dino De Laurentiis, and if people don't know who that was a famous movie mogul, over the storyline, which did not involve the Lutz family, so they sued because it didn't involve them. You feel me?
Yeah.
Amityville 3D was not initially promoted as a sequel, and the name Lutz is never used in the film. However, the film does make a reference to the original Amityville Horror story. The character of John Baxter, played by a guy, I forget his first name, last name is Roberts, is loosely based on Stephen Kaplan, who was trying to prove the Lutz's story was a hoax at the time it was panned upon release. Now, I don't know if that means that Stephen Kaplan got a paycheck for this, so that's why I kept it vague and saying he might have. I don't know. It seems weird, but whatever. But now, I want to just also read this, in which we have said that the movie was marketed as being based on the findings of Stephen Kaplan, but this is the plot of the movie. Inquisitive Reveal magazine journalist John Baxter moves into the Amityville house in defiance of the supernatural events connected to it and finds everyone around him besieged by evil manifestations connected to a demonic presence.
Okay.
Based on the findings of the skeptic Stephen Kaplan.
Wow.
And that just makes no sense, but it's hilarious. And
I've never seen that, and I've got to watch that.
Oh, it's bad. I mean, it's so bad. It's Meg Ryan, a young, very adorable Meg Ryan is in it.
Wow.
And let's see here. So to be clear, Kaplan is not credited in the movie, so he very well might not have received anything, but I just wanted to be known that this movie was very open to suggest that Kaplan was the inspiration for this character, for this journalist character, yet the story was completely fictionalized. So everyone was trying to get their name attached to this story. And now finally, we're going to talk briefly about where we're going. And I've already said it, so I ain't going to say much more. So we're going to move on to the Warrens. And Annabelle is going to be the first thing that we're going to talk about next week. And as a brief little teaser, let's see what Stephen Kaplan's wife, Roxanne Kaplan, oh, fuck me, hold on. Let's see what she has to say and what her opinion is of the Warrens, because this is going to be the theme of all of our shows about the Warrens. This is 29 seconds, and then we will say our goodbyes. I muted it for you.
Ed and Lorraine Warren, I think, are the biggest phonies and the most dangerous people around, because they are the type of individuals that scare people out of their homes. I believe the Warrens are taking advantage of the public. They make their living from this field. Unlike Stephen, he made his living from teaching.
Sorry, I tried to catch that last one because it was the film roll. But that's going to be the last one, folks. There you have it. They are phonies, and they are trying to scare people for profit, because There's money in it.
Did they?
We'll pay.
No, I want to believe that they helped people, though.
Yeah, I want to believe that too.
It's just probably not going to work out that way, is it?
No. And I think we're going to see very quickly they knew what they were doing, and this was what they wound up doing was calculated, and it was a goal, and they wanted to get there. And it's so funny. I'm so tempted just to go right into it, but I know we all have lives and we all want to do shit. But hey, if you want to hear me tell the whole Annabelle story, stick around. I'll stay right here. I'm joking. What's funny is Annabelle's probably going to be the shortest episode we ever do because there's just not a lot of info on it. But there's plenty of conversation that can be had. Everything's vague. There's no full names, and even sometimes the full names change depending on what source you look at.
The movies were based on the true story, though, right?
Okay, so that's also going to be an episode of this show. All right. I'm sorry, dude. I have so much shit to just talk about. I want people to hear me. The Warner Brothers actually recently got sued, and they settled for using the term true story. Did you know that?
No.
When it comes to the Warrens.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you can Google this. Now, here's the interesting thing, and I think we're going to probably spend some time on this eventually. Before Ed and Lorraine died, they sold their life story to someone and then reneged on the deal and then sold their life story to Warner Brothers. And when they started making the Conjuring movies, this guy who was a book publisher went to Warner Brothers and said, hey, you know what? I own the life story. You don't have any right to the life story. You owe me a big chunk of that money because you shouldn't have made those movies without my approval.
Right.
And Warner Brothers says, no, I think we're allowed to do it. And he's like, fine, see you in court. They go to court. And then Warner Brothers says, look, what he sold... hold on, I want to make sure I get this part right, because this is where it gets confusing. She did, in fact, sign this contract. We can't dispute that. She signed the contract. But she signed over... fictional embellished version of her life story, a novelization to this guy. What we're doing is the true story, and we market it as the true story. This judge says you have 1 year to convince me that ghosts exist, starting now. If this is a true story, you have to convince me that everything you have said is the truth. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant.
That's going to be good.
Yeah. And spoiler alert, settled out of court. We don't really know what happened. But basically, they're probably having to pay this guy a big chunk of change. But I mean, but just I when I heard that, I was like, this is fucking amazing. This is so great. And yeah, this judge just was like, you're full of shit. I'm not playing along with this. So there you go. So anyway, enough of that nonsense. And we all want to go eat dinner. We all want to go jerk off, whatever people do on Friday nights. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here. I understand this has been dense. It has been a lot of information. I probably should have spaced this out to do 5 or 6 episodes, but I'm sick of fucking talking about this. I want to move on, and I hope you all can understand that. But we are going to have a follow-up in which, if you do have questions, please feel free to let us know, ask us. We will be glad to talk about it. And also look out for I'm going to be dropping a video soon on a true life, non-paranormal, non-supernatural story about a very, very creepy doll in order to kind of get you primed for Annabelle. So all that being said, thank you so much for everyone contributing. Thank you for everyone who has shown support. I love and appreciate every one of you. It's too bad we're not in the city. I'd blow every one of you. Hey, just too bad. Sorry. I really would. And whatever I couldn't do, Corn would pick up the slack.
Oh,
yeah. Corndiff, please, what would you like to plug? Go nuts.
I'm going to go to the website this time, dirtdolphin.com.
Wait, what? What is that?
It's the merch store for my YouTube channel.
Dirt Dolphin? Oh.
Dirtdolphin.com.
Dirt Dolphin. I'm going to write that down. Dirtdolphin.com.
Mm-hmm.
I saw you posted a shirt. Is that I didn't even think to look if it was your merch or if you just saw
that's not mine. It's
okay.
One I've got from somewhere else.
I was really going to commend you. I was like, that's good. That's really good.
No, it was a good design.
And talk about your shows with Granny and Chops, please.
Yeah, it's Sunday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. We do a show, and I don't know, we just kind of bullshit for about 2 hours or until we get tired of it.
It's it's really funny that there are just times where I really crave structure to a podcast, and there are times that I do not.
Right.
There's times that I do not want structure, and when those times come, I am definitely in your chat. Hey man, thank you so much for being here. Folks, kind of a big announcement is that Corndiff is now going to be a permanent fixture on the show. And we've had a great time doing this, and Corndiff gives me the right amount of attention and also indifference. the right combination that I like. And he's a funny SOB. So we are very happy to have him on here. So look forward to Corndiff being on here. And
glad to be here.
Thank you so much. And let's keep our fingers crossed for that special guest, because if it works out, it's actually going to put a lot of rumors to bed.
Stuttering John, isn't it?
No, it's someone who you've been confused for.
Flea?
You know who I'm talking about.
I do.
All right. So thank you, everyone. Please check me out. Check out my channel for other videos. Again, keep a lookout for something I got dropping, Luigi Greenberg's Strange World. And check me out on Twitter, Papa_Electrico. Have a great weekend, everyone. You're all awesome. I'm trying to think of something encouraging and uplifting to say, but I'm just tired.
Do you want me to look up a motivational quote?
Oh, please, that'd be perfect. Yes.
Okay, stall for about 10 seconds.
I hope that I get to eat tacos for dinner tonight. I don't know about anybody else. Okay, hey, got one? Great.
I got one. Everyone, remember, opportunities don't happen. You create them.
Yeah, think about that. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Poltergeists, apparitions, werewolves, vampires, witches, gremlins, ghoulies, demons, goblins, ogres, and swamp creatures. Apparitions, werewolves, vampires,
That's right, it sucks.